Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. As a keeper of the Sutra Pavilion, you will become stronger by reading. Chapter 61. All the features on Chin Feng's face were squeezed together the moment he saw Lin Ru. Why is this guy so haunted? After Lin Ru saw Chin Feng's disgusted look, her original idea of not being angry was instantly thrown out of her mind. What's your expression? I look so embarrassing to you, I'll ride on a horse. If Lin Ru had a weapon in her hand at this moment, she would definitely hit Chin Fong on the head without hesitation. This guy deserves a beating. Lin Ru roared crazily in her heart, but she could only show a pitiful look on her face as she walked towards Chin Fong. She's coming with trouble. Chin Fong was trembling in his heart. If he could turn around immediately, he would turn around without hesitation. Junior brother Chin Fong. The clip sound made Chin Fong shiver subconsciously. Sister, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can tell me. We don't have to do this. Chin Fong wanted to pull his hands out of the other party's majestic space, but found that the other party's grip was tight. Unless he used his strength to break open Lin Ru's hands. As for the consequences, I don't know if the other party will explode. He didn't dare to do this. After all, there was a big boss on the top floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Although the big boss didn't pay attention to the people below all year round, it didn't mean that he wouldn't come forward if something happened. Thinking of this, Chin Fong gave up the idea of using his power, and couldn't help but think of the introduction to Su Envi Jing in his mind. Isn't it said that people who practice Su Envi Sutra have a closed heart and love no one? How come it doesn't work when it comes to this donor? Chin Fong was puzzled. He probably couldn't figure it out no matter what. There was nothing wrong with Su Nujing, but Lin Ru was the one who had the problem. When the problem-free Su Nujing meets Lin Ru, the development of things becomes unknown and uncontrollable. On Lin Ru's side, after seeing Chin Feng trying to pull his hand away, it was like her entire body was glued to Chin Feng's arm. The huge contact at that moment made Lin Ru's face turn pink. Mada, for the sake of my soul, I let you take advantage of me. If you are capable, don't leave the Sutra Pavilion or Jushao Holy Land. Otherwise, I will tell you to die without even knowing it. Well, time is running out, we must fight quickly, otherwise the memory will be blocked again. After thinking about it, Lin Ru increased her intensity. Hiss. Chin Fong only felt that his arm was wrapped in a ball of softness. The moment of contact, it was ice cold at first, and then became warm and hot. Let's just say, is it so exciting? Who the hell can withstand this? Of course it's me, I'll stay calm with Qin Zhaofeng. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword, and will also affect his pursuit of immortality. Donor, you are lucky. Chin Fong almost said this, but fortunately he didn't say it. Doesn't saying it mean that you are a monk? Since you are unwilling to let go, let's just wear it out. Anyway, it's not me who suffers. What happened in 2 hours, who is afraid of whom? In fact, when Chin Fong decided to break the jar, he really broke the jar. Then Lin Ru saw Chin Feng's expression of enjoyment. The fire in his stomach that had been suppressed suddenly rose up. The teeth clenched loudly, which made Chin Fong, who was very close to her, shiver subconsciously. Is this sister going to bite him again? What the heck, she is a dog. Just when Chin Fong was secretly thinking about whether to activate the forged golden body, he felt his arm light up, and Lin Ru let go of his arm. Then he saw the woman crying. 2 lines of hot tears slipped from her cheeks and fell to the ground. At this moment, Chin Fong went numb. If you sign up as an actor, you will definitely win first place. Just cry if you want to, and your acting skills will be better than anything else. Junior brother, can you tell me what I did wrong? I will correct it. Su Nujing has brought me great pain. I beg you, junior brother, not to torture me like this. Lin Ru cried so hard that the pear blossoms were raining, and Chu Chu looked at Chin Fong pitifully. Quote? Chin Fong looked confused. When could the practice of Su Envi Jing bring such great pain to people? Is it possible that you are born with a fraternity and love everyone you meet? Born to be a queen of the sea? Sorry, it turns out I'm just a part of your play, right? Okay, let's play like this, right? No, senior sister, if you feel that the Su Nu Jing brings you pain, you don't need to practice it, and you won't be in pain. Chin Fong could only say this. Generally, monks who practice Su Nv Sutra will become more and more addicted as they practice. In the end, they will be pure-hearted and have no desire to eat the fireworks of the world. However, he didn't expect to meet such a weirdo like Lin Ru. Lin Ru was so angry after hearing Chin Feng's words. You know, what she wants to know is how to get her soul back. But this must not be said. After all, there is an old monster on top of the Sutra Pavilion. But she didn't know how to guide Chin Fong, which made her as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. At the same time, on the other side, Gade, Sun Qingfeng, Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao appeared in front of the Sutra Pavilion. Elder Sha opened one eye and glanced at them, then closed it again. I ride a horse. Before Gade was fine, Sun Qingfeng almost couldn't help but take action. If Chu Chengdao hadn't stopped him, several people would have done it again. Old Shao, we want to enter the Sutra Collection Pavilion. After Chu Chengdao said this, he handed over his nameplate. Hey, are there any points left? He is indeed a big dog. Elder Shao's 2 words directly offended the 4 people present, causing all 4 people to have blue veins exposed on their foreheads. Even the beautiful Chu Lingxian felt that this old guy's mouth really should be torn into pieces. Points 30720. Well, 9 levels of points have been deducted again. However, Chu Chengdao no longer cared and walked in without hesitation. Then came Chu Lingxian, then Sun Qingfeng, and finally Gade. Boom! The moment Gade stepped into the formation of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, he bumped into Sun Qingfeng in front of him. The solid collision knocked Sun Qingfeng out. Chu Lingxian's figure dodged directly and avoided Sun Qingfeng. Chu Chengdao moved a step to one side, and then Sun Qingfeng flew out. Fortunately, he adjusted his position in time and finally stood on his feet without falling. The 4 of them looked quietly at the 2 young lovers who seemed to be quarreling in front of them. Look at me and I look at you. It seems they came at the wrong time. How about we go first? Chu Lingxian blinked. No, all the points are spent, you rich man. Chu Chengdao shook his head and disagreed. She is really rich, she is the richest among the 4 of us. Sun Qingfeng expressed with a wink. Walk, leave him paralyzed, none of them can speak human words. Gade said that my points were brought by the strong wind. Not to mention that they were just crying, there was no reason for them to quit even if they were working on site. Then, he walked out with his head held high. When Chin Fong saw this, he almost cried with tears in his eyes. What a benefactor. Their arrival immediately eased his situation. The second update is a little later, 1 o'clock before. Lin Ru was going crazy. Before the matter on her side was settled, some strange people came in. However, she could feel with her intuition that these 4 people were not simple, and they were probably old monsters from the Holy Land. If she continues to struggle here, if they notice something is wrong, she will die miserably. Mad, I quit. It is better to seek help from others than from yourself. Blanche. Lin Ru glared at Chin Fong fiercely, as if she wanted to wait and see, and then turned around and left calmly. As for the 4 of them, after seeing Lin Ru leaving, they all turned their attention to Chin Fong. Chin Feng's body suddenly tensed up. Do these guys have any special hobbies? Let's just say, except for the old bacon grandma, I would rather die than surrender to the other 3. At the same time, the 4 Gade people did not know that Chin Fong was planning them in his mind. If they knew, Chu Lingxian would definitely be the first to kill this little brat. What is an old bacon grandma? She is obviously only a few hundred years old this year. In the entire world, who can become a semi-saint at a few hundred years old is not a peerless monster. Ahem, Chin Fong, don't be afraid. We are here this time because we want to see the things you have refined. Is it convenient? Although Gade's words were just questions, at the same time as he finished speaking, he started walking towards Chin Feng's room. Chin Feng was speechless. If you had already planned it, don't act like you asked for my permission. Facing the 4 old guys, he was now in a state of disarray, and then followed Gade into his room. When the other 3 saw this, they all followed. The moment he stepped into the room, Chu Lingxian's eyes lit up and he saw the spiritual runes on the ground. They are all top quality and top quality. The 3 of them also saw it immediately, and Sun Qingfeng's eyelids trembled. Although he said that Chin Fong might have talent in making talismans and drawing formations, he still had doubts in his heart after all. Is there such a person who can be so evil and proficient in the four realms? As a result, facts speak louder than words. Boy, is this the rune you refined? There was a sparkle in Chu Lingxian's beautiful eyes, and the top-grade spiritual rune of the Foundation Establishment realm in her hand could basically reach the power of the spiritual light realm. This surprised Chu Lingxian, and she became deeply curious about Chin Fong. How on earth did he do it? I'm afraid it's not what Sun Qingfeng said. This kid is really good at the four arts. It's a bit outrageous. Yes, senior, Chin Fong answered honestly. He had witnessed the entire battle between the four of them and the old man. Although these four people have never beaten the old man, and they should have been suppressed by the power of Zhangjing Pavilion in the end, they are also unfathomably strong. Well, a casual sneeze can kill themselves. Of course he be nice. Moreover, this old bacon grandma is, among other things, very beautiful. Chatting with such a person, if you ignore her age, is also very happy. At this time, Chu Chengdao saw the array materials scattered on the floor of Chin Feng's separate training room, and knew that this kid should also try the array. It's just that he didn't see the completed formation. Could it be that the opponent hasn't had time to do it yet? Boy, why didn't you draw the formation? Thinking of this, Chu Chengdao looked at Chin Fong. Because I haven't had time to learn yet, I originally planned to learn it today. Chin Feng's words caused the bodies of the four people present to shake violently. You mean, you learned how to make this talisman now? Chu Lingxian's eyes were filled with shock. Yeah. Chin Feng nodded, feeling that these guys were asking a bit strange questions. How long have you been studying? It should be 3 days of learning and 4 days of refining, a week in total. The same goes for weapon refining. Alchemy, that's about right. Chin Feng's words made the three people's eyelids twitch wildly and their hearts were extremely shocked. Chu Chengdao even frowned in shock. If it is true as Chin Feng said, if he learns the formation Dao again, he will be a peerless monster proficient in the four Dao. If old man Xiao doesn't let go of such a monster, is it possible for us to abduct him? Chu Chengdao looked at the other three people. It's hard. Not to mention old man Xiao, there is another one above. The combat power these two people can bring together is far greater than two. Sun Qingfeng pointed to the top of the Sutra Pavilion, and the meaning he wanted to express was self-evident. I seem to have guessed why old man Xiao tied this kid up in the scripture deposit pavilion. Chu Lingxian said via voice transmission. The old man should be planning to harvest the disciples, points so that the Holy Land disciples can advance in the inner volume of practice. What Chu Lingxian meant made the three of them raise their eyebrows. Especially Gade, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chu Lingxian was right. The one who has a deep understanding of this is Sun Qingfeng. After all, he is the one among the four who has entered the Sutra Pavilion the most in the past 2 days. Dirty. It's so dirty. This old man Xiao not only has dark hands, but an even darker heart. We can't let him succeed. Jeet had a bad temper and ran away on the spot. He flipped his palm and a large hammer with endless light appeared in his hand. Then he turned and walked towards the formation of the scripture pavilion. Sun Qingfeng tried to hold him, but he staggered and almost fell down. Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao looked at each other, a little helpless and a little angry, and they just followed. When Chin Fong saw that these four people were obviously going to fight, he immediately became interested. Fight, fight. Both parties are not good people. If they fight, Mr. Chin will have a lot of fun. When Chin Fong saw that there was something to eat, he couldn't help but join in the fun and followed him out. Outside the scripture collection pavilion, the four of them stood together, looking at Elder Sha who was lying on the rocking chair across from him. Elder Sha seemed to have noticed nothing, and was still lying on his rocking chair comfortably. A gust of cold wind swept by, and the trees around the Sutra Pavilion rustled. Aha! At this time, Chin Fong poked his little head out of the scripture collection pavilion's teleportation array, blinked and looked at the 5 people. As a result, Elder Sha flicked Chin Fong back into the scripture depository pavilion. Hiss! Holy shit, it hurts so much. Chin Fong covered his head and jumped so high at that moment. What a fool, I forced you to wait for Mr. Chin, old man. When Mr. Chin grows up, I will let you sing conquer 1,000 times. Chin Fong was filled with hatred, and then he sadly discovered that the teleportation array in the Sutra Pavilion had been unilaterally closed by Old Man Shao. Grass. Immediately afterwards, he turned directly to the Sutra Pavilion and began to study the formation. Reading classics can improve his overall strength. Mastering alchemy, weapon refining, talisman making and formation painting can become his own thing and benefit him a lot. What's more, with the previous accumulation of alchemy, weapon refining and talisman making, he had a feeling that he might not be able to spend a week this time on painting the formation. After finishing the painting formation, he could devote himself to practice. After all, if the old man hadn't threatened him with the Sutra Pavilion, he wouldn't have focused on these 4 aspects at least now. Xiao Zhangfang, you can't do this. That kid obviously has such a talent. If we train him, he will definitely become a master of the 4 realms in the future. Are you willing to let him stay in the Sutra Pavilion and be the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion? Then wait for his death in a few hundred years. Sun Qingfang was the first to speak. Sun Qingfang is right. If that kid doesn't have this talent, forget it. We will never look for you. But the problem is that he does, and he is very good. If you don't let him practice with us with such a talent, it will be a waste. You are unreasonable. Jeed became more and more angry as he talked, and his anger made the little old man's beard flutter. Old Shao, we have seen what you are thinking. We are all adults, so there is no need to hide him. Just tell me, why are you willing to let Chin Fong go with us? Chu Chengdao's words were very straightforward. He did not persuade the other party, but directly asked Xiao Zhangfang to put forward conditions. If they can do that, everyone will be happy. After all, who would be willing to fight with a war saint if they can avoid fighting, and also fighting at the gate of his base camp? If you use the Tibetan scripture pavilion to attack them at every turn, isn't this too long for your life? At this time, Chin Fong obviously didn't know that Chu Chengdao and the others had already agreed to Elder Shao's conditions, as long as he allowed them to practice. It was because he didn't know this that he turned all his anger into strength and threw himself on the formation. On the other side, Lin Ru felt like her body was being hollowed out, and she was in despair. Her points were gone again, and this time not even a drop was left, all drained. You know, if Zhou Yu hadn't taken her to do that task, she wouldn't have been able to collect 120 points in such a short period of time. You really think that the points in Jushao Holy Land are like cabbage? That 1 point can be exchanged for 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It's no joke. She wants to wait until the next time she has such a good mission, but she doesn't know how it will be in the year of the monkey. Ah, Lin Ru was roaring in her heart, and her whole body was baring her teeth and claws. On the way back, the outer sect and the handyman disciples all looked at her strangely. Is this woman crazy? Maybe he was stimulated by something. Quick, stay away from her. I'm going to build a foundation soon, but I can't let her aura be contaminated. If I fail to build a foundation, I'll be in trouble. You are the one who is crazy, your whole family is crazy. Lin Ru cursed at the handyman disciple with red eyes, startling him. Are you sick? The disciple retorted, and when he saw Lin Ru rolling up her sleeves and preparing to fight with him, his eyelids jumped and he ran away quickly. This made Lin Ru neither vent her anger nor get into a fight, and there was white smoke on her head from the suffocation. Puff! The moment she returned to her room, Lin Ru couldn't bear it anymore and opened her mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The same situation made her whole body numb. I probably shouldn't have come. If I hadn't come to Jushao Holy Land, I wouldn't have met Chin Fong. If I had not met Chin Fong, I would not have lost contact with Yuanshan. If I hadn't lost contact with my soul, I would be very happy now. Lin Ru murmured and sat on the bed. Suddenly, a hazy aura appeared from her body, and then a look of cuteness appeared in Lin Ru's eyes. Ah, why is there blood again? When did it happen? Lin Ru looked at her body and saw that there was nothing wrong with it, which made her very surprised. Extensive reading of the 9-Ju Formation Sutra, Qualification +30, Understanding +30. Intensive reading of Summary of the Universe Formation, Qualification +50, Understanding +50, Constitution +50, Lifespan +50. Read Complete Interpretation of Elementary Formation Path, carefully, Qualification +100, Understanding +100, Physique +100, Lifespan +100. In the Sutra Pavilion, Chin Fong was reading the first 3 layers of classics on formations one by one, and his overall level was steadily improving. Suddenly, he seemed to be in the world of formations. Wherever his mind went, countless formations were picked up at his fingertips, and formations appeared around him, emitting extraordinary fluctuations. You have mastered Comprehensive Solution to Elementary Formation, Qualification plus 200, Comprehension plus 200, Constitution plus 200, Lifespan plus 200. Due to your concentration and perseverance, while you comprehended the Comprehensive Solution to Elementary Formation Tao, you were recognized by the origin of the formation path between heaven and earth. The affinity of the formation path was plus 100, and at the same time, the arrival of the formation path origin was triggered. Suddenly, one after another prompts appeared in front of Chin Feng's eyes. Immediately afterwards, he felt an extremely majestic energy in the world, falling from the sky, transcending the restrictions and formations of the Tibetan scripture pavilion, and landed directly on his body, completely covering his body. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Chin Fong was stunned, and then he reacted. Isn't this a chance from heaven? Hurry, he doesn't know when this opportunity will disappear, he must take this opportunity to understand it quickly. Although it is only a single formation origin, it is not the all-encompassing origin of heaven and earth. But he is also very satisfied. After all, he is no longer a novice in cultivation, and he understands the weight of the word, origin. If ordinary people want to touch the origin of heaven and earth, in addition to using the origin to build the foundation, they must at least get to this step of the law realm. And he came into contact with it in advance when he was in the body training realm. On the 13th floor of the top floor of the Sutra Pavilion, there was chaos. From time to time, groups of golden light flashed through the chaos, leaving behind a string of golden afterimages. At this moment, Yi Hen, who was wearing white clothes and black hair, suddenly opened his eyes in the center of the 13th floor. The origin of the formation. Which disciple of the Formation Academy achieved enlightenment in the Sutra Pavilion? The next second, Yi Hen's eyes seemed to penetrate the scripture pavilion, scanning downwards layer by layer until he reached Chin Feng's room on the 1st floor. When he saw Chin Feng being enveloped by the huge formation source, Yi Hen's mind was dull for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he realized what he was. He was not a disciple of the Formation Academy, wasn't he the little guy guarding the Sutra Pavilion? We haven't seen each other for a few days, and the origin of the formation has been triggered. What happened to the kidney? At the same time, outside the scripture collection pavilion, Elder Sha had no reaction when he heard Chu Chengdao's words. He made a joke and asked Chin Feng to leave the scripture collection pavilion. How could he earn tickets? Gade was so angry that he subconsciously wanted to take action, but Sun Qingfeng grabbed him. Old man, you have a lot of points, right? Give me 1 million more points, so I can make up for the points I got last time. Sun Qingfeng looked at Gade and blinked, telling him not to act rashly. Chu Chengdao also gave him a calm look. However, at this moment, Chu Lingxian suddenly raised his head as if he noticed something. At the same time, the other 3 people also raised their heads. In the void, a huge source of power fell from the sky and entered the Sutra Pavilion. At this moment, it seems that Chin Feng is the only one in the scripture collection pavilion. No, there is also that old guy Yi Hen. But the problem is, this is the origin of the array. Chu Chengdao blinked, then stared, and rushed out, intending to enter the Sutra Pavilion. Hey, did you forget something before entering the Sutra Pavilion? Although Elder Sha was also aware of the origin of this formation, he did not forget his essential work. At least 120,000 points. Forget your paralysis. Give him a break. Chu Chengdao, who was trying his best to restrain himself, roared and took action instantly. In the Sutra Pavilion, Yi Hen's figure went directly from the 13th floor to the 1st floor, and then entered Chin Feng's room. Chin Feng, on the other hand, did not notice the entry of outsiders at all, and was still immersed in the understanding of the origin of the formation. Although reading classics can improve your strength and understanding, Chin Feng still treats every unexpected gain as a real person. Without him, after all, he wants to live forever and go as far as possible, so he has to value every opportunity. It's impossible to say that because you have a golden finger, then everything depends on the golden finger, right? That's not the case. The golden finger only speeds up the process of you becoming stronger, but how strong you become in the end depends on the individual. This kid is quite capable of doing things. When Yi Hen saw the spiritual soldiers, spiritual talismans, and array discs on the floor of Chin Feng's room, he raised his eyebrows. He didn't pay attention to this kid at first, because if there was anything to pay attention to as a keeper of the Sutra Pavilion, he would turn into a handful of dust in 100 or 200 years. When Wang Chen died some time ago, Xiao Zhangfeng felt a little sad. In his opinion, although Wang Chen was also a disciple of the Holy Land, there were too many Holy Lands for body-building and foundation-building disciples. If everyone died, I have to lament it all over again, but that's not exhausting. But now, he was somewhat impressed by this new little guy who was appointed as the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion. When Xiao Zhangfeng fought with the 4 people before, although he did not take action, he paid attention to that scene, so he also understood a little bit. The reason for the fight between the two sides was because of the boy in front of him. Thinking of this, Yi Han looked at Chin Fong and became curious. Why would such a little guy come to the Tibetan scripture pavilion? On Chin Feng's side, he was swimming in the huge origin of the formation. One by one, novel ideas appeared in his mind like bamboo shoots after a rain, and then he used them in the formation experiments. Some succeeded, some failed, and some achieved unexpected results. Forget your paralysis. Give him a break. The most calm person among the 4 people became the first to take action at this moment. At the same time, Chu Lingxian's eyes flashed with light, and the power around him exploded. A rune instantly formed in the void and struck Xiao Zhangfeng directly. Soul Talisman. Town. The high-pitched voice exploded in Xiao Zhangfeng's ears, with strong suppressive power. Xiao Zhangfeng felt that his body and the soul in his body were frozen at that moment. He is not afraid of fighting. After all, he can suppress these 4 people even if he doesn't use anything. It was precisely because of his mentality that he thought it was impossible for the 4 of them to fight him again. After all, even if they were landlords and rich men, their points would always be limited. However, the origin of this formation happened to come at the wrong time. The 4 of them took action instantly, and Chu Lingxian came up with a holy level soul-suppressing talisman. This guy can even suppress the soul of a saint without even noticing, so why can't he, a semi-saint realm soul, be suppressed? But if Xiao Zhangfeng was suppressed so easily, then he would not be Xiao Zhangfeng. In an instant, Xiao Zhangfeng's body burst into brilliant light. The terrifying power revived in his body, and the runes that sealed the soul in the sea of consciousness were impacted by endless power. Chu Lingxian's expression changed slightly, and even the soul of a saint could be restrained for a moment. How could this old man shall be so strong? Can a war saint really be comparable to a saint? Don't hesitate, fight quickly. Sun Qingfeng spoke, and then took advantage of the moment when Xiao Zhangfeng was breaking the runes, and stuffed a colorful pill directly into the latter's mouth. Then Gade took action and touched Xiao Zhangfeng's body from top to bottom and found out a lot of things. Finally, he even took off Xiao Zhangfeng's clothes, leaving him with only a pair of trousers, but he couldn't find it. To this old man's nameplate. This completely frustrated his wish to take away all the old man's points. Finally, Chu Chengdao took out a formation disc and threw it directly at Xiao Zhangfeng. In an instant, Xiao Zhangfeng's body was directly transferred away by the formation disc. Are you kidding me? Are the holy level transformation formation making a fool of you? Even if you are transferred to the demon clan, it is still possible. In the previous fight, they came in a hurry and didn't have everything ready for them, unlike this time. If you can't display your strength as a war saint, then you are just a half-saint. After getting rid of Xiao Zhangfeng, the 4 of them stepped directly into the Sutra Pavilion and arrived in front of Chin Feng's room. When they saw the man standing behind Chin Fong, they felt numb all over. Yi Hen glanced at the 4 of them. They still had the aura of violence on them. It looked like old man Xiao had fallen into trouble. However, he had no intention of taking action, and the 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Yi Hen had no intention of taking action. To be honest, they were more willing to deal with Xiao Zhangfeng than Yi Hen. After all, this old man always used deadly strikes, even if everyone knew him. Moreover, this old man's strength was even stronger than Xiao Zhangfeng's, and Chu Lingxian was not sure of stopping him instantly. What's more, this was inside the Sutra Pavilion. They had caught Xiao Zhangfang off guard before. At this moment, Chu Chengdao's eyes flashed with light, and the origin of the formation path disappeared. Boy, what have you realized? Chu Chengdao asked eagerly. Quote? Chin Feng's head was still a little confused. After hearing Chu Chengdao's words, he picked up the formation disc in his hand, drew the formation on it, and then activated it. A top-quality spirit-level spirit-gathering formation appeared in front of everyone. The ultimate spirit-gathering array. Chu Chengdao couldn't help but frown. The arrival of the origin of the formation must be due to the opponent's talent for the formation. However, after seeing Chin Feng's top-quality spirit-gathering formation, Chu Chengdao was not sure about Chin Feng's talent. Although you at the Copperskin realm can refine the best spirit-gathering formation at the Foundation Establishment realm, as long as your talent for the formation is not inferior to the other three, but the origin of this formation has arrived, and you have learned this, isn't it a bit strange? Be polite. Perhaps sensing something was wrong with Chu Chengdao, Chin Fong drew 2 more formations on the empty formation plate. The ultimate recovery array. The ultimate siege formation. Chu Chengdao sighed when he saw this scene. Although Chin Feng's talent was still very good, it somewhat disappointed him. Then Chu Chengdao suddenly lost interest and turned around to leave. His expectations were too high, and he couldn't adapt to the gap for a while. After he adapted, he still welcomed Chin Fong. Wait a moment, Yi Hen's voice rang out. 1 million points for each person as punishment for trespassing into the Sutra Pavilion. 1 million points, or a year of suppression, your choice. Yi Hen's words made the 4 of them dumbfounded. If they were suppressed for a year, where would the old faces of the 4 of them be? Afterwards, the 4 people had no choice but to choose 1 million points in humiliation. Well, they lost 2 million points in a few days, which was heartbreaking even for someone at their level. This battle was really a bit of a loss. The 4 of them left the scripture collection pavilion with emotions that they dared not speak out, but Yi Hen returned to his 13th floor with great satisfaction. In addition to each person's 500,000 points last time, and this wave, he alone earned 6 million points. And that old man Xiao only earned 2 million points after all his busy work. He, Yi Hen, was the ultimate winner of this battle. Chin Fong, the central figure in this dispute, also blinked after seeing the 5 people leaving. I personally felt the concentration of my top-quality spirit-gathering array. This concentration of spiritual power is comparable to the best spiritual gathering array in the spiritual light realm. Why are you still not satisfied? And not to mention the recovery array, the monks at the Foundation Establishment realm will recover in just a moment and a half, and even the siege formation can trap the monks at the spiritual light realm. Could it be that they didn't notice it because I was covering it up? After seeing the 4 people leaving, Chin Fong put away the spirit-gathering formation, restoration formation and siege formation. Then he took out an empty formation disc from the ground and began to draw on the formation disc. However, this time, he took a long time to draw. After half an hour, Chin Fong glanced at the already drawn formation disc in his hand, and then activated it. Immediately afterwards, a whirlpool of shimmering light appeared in his room. Upon seeing this, Chin Feng's eyes lit up, and he walked into the whirlpool with the array disc. As he entered, the vortex trembled, shattered, and disappeared into spots of light. If Chu Chengdao was still here, he would definitely be so shocked that his eyes would pop out. One of the most difficult formations is the space formation. This is not something that a mere spirit-level formation mage can dabble in. He must at least become a Dao-level formation mage. In other words, he must be able to draw a Law-level formation. Chin Fong, a boy who is still only in the copper skin realm, can actually draw a space formation. Unfortunately, there is no if. At the same time, Chin Fong looked at the wall of gray chaos in front of him, which was no more than an alien space of less than 10 cubic meters, or a space interlayer, or an independent space. This is the result of his tinkering with the origin of the formation. Through the array disc in his hand, a very stable mezzanine space is directly opened up in the space. Because this mezzanine space is attached to the main space, it can absorb the spiritual energy of the main space. Therefore, in the mezzanine space, gain-type formations such as the spirit-gathering array can also be arranged. He once guessed that Elder Sha must have selfish motives for letting him refine elixirs, refine weapons, make talismans, and draw formations, but people had to bow their heads under the eaves. The identity of the keeper of the Sutra Pavilion must not be given up. Therefore, he could only deal with Elder Sha on the one hand, and seize the time to practice on the other. When one day his cultivation level completely surpasses that of Elder Sha, he will definitely beat him once. Although this old man didn't directly trick him, he indirectly tricked him many times. Therefore, when the origin of the formation came this time, he had two major gains. One was to disguise the power of the formation into an ordinary formation, and the other was to learn a lot of knowledge about space formations. Combined with his previous look at the classics on formations on the first 3 floors of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Although there are only some superficial formations on the first 3 levels, formations such as the siege formation are also an extremely superficial use of space. Therefore, he now has the formation that can directly open up a small independent space. The advantage of this formation is that it is secretive enough that it would be difficult for ordinary people to detect it unless it was a saint with a divine soul. Secondly, because it is attached to the main space, it shares the aura of the main space and can practice in it. Third, it is able to isolate everything that happens in the outside world. Of course, when Chin Fong was drawing the formation, he deliberately opened a back door so that news about Elder Sha could come in. Otherwise, it would be difficult if Elder Sha came in and didn't find him. However, what he didn't know was that Elder Sha was no longer at the door of the scripture deposit pavilion at this moment. He is not even in the 9 heavens holy land anymore. Roar! The roar exploded the heaven and the earth, and the terrifying power rushed straight into the sky, making the world tremble. A peerless ferocious beast with a single horn on its head, limbs like dragon claws, and countless barbs on its tail looked up to the sky and roared. The violent momentum exploded the world, and countless ferocious beasts trembled and knelt on the ground under this momentum. Bah! At the same time, a deafening scream resounded across the sky, and the sound was so loud that a dark crack ripped through the sky. A flaming red phoenix dyed the entire sky red, carrying a monstrous power, and crashed into the ferocious beast. In an instant, the two strange beasts collided. The violent impact swept through billions of miles of space, and countless cracks appeared one after another. At this moment, this space was as dilapidated as a rag sack, and even the ferocious beasts that were kneeling on the ground died as a result. Red gold blood swayed, and the painful roar distorted the space, making it look like a doomsday scene. However, just as the violent impact broke out, an old man wearing nothing but white pants suddenly appeared above the shock wave. Feeling the huge power coming from under his buttocks, the cool breeze suddenly made Xiao Zhangfeng's face change. Chu Chengdao, it belongs to your uncle. And Sun Qingfeng, Gade, you wait for me. Xiao Zhangfeng's power broke through the influence of the soul-suppressing talisman, directly restored his combat power, and slapped a palm towards the shock wave below. A huge handprint fell from the sky, pressing against the violent impact below. Boom! In an instant, the impact was shattered directly, and the two alien beasts that were fighting all turned their gazes to the big handprint that covered the sky and the sun. Human race, this is not a place for you to come. Get out of here. At this moment, a voice sounded in Xiao Zhangfeng's ears, and then a huge force hit Xiao Zhangfeng's body without any warning, beating him into a star. Mad, this is the great forest of 10,000 beasts in southern Xinjiang, FKUCK me. All the bones in Xiao Zhangfeng's body were creaking, and the force almost pulled his body apart. The opponent's strength has reached the peak of Saint Realm. If he hadn't been practicing his body for many years, and if he had a holy weapon on his body, if someone else had been hit by that blow just now, he would most likely have been destroyed. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhangfeng hated those 4 guys even more. The first to bear the brunt was Chu Chengdao. This guy used the Heaven Transformation formation to teleport him from Dongwang to southern Xinjiang. It will take a long time for me to return to the Holy Land now. The Eastern Wasteland, Southern Border, Western Desert, Arctic, and Zhongzhou are collectively called the 5 domains, and they form the world beneath our feet. The area of each domain is vast and extremely large. Even a half-saint like Xiao Zhangfeng would find it difficult to complete a domain in his entire life. Only through teleportation or ray or space movement can you reach another place in a shorter time. Where is the city with the teleportation array closest to the Wanshu forest? At this time, Xiao Zhangfang not only knew very little about southern Xinjiang, but the key was that he was also lost. Then he encountered a powerful strange beast, an ancient demon ape in the Saint Realm. Now, if he hadn't fought tooth and nail to protect his pants, he would have run naked. Mom, I'll get myself some Saint Soldier pants next time. As soon as Xiao Zhangfang got away from the entanglement of the ancient saint-level demon ape, a giant python that reached the sky opened its smelly mouth and bit him directly. With a gasp, he dodged away, and then there was a gaping hole in his trousers. Now the fool is fooled. I'm sorry, Chu Chengdao, I'm not done with you. As for Chu Chengdao, the culprit, he never expected that Xiao Zhangfang, whose key parts were white, would stage an escape adventure in southern Xinjiang. If he knew this, he would definitely regret not seeing this wonderful scene with his own eyes. Half a year later, in the scripture collection pavilion, Chin Fong stretched slowly, and his bones made a crackling sound. This is spiritual practice. Chin Fong missed the past 6 months very much. He didn't know what happened, but the old man disappeared for half a year. Then Elder Yi Hen, who was on the 13th floor of the Sutra Pavilion, replaced Elder Sha and became the ticket seller of the Sutra Pavilion. Of course, it's the same rocking chair, but the person lying on it is different. Moreover, Yi Hen did not feel sorry for Chin Fong. Chin Fong felt that it was awkward to partner with him. The past half year was also a rare period of leisure for him. Sun Qingfeng and Gade seemed to be very jealous of Yi Hen. He had not appeared since he left last time, and the girl Lin Ru also did not come again. As for him, he occasionally receives challenges from the disciples of the Fourth Academy. In his spare time, he will practice with those guys. The main thing is practice. After finally forcing the old man to be away, if he didn't seize the time to practice, what if he came back one day, wouldn't he have to be busy again? So, taking advantage of half a year, Chin Fong read through all the classics on the first 3 floors of the scripture collection pavilion, and also read some of the classics on the 4th floor. After all, his strength has not reached the point where he can ignore the restrictions of the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Although it has weakened him countless times, it is still a place that only disciples of the Yuanshan realm can go up. He already feels very satisfied. Bar. Name, Chin Fong. Qualification, 5th grade, 157,650 200,000ths. Comprehension, 5th grade, 157,650 200,000ths. Physique, invincible king body, 9,100 100,000ths. Lifespan, 390 years and 300 days remaining. Cultivation, body forging realm, marrow cleansing, 521 thousandths. Exercise techniques. Jushao Zhengfa, 2nd level, Alchemy Emperor Sutra, 1st chapter, True Interpretation of Qi Dao, 1st chapter, Talisman Sutra, 1st chapter, Formation Dao Sutra, 1st chapter. Martial arts. 9 heavens wind and thunder palm, powerful bull demon fist, 9 heavens thunder escape, sky destroying drawing sword technique. Secret methods. 5 senses sealing, consciousness sealing, sky sealing technique, melting pot technique, heavenly forging technique, void condensation talisman, formation path heavenly solution. Supernatural powers. Forging the golden body, blue blood divine Shi, muscular dragon fansion, bone pattern inscription formation, cleansing the marrow and cutting the body. In the past 6 months, I have made great progress. Not only have my qualifications and understanding directly jumped from the 7th level to the 5th level, but I am not far away from the 4th level. The psychic body has also evolved into an undefeated king's body, and its lifespan has been greatly increased. Now my lifespan is almost comparable to that of the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. The lifespan at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm is 500 years, but his current lifespan is less than 410 years. Not only that, after in-depth study of the Body Sutra, he also gained 2 magical powers in the Bone Forging realm and the Marrow Cleansing realm, the Bone Pattern Inscription Formation and the Marrow Cleansing Body. The former uses the power of the body meridian to inscribe on his bones to form a formation. When he activates the formation during battle, he can exert far greater power than before. The latter uses Yuan force to stimulate the spinal cord in the body, causing the spinal cord to burst out with powerful vitality, so that no matter how serious the injury is, it will recover very quickly, just like the nirvana of a phoenix. His current 5 magical powers can be said to make him have no shortcomings, and his own power has reached an unprecedented level of terror. It's just that, as a guard of the Sutra Pavilion, he doesn't have to fight. Who told him to be a librarian? Jingle. At this moment, Chin Fong received the message from Elder Yi, stood up directly, and left his own small independent space. The small space today is much larger than the space half a year ago, already more than 100 cubic meters in size. This is also a reflection of the improvement in the strength of his formations in the past 6 months. Moreover, in this space, he even placed a top-quality spirit gathering formation that is enough to support the cultivation of strong people in the spiritual light realm. In itself, the spiritual power in the Sutra Pavilion is much richer than that in other places in the Holy Land. After all, the Sutra Pavilion is a forbidden place on the one hand, and it is also a treasure of the Holy Land on the other. There are millions of volumes of classics stored in it, which must not only be cultivated through spiritual power, but also used to run the scripture pavilion. On this basis, Chin Fong set up a top-quality spirit-gathering array. This makes his cultivation environment comparable to that of an elder in the Holy Land. It is also enough to show how poor Wang Chen's cultivation talent was at the beginning. In this environment, he was only at the first level of the foundation establishment realm. On the other side, Wang Zan walked out of the Sutra Pavilion formation and saw Chin Fong and the Body Sutra in the latter's hand. Junior brother still understands me. Wang Zan hugged his fist. In the past 6 months, every time he recovered, he would come to the Tibetan Sutra Pavilion to observe the Body Sutra, and then go through it all over again. Of course, when Elder Sha was here, he could help him recover, but Elder Yi's indifferent temperament had no intention of taking action. Fortunately, Chin Fong was able to persuade Elder Yi and help him recover. Since then, his relationship with Chin Fong has greatly improved, and he also knows that this guy had no other thoughts about Qian Hong, Zhang Dao, Xiao Zhang and others before. It's just that there are too many exercises in the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. Some of the exercises with side effects and minor problems are not recorded in the exercise books at all. Instead, they have to be found in other annotations. It is inevitable for Chin Fong to make omissions. In the past 6 months, he has never made any previous omissions. And because of Elder Yi, he didn't dare to risk his own death every time. Although the cultivation effect was not as good as when Elder Sha was here before, his foundation has been greatly enhanced in half a year. Both physical level and combat power have improved a lot. Recently, he has felt that the accumulation has reached a critical point, and he must break through next. Therefore, after reading the Body Sutra this time, he was going to challenge Reimu, the number 1 in the inner sect. He hopes that he will be promoted to the core disciple as the number 1 in the inner sect. 2 hours later, Wang Zan's body was soaked with sweat, his face was red and purple, and white gas was constantly coming out of his body. To be honest, Chin Fong still admires Wang Zan's fierceness, no wonder he can become the 3rd in the inner sect. Thank you so much, junior brother. Wang Zan looked at Chin Fong with a grateful face, and the latter helped him up, who was already exhausted. At the same time, Yi Hen, who was lying on the rocking chair, suddenly felt that a dark shadow in front of him blocked the sunlight. Subconsciously he opened his eyes. You're back. It seems like I've been having a great time these past 6 months. Yi Hen looked at Elder Sha up and down. Although he looked like a dog in his clothes, he could detect the tragic aura and vicissitudes of life on his body. Where was this sent to? Yi Hen was a little curious, but he was not the kind of person who wanted to get to the bottom of things. After seeing Xiao Zhangfeng coming back, he returned to his 13th level in a flash. When Elder Sha saw this, he walked into the scripture depository pavilion with a gloomy expression. Then at that moment, their eyes met. Chin Fong. Oops, it feels like a heart attack. Why is this old man back? Although Chin Fong also thought that Elder Sha would never come back. The reason why he disappeared for so long was probably because he was on a mission or something else. However, he didn't expect that this guy would come back after only half a year, which made him feel that his vacation was about to end and his homework was not done yet, and he felt very panicked. After all, when the old man is here, there is no time when he doesn't want to find trouble. However, he then thought about it. What was he afraid of? The weapon refining, talisman making, and formation painting that Elder Sha mentioned before, plus the previous alchemy refining, he has reached the spiritual level in all 4 levels, completely meeting the conditions set by the other party and exceeding the standard. Thinking of this, Chin Fong gained a lot of confidence and became more natural when facing Elder Shao. Wang Zan, I have met Elder Shao. On the other side, Wang Zan was undoubtedly the happiest when seeing Elder Shao. After all, Elder Shao is back, so he can go all out to practice the body scriptures without any scruples. Now that he has tasted the benefits, he is ready to accumulate his wealth to the limit in one go, and then be promoted to the core with the momentum of being the #1 person in the inner sect. Therefore, how important is an elder who can help him heal? Elder Shao glanced at Wang Zan with unusually dull eyes, and then looked at Chin Fong. Although Chin Fong was confident in his heart, the difference in strength between him and Elder Shao was too big. Even just looking at each other made him feel heavy pressure. A lot had definitely happened in the 6 months since the old man disappeared. Fortunately, Elder Shao didn't say anything, just came in and took a look at the two of them before turning and leaving. ? Chin Fong was confused. This was not Elder Shao's style. According to his assumption, shouldn't the old man check his formation cultivation as soon as he comes back? Why did he leave after just one glance at the two of them? Something is wrong, something is very wrong. At this moment, Chin Fong noticed something was wrong with Elder Shao. He originally guessed what happened to Elder Shao within half a year, but now it seems that he was right. But he had no way of knowing what happened, and they certainly wouldn't tell him. After all, it's a good thing if you don't cause trouble for yourself. Then Chin Fong sent Wang Zan out of the scripture collection pavilion, and then returned to the room, got into the independent space he had created, and started reading the classics. At the same time, Elder Shao glanced at his rocking chair after leaving the Sutra Pavilion, and then waved his hand. The rocking chair turned into dust like weathering, and dissipated in a breeze. Then, he took a step forward and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Chu Chengdao didn't know why today, but he always felt like he was having heart palpitations. This made him absent-minded when drawing formations, and he had already failed 2 holy formations in a row. You know, this is not a Tao-level formation or a heaven-level formation. This is a holy-level formation that is useful even against saints. The consumables of the light formation cost more than 1,000,000 points, and there are also precious materials that he has collected for many years. The total amount directly made Chu Chengdao's face tremble subconsciously. Too expensive. It hurts so much. At this moment, Chu Chengdao felt an inexplicable warning in his heart, and a crisis broke out directly above him. Looking around, Xiao Zhangfeng's figure appeared in Chu Chengdao's field of vision. Old Xiao, if you have something to say, please tell me. Let's not do anything. Chu Chengdao finally understood why he was suffering from heart palpitations. The reason was from Xiao Zhangfeng. Feeling the suppressed anger in Xiao Zhangfeng, he knew that the other party was really angry this time. If it were him, he would definitely be more explosive than Xiao Zhangfeng. He understood, but that didn't mean he approved of the other party's actions. And the target of the attack was himself. Besides, you can't completely blame him for this. After all, if you weren't so dirty, how could things have evolved to the point where the 4 of them teamed up to kill him alone? But, it's useless to say anything at this time. It was too late, but soon, Xiao Zhangfeng's power came across the sky like a rainbow and came to Chu Chengdao. This power was extremely concentrated, and because it only targeted Chu Chengdao, it did not emit power and affect the surrounding environment. But Chu Chengdao faced the power of this force head-on. This guy is really planning to kill him. Chu Chengdao's eyelids jumped. Although he was a saint-level formation master, he had to be given time to set up the formation in order to have combat power comparable to that of a saint. It's not like Xiao Zhangfeng, who has combat power comparable to that of a saint. Caught off guard, the 2 top-level Tao-level formations he had deployed one after another were all shattered by the terrifying power. The next second, Chu Chengdao only felt an extremely fierce force hitting his body. Boom! The loud noise not only shocked everyone in the formation courtyard, but even the Danyuan, Qiwan and Fuyuan were so far apart that they all realized that something must have happened in the formation courtyard. This is Lao Chu's aura, and that guy's aura. Grass. Gate immediately moved out of Qi Dao Mountain and rushed towards the formation Dao Valley. At the same time, Sun Qingfeng and Chu Lingxian also left the Danyuan and Fuyuan. After moving Xiao Zhangfeng away earlier, the four of them knew that this guy would definitely not give up when he came back in the future. Therefore, the four of them also made a decision. If this guy comes back, it would be fine if he doesn't cause trouble for them. Once he does, it will be fine. Any trouble caused by one of them must be followed by the others. We are still prepared for 4 against 1, what are we afraid of? While Xiao Zhangfeng was having love with Chu Chengdao, Chin Fong was gradually improving in his practice in his own small space. Now he can perform the 1st to 5th postures of the Body Sutra without relying on the 2 secret methods of 5 senses sealing and consciousness sealing. The range of movements is exactly the same as in the Body Sutra. The power in his body is like a blue dragon coming out of the sea, washing every inch of his body. Wherever the power passes, Chin Feng's body will become stronger. Fine beads of sweat were secreted from everywhere on Chin Feng's body. Each drop of sweat was gray-red, containing impurities from Chin Feng's body. The closer you get to the back, the more transparent the sweat secreted by Chin Feng's body becomes, and there is even a faint fragrance in the sweat. The 5 realms of body training, copper skin, meat refining, tendon strengthening, bone breaking, and marrow washing, tap the potential of the body from the 5 aspects of skin, flesh, tendon, and periosteum, laying a solid foundation for the foundation of the Tao. Among them, when the monk reached the step of marrow cleansing, the power all over his body condensed into one force, and at the same time, Yuanli was born in his body, and his power increased dramatically. Now, Chin Fong could not estimate how powerful his body was. All I know is that it is very strong. Buzz. Suddenly, Chin Fong, who was practicing the Body Movement Sutra, suddenly felt that his thoughts seemed to be infinitely magnified at this moment, so much so that he could even feel that if he wanted to, he might be able to absorb it from the sun. Energy. Thinking of this, Chin Fong somehow wanted to try the power of the sun. Then, as he thought, a blazing energy fell from the sun and headed straight for the 9 heavens holy land. At the same time, in the Wenshan Pavilion, one of the 12 forbidden areas in Jushao Holy Land, there was a huge cauldron that was bronze-colored and shone with metallic luster. Around the giant cauldron, there are several figures accompanying it all year round. Suddenly, the giant cauldron shook violently, and then a bright divine light erupted from the cauldron. These figures opened their eyes in shock. The questioning heaven cauldron is vibrating. Inform the elders quickly. A middle-aged man shouted with a serious expression. A figure then punched out a rune. After a moment, an old man without any breath suddenly appeared in Wenshan Pavilion. The old man moved to the giant cauldron and looked at the scene inside the giant cauldron. In that scene, the bright sun's light surged and shook the void. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the sky and the earth, turning the entire world into scorched earth. The big sun shakes. Is it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Could it be that something went wrong somewhere? The somewhat solemn eyes revealed that the old man's mood at the moment was not as relaxed as he appeared. Pay close attention to the movements of the Tianding cauldron and notify me if there are any changes. If only the Wenshan cauldron was vibrating, although the situation would have an impact, it would not be serious enough to subvert the Holy Land. After the old man said this, he left the Wenshan Pavilion directly. And just when he stepped out of Wenshan Pavilion, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The big sun above the sky has expanded a lot more than before, and the surrounding temperature has also risen a lot. This is. Before the old man could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly shot up to the sky. Boom. The next second, extremely hot energy enveloped Jushao Holy Land, and even the defensive formations of the Holy Land were activated by this energy. The impact of this energy was so strong that it even penetrated the defensive formation and affected the environment in the Holy Land. For a time, the temperature in Jushao Holy Land increased with a terrifying upward trend, and everyone was aware of this change. Even the battle between Xiao Zhangfeng and Chu Chengdao stopped at this moment. Xiao Zhangfeng. Yi Hen's voice rang in Elder Shao's ears. The latter ignored Chu Chengdao and the 4 others, took a step forward and disappeared from the spot. Immediately afterwards, the 2 of them jumped into the sky and rushed towards the sky. 2 colors of light, one black and one white, flowed between the 2 people, and incomparably majestic power rose up from their bodies, integrating into the Holy Land defense formation. At the same time, the two of them were also exposed to the blazing energy, and their expressions changed. You must know that even they must face the power of the sun seriously, not to mention that there are so many disciples in this Holy Land. What if this power comes to the Holy Land? Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't let this energy enter Jushao Holy Land. But sometimes, things happen that they can't stop. It was as if the extremely tight strings suddenly broke at this moment, and the temperature increase brought by the energy caused all the disciples in the Holy Land to resist. Those handyman disciples who are still in the body-forging realm are like ants on a hot pot. If they continue, the water in their bodies will soon be dried out and they will be left alone. Xiao Zhangfang and Yi Hen were also stunned for a moment. The defensive formation of the Holy Land was of a very high level, and even if a Saint King came, they might not be able to break through it. However, neither of them thought that this energy could actually affect the Holy Land through the formation. This time, the two of them were very worried. If a solution is not found, the young disciples in the Holy Land will be in danger. It's a bit big. Chin Fong originally wanted to see if the energy in the sun could also be used for practice. As a result, it ended up like this. He didn't expect that this energy could be so destructive. A little anxious, he tried to use all the strength in his body to pull the energy falling from the sun. Not to mention, he could actually mobilize part of this energy. In an instant, invisible energy entered Chin Feng's body without anyone noticing. Then, Chin Feng's body was as red as a cooked shrimp at this moment. Hiss! Chin Fong only felt that his bones were tingling and his blood became extremely hot. For this reason, he had to activate the bone pattern inscription array and let the patterns on the bones swallow the energy of the sun. Boom! The next second, Chin Fong in the independent small space directly turned into a burning man. The energy of the sun is too strong, and it is far beyond what a little guy like him can resist. At the time of the crisis of life and death, Chin Fong suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and began to engrave the sun on his bones. Soon, the moment the sun was carved, it seemed to come alive. It began to rotate on Chin Feng's bones, and finally formed the red gold sun pattern. The formed great sun divine pattern activated its terrifying devouring power, swallowing up all the energy of the great sun within Chin Feng's body. Seeing this, Chin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This sudden incident was finally resolved. Not only did he successfully harvest a great sun divine pattern, but he also convinced Chin Feng that this body sutra was really a treasure, and it contained everything that was difficult to describe. At the same time, both the elder who came out of Wenshan Pavilion and Xiao Zhangfang and Yi Hen all looked confused. Because just now, that terrifying energy dissipated like this. The three of them looked at each other, but they all didn't know why the sudden energy disappeared. Are you kidding me? You have deeply comprehended the T Sutra, and in the process of understanding, you have absorbed the energy of the sun and used it for your own use. You have mastered the Great Sun Divine Pattern. Qualification plus 200, Comprehension plus 200, Physique 200, Lifespan 200, Cultivation 200. Great Sun Divine Pattern. One stage can be upgraded, a kind of Supreme Divine Pattern. When activated, one's own combat power can skyrocket, gaining power beyond the origin of fire. There will be new changes after upgrading. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Chin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this Great Sun Pattern so awesome? It can actually surpass the origin of fire. Wait, if that's the case, can I use the power of the Great Sun Pattern to build the foundation? A flash of thought flashed in Chin Feng's eyes, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. After all, the Five Elements Origin Foundation is already a heavenly grade foundation. And the power of the Great Sun God Pattern surpasses the origin of fire, so doesn't it mean that the power he used to build the foundation has surpassed the heavenly grade? That's not right, the Great Sun Pattern is so awesome. The Body Sutra that includes the 54 movements must be even more awesome. If practicing the Body Sutra can build a foundation, it will definitely be the strongest Tao foundation. Thinking of this, Chin Feng's eyes flashed with intense light. At that moment, it was as if you were walking in a fog and suddenly saw a light appearing in front of you, guiding you in the direction of progress. Now that he was not far away from establishing the foundation, he had to make preparations. I hate the power of this sun the most. On the other side, Lin Ru's facial features seemed to be squeezed together. She never wanted to experience the scorching hot experience just now. If she had soul, she would definitely not be as uncomfortable as she is now. When she talked about her experience, she couldn't help but think of what happened half a year ago. On horseback, her soul has been away for half a year and has not returned yet. The problem is that she can detect that there is no other problem with the soul, it is simply out of contact. Lin Ru had never hated someone so much before, and Chin Fong was the first one. Ah, sneeze. Who keeps nagging me behind my back? In the independent space, Chin Fong had just finished his training. This time, he was able to turn the corner. Not only did the bone pattern inscription array in his body have a kind of sun pattern, but he also did not let himself be exposed in this unexpected incident. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. You know, the reason why he was able to be in the Tibetan scripture pavilion was because he had no talent before. In addition, Wang Chen's deadline was approaching, and the background of his parents' accidental death also had some bonus points, so Wang Chen came to find him. Got him. After all, there were some handyman disciples with extremely poor talents who were in a similar situation to him at that time. This can be regarded as his fate. He met Wang Chen, then entered the scripture collection pavilion, and then discovered that reading classics can make him stronger. If it were to be discovered now that he was able to practice and his talent was acceptable, then he would definitely not be able to do his job as the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion. The problem is that he is not willing to leave the scripture collection pavilion now. He has to wait until he has finished all the books in the scripture collection pavilion. Therefore, he had to take seriously any situation that put him in danger, just like the 3 conditions of spiritual weapons, spiritual talismans, and spiritual formations mentioned by Elder Sha before. Although he knew that the other party must have bad intentions, in order not to leave the Sutra Pavilion, he could only go all out to refine the best spiritual weapons, spiritual talismans and spiritual formations. In 2 days, we can build the foundation. However, we still need to study the feasibility and success rate of using body meridian to build foundations. Although Chin Fong has an improved version of the perfect foundation establishment pill that has reached the first line realm, he has no idea of using the foundation establishment pill to build the foundation. What a joke! Even though this foundation establishment pill was countless times more effective than the Jushao Holy Land's foundation establishment pill, he didn't want to use it. After all, after this thing establishes the foundation, it will affect the future path of practice. No matter how perfect the foundation building pill is, it cannot be as good as the foundation building of the 5 elements of evil energy, let alone the foundation building of the original power. And how far you can go on the road of spiritual practice represents how long a monk can live. If nothing else, he wants to pursue immortality, so he must have a great goal and do whatever it takes. Chin Fong subconsciously arranged a top-grade spiritual weapon in the room. However, the moment he touched the top-grade spiritual weapon, a blazing energy burst out from his hand. The top-grade spiritual weapon, which was as strong as a heavenly weapon, was directly melted into a puddle under Chin Feng's eyes. Metallic liquid. Quote? Chin Feng was dumbfounded. No, what's going on? Nothing has changed. What happened? He looked at his slightly red palm. Could he easily emit such a high temperature? At this moment, Chin Feng was a little panicked, and then he picked up another top-grade spiritual weapon. Fortunately, Elder Sha gave him enough materials last time. Perhaps he was afraid that he would not have a finished product after using them up, so he specially gave a lot of them. As a result, Chin Feng indirectly sent Elder Sha away at a rate of 1 batch per week. As a result, after these materials were turned into physical objects, they have been placed in Chin Feng's small room by categories. The moment the spirit soldier took hold, Chin Feng's palm burst out with blazing energy again. This time, he realized that the source of this energy was the bone pattern inscription array in his body, and it was erupted from the sun pattern that had just been inscribed. He was silent as he watched the spiritual weapon in his hand turn into a pool of metallic liquid again. The 2 figures collided violently, and the powerful momentum caused ripples in the space. As Wang Zan moved his hands and feet, his whole body was emitting a faint light, and his powerful spiritual power blasted towards the beautiful figure in front of him. This attack was several times stronger than his previous attack. Ling Meng raised his eyebrows. Although the expression on his face was still calm, there was a rare hint of surprise in his eyes. As the number one in the inner sect, she didn't know that Wang Zan, the third in the inner sect, had always wanted to challenge her. However, no matter how Wang Zan challenged him or how many times he challenged her, her strength was always at the head of Wang Zan's side. Therefore, Ling Meng was a little surprised when he saw that Wang Zan's attacks after half a year were much stronger than before. After all, they have reached the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual light realm. If they do not advance to the Yuanshan realm, it will not be so easy to improve their strength. In an instant, Wang Zan's attack came in front of Ling Meng. Ling Meng waved his hands, and a cold light burst out and hit Wang Zan's attack. Boom! A powerful impact rushed towards the two of them. Reimu stepped back, while Wang Zan carried the impact alone and pursued them. Defeat me! Wang Zan shouted loudly, and the light around him reached its peak at this moment. The aura and spiritual power merged together, and he punched Ling Meng. Not necessarily. Ling Meng shouted softly, and the spiritual light in his body also exploded. The powerful spiritual power was concentrated on his right hand, and he also punched it. Boom! The violent collision set off a gust of wind. Crack! There was a sound of bone cracking, and then Ling Meng's face showed a touch of pain, his body flew backwards, and his right hand was broken. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. In this competition between the two, she lost. Although they were only competing physically, she knew that even if they were competing in martial arts, she might not win. How did Wang Zan practice in the past 6 months? Why does she feel that Wang Zan hasn't used his full strength yet? Is this possible? There was a rare trace of confusion on Ling Meng's always plain face. Cool. This is a true reflection of Wang Zan's heart at this moment. He and another guy have been suppressed by Ling Meng for many years. During this period, they also challenged Ling Meng countless times. But Reimu's bottomless strength has been keeping the two of them steady. And this result completely changed after he practiced the Body Sutra. Wang Zan was very excited, but he suppressed his excitement and turned around and left. In front of the scripture collection pavilion, Wang Zan looked at Elder Sha, whom he had not seen for half a year, and wanted to say something, but he could tell that Elder Sha was not in a good mood, and he was sensible enough not to say much. Wang Zan has met Elder Sha, and his disciple wants to enter the scripture collection pavilion. Before he could finish his words, Wang Zan's disciple nameplate was already in Elder Shao's hand, and he lost the 960 points that allowed him to go straight to the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Although he was not going to the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion this time, Wang Zan, who was happy, did not feel sorry for the 960 points. After receiving the disciple nameplate, Wang Zan quickly walked into the teleportation array. Chin Fong, who was originally depressed, received news from Elder Sha and quickly came to the teleportation array to wait. Then he saw Wang Zan's figure. Didn't he just come here before? It's only been a few days and he recovered so quickly. It seems that the effect of this Body Sutra has been reflected. Although Chin Fong was confused, he still went forward. Junior brother Chin Fong, brother Yu, I have to thank you so much. Wang Zan's words stunned Chin Fong. What's going on? Seeing Chin Feng's expression, Wang Zan knew that this junior brother might not remember him anymore. But just because he doesn't remember, doesn't mean he doesn't remember. After all, if it weren't for Chin Feng's advice, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate his physical skills to where he is now in half a year. Although, he still didn't succeed in practicing the movements. But his strength has still made great progress. Not only that, his physical strength has also been greatly improved. There is a sect in the Eastern Wasteland called the Tea Sect. Although it is not ranked in the Holy Land, its influence cannot be underestimated. This is because this is a pure body refining sect that takes the path of defeating all laws with one force. The physical strength of the disciples of the sect at various stages of cultivation is the best in the mainland, and only very few people with extraordinary talents can match it. He estimated that his current physical strength was comparable to that of the senior disciples of the Tizong spiritual light realm. And this result was all due to Chin Feng's inadvertent suggestion. Junior brother may have forgotten the time when I practiced physical training for my brother. There was a danger. If junior brother hadn't reminded me in time, I would have spent the past 6 months in bed. Furthermore, Junior brother's advice also allowed Brother Wei to make some progress in physical education. Now Brother Wei has fulfilled his wish and became the #1 in the inner sect. A hearty smile appeared on Wang Zan's face, and he directly handed Chin Fong a storage bag containing 100 middle-grade spiritual stones. Chin Fong raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior brother, I accept your wishes and forget about the things. It is my duty to help the senior brothers and sisters who come to the Sutra Pavilion. The diligence of the senior brothers is also the reason for my extra words. After all, this technique is somewhat evil," Chin Fong said with some embarrassment. "Isn't it evil? I have almost become a mobile furnace now. If it weren't for the fact that it wouldn't melt if it didn't touch something, he would be invisible now. It's because of my brother Meng Lang. I will remember my junior brother's love. In the future, if junior brother leaves the Sutra Pavilion, he must go to the inner gate to find me. Brother will definitely prepare good wine and food for junior brother. Thank you very much, senior brother." Chin Fong was also very happy that Wang Zan could gain something. Wang Zan took back the storage bag in his hand, then turned and left, with no intention of going up to the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. Now that the biggest thought in his heart was over, it was time for him to advance to the Yuanshan realm. After all, with his 5-element evil spirit foundation building talent, the aura realm is far from his end. I'm just too busy making other people happy, and my own affairs haven't been resolved yet. After sending Wang Zan away, Chin Fong showed a hint of worry on his face. Suddenly, his expression suddenly changed, and the great sun pattern in his body was activated, this time even without touching a physical object. With this activation, Chin Feng's whole body erupted with a bright golden light. This sudden change startled Chin Fong. It's not that he's feeling unwell, on the contrary, he's in good condition. But he was worried. After all, there was a big boss in the Sutra Pavilion. After thinking about it, he dodged back to his room and activated the mystic formation in the room. This is a spirit-level formation that he has created in his spare time in the past 6 months. It has no offensive and defensive capabilities, but it can conceal the situation within the formation. What people outside the formation see is fundamentally different from what people inside the formation experience. Although he also knew that his spiritual formation, even the best spiritual formation, could not block Yi Hen's gaze. But at any rate, he has a talent for drawing formations. It is normal for him to develop a new formation by himself. To this end, he also set up a trigger mechanism around the teleportation array of the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. Once someone approaches, he will be able to detect it and come out of the small space in advance. We are not afraid of forcing the old man to come, but we are afraid of forcing the old man to launch a surprise attack. Do you think it's easy? When practicing, you have to worry about this and that. It's not enough to be tiring all day long. At this time, in an independent space, Chin Fong directly activated the top-quality spirit gathering array. The extremely rich spiritual power of the Scripture Depository Pavilion itself became even richer under the gathering of the spirit gathering formation, almost liquid, causing Chin Feng's strength to steadily increase. At the same time, he was also manipulating the bone pattern inscription array in his body, trying to stop the Great Sun divine pattern. But this guy, even though it's engraved on his bones, seems a bit disobedient. Although the divine pattern did not cause any harm to his body, when it was activated, his body felt warm. Even the Jushao Jungfa that he was practicing ran twice as fast under this power. But the problem is, he doesn't want to be a radiant saint. Isn't this the same as telling someone directly that they have a problem? It's not a big problem, there's a way. Chin Feng's face showed a hint of determination. Since the Great Sun Mark couldn't listen to it no matter what, he would find another guy to talk to it. A few hours later, when the night fell and the bright moon was in the sky, he activated the first 5 postures of the body meridian and instantly entered the state of cultivation. With his mind amplified, Chin Fong began to communicate with the bright moon in the sky. Suddenly, a cold energy floated down from the bright moon and went straight to the holy land of 9 heavens. In the Asking Heaven Pavilion, one of the 12 forbidden areas in the 9 heavens holy land, the Asking Heaven cauldron shook again. A silver-white bright moon rose up in the vision of the Wenshan cauldron, and its power directly shook the sky, causing the Wenshan cauldron to buzz continuously. Grass. Ask why the Tianding is vibrating again. Contact the elders quickly. All the figures in the Wenshan Pavilion became busy again, and soon the elder who had appeared before appeared again. After taking a look at the Wenshan Pavilion, he walked away and appeared in the sky above Jushao Holy Land. At the same time, Xiao Zhangfeng outside the Scripture Depository Pavilion and Yi Hen on the 13th floor opened their eyes instantly, and both left the Scripture Depository Pavilion and appeared next to the elder. At this moment, the three people's faces were extremely gloomy, and the extremely cold energy above their heads made them furious. Who is it? How dare you play tricks on our Nine Heavens Holy Land like this? He is provoking. Su He, the second elder of the inner courtyard, looked gloomy, and the anger in his heart was about to burst out. Stop him first and then go to that guy to settle the score. I thought it was not intentional before, but now it seems that we need to activate the sky mirror. Elder Shao's expression was not very good. Although the last energy arrival interrupted the battle between him and Chu Chengdao, it did not mean that he had forgotten that incident. Do they know what happened to him during the 6 months he left the Holy Land? They don't know, they only know how to use swords against their own people. Thinking of the unbearable half a year, Elder Shao would have nightmares even when he was practicing. It's impossible for those 4 guys not to pay the price. It was too late, but soon, the cold bright moon energy came to the top of the 3 people's heads in an instant. Just when the 3 people were about to go all out, the energy suddenly disappeared. Chapter 71. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Su He, Xiao Zhangfeng and Yi Hen seemed to feel like a crow was flying above their heads, cursing in their mouths. The veins on Xiao Zhangfeng's forehead popped out. This old man has been in a bad mood recently, and then this happens. Do you think he can be happy? He was so happy. Then, he flashed and left the place. Su He and Yi Hen saw this and followed closely. Jushao Holy Land, Jiantianyuan, one of the 12 forbidden places. Jiantianyuan is named after the treasured Jiantian mirror in the courtyard. The heaven-appreciating mirror is one of the most precious treasures of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. It not only has the ability to discern the secrets of heaven, but also can see people's hearts clearly. Therefore, after recruiting disciples in Jushao Holy Land, they will secretly take a look at them with a sky-gazing mirror. If there are people with ulterior motives, they will be made to disappear. Xiao Zhangfeng and the other 3 entered the Jiantian Academy one after another. Tian Chenzi, the dean of the Jiantian Academy, was already waiting by the Jiantian mirror. Oh my God, activate the sky mirror. I want to see who dares to show off in front of my holy land again and again. Xiao Zhangfeng's eyes flashed coldly, and he was obviously furious. Tian Chenzi, who looked like a middle-aged Taoist, did not speak, but activated the heaven appraisal mirror. In an instant, a ray of light rippled in the sky-gazing mirror and went straight into the sky, stirring up the heavenly secrets. Then a picture appeared in the sky mirror. It was an extremely huge bright moon that exuded silver light. Suddenly, a wave seemed to connect to the bright moon, causing the energy that the 3 people had discovered before to fall into the bright moon. Tian Chenzi's eyes condensed, and the sky-gazing mirror glowed again. This time, it locked onto the fluctuations of the bright moon. Soon, taking advantage of this wave of fluctuations, the sky mirror locked the image into the 9 Heavens Holy Land. Seeing this scene, a look of shock flashed across the 4 people's eyes, and in an instant, the look of shock turned into coldness. Who do I think it is? I didn't expect that there are traitors in the Holy Land. They are really good at it. Xiao Zhangfeng's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his whole person became even more violent. God, can we lock that person? Yi Hen asked. No problem. Immediately afterwards, Tianquanzi activated the Tianjian mirror again. This time his power was stronger than the previous 2 times, and the fluctuations emitted by the Tianjian mirror were also more powerful. The scene entered the Jushao Holy Land in an instant. On the other side, Chin Fong introduced the bright moon's energy into his body and carved a bright moon on his bones. You have deeply comprehended the Body Sutra, and in the process of comprehending, you have absorbed the energy of Haoyu and used it for your own use. You have mastered the divine mark of Haoyu. Qualification plus 200, comprehension plus 200, physique 200, lifespan 200, cultivation 200. Haoyu divine pattern, 1 stage can be upgraded, a kind of supreme divine pattern. When activated, one's own combat power will skyrocket, gaining power beyond the source of water. There will be new changes after upgrading. Sure enough, as he expected, he mastered the Hallyu Divine Mark, a divine pattern of the same level as the Great Sun Divine Mark. Now it can be said that the problem can be solved better. Moreover, it is much easier to achieve a state of balance between the two divine patterns than to simply maintain the balance of the Great Sun pattern. Isn't this as stable as a dog? Chin Fong thought to himself, with a smile on his face. At the same time, the huge energy representing the bright moon in his body was directly swallowed up by the bright moon divine pattern at the moment it was formed. Then, the bright moon pattern emitted a bright silvery white light. At this moment, the Great Sun divine pattern, which was erupting with red gold divine light in the body, suddenly exploded as if it had been provoked. And the Hallyu divine pattern broke out not to be outdone. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. This sudden change stunned Chin Fong. The holy light on his body was red gold before, but now it has become two-color. From the perspective of others, his whole body is half red gold and half silvery white. Moreover, the most important thing is that the power in Chin Feng's body was directly suppressed by the explosion of the two divine patterns. Now it is these two uncles who are stirring up the storm in the body. Sure enough, you can't set the flag midway, it's easy for it to backfire. Chin Feng's teeth hurt a little. At the same time, when the image of the sky appraisal mirror was about to lock in the area where the person pulling the energy was, a mysterious force forcefully cut off the image of the sky appraisal mirror. Puff! Tian Chenzi's expression suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood burned directly in the void and turned into black ash and dissipated. Not only that, the bones in Tian Chenzi's body were still rattling, and he groaned, with a look of extreme pain on his face. The three of them were startled by this sudden scene. Jesus, are you okay? Su He touched Tian Chenzi, and the latter's arm was suddenly broken. Hiss, Suhei, what the hell are you doing? Tian Chenzi gasped in pain. This feeling of pain that penetrated his bones was simply killing him. Chin Fong, the instigator, had no idea that his identity would be exposed under the power of the sky mirror, but was bounced back by the power of the body meridian. Not only was his identity not exposed, but he also dragged someone into the water. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't have time to take care of it. Because at this moment, the battle between the two great gods in his body had obviously turned his body into a powder keg that was about to explode. Grass. Chin Fong is angry. You have already become my divine mark. How can I still do nothing to you? Powerful power surged toward the two erupting divine patterns like a tide. However, under those two divine patterns, his power was the kind that was too anxious to join the battlefield, so it was useless. Okay, just ignore him, right? You two wait for me. Seeing this, Chin Fong was also heartbroken, activated the first 5 postures of the Body Sutra, and entered the state of practice again. Then this time, he directly attracted the energy of the stars in the sky. The next moment, the huge power of stars fell from the sky and rushed towards the 9 heavens holy land. The eyes of the 3 people in Jiantian court suddenly changed, and then the 3 people rushed out of the sky above Jushao holy land again. At this moment, the faces of the 3 people were extremely ugly. This is the other party provoking them, this is the other party slapping them in the face. Xiao Zhangfeng was so angry that white smoke was emitting from his head. It's time to take action brazenly. The terrifying power tore through the sky and turned into horses and rushed upwards. The void shook and the space collapsed, and even the 9 heavens holy land roared. However, Xiao Zhangfeng's power was directly thrown away. Because, the power of the stars disappeared in front of him again. At this time, Xiao Zhangfeng's face turned red with anger, and there was endless anger in his eyes. Su He and Yi Hen were also silenced by this scene. That guy really went too far. How about we try the sky-gazing mirror again? Su He was silent for a long time before speaking. Go and talk to Tian Chenzi and see if he can do it. After Yi Hen left a message, he went directly back to the 13th floor of the Scripture Collection Pavilion. Xiao Zhangfeng didn't say a word from beginning to end, and returned to his old position in a flash, sulking in the rocking chair. That's right, a new rocking chair. The changes in the outside world have not affected Chin Feng's practice in the Sutra Pavilion. At this moment, he is experiencing an unprecedented situation. He originally thought that by inducing the power of the stars to enter his body and carve the divine patterns of stars, he would be able to achieve a three-legged situation, thereby stabilizing the battle situation in his body. As a result, although the battle situation became stable, new problems also emerged. His cultivation had directly reached the critical point of the marrow cleansing realm. If he did not break through the foundation establishment realm, his body might not be able to withstand the rapidly growing power in his body for too long. Now Chin Fong was dumbfounded. You must know that using the power of Body Sutra to build a foundation is just an idea, and there is no corresponding theoretical practice. And at the beginning, he only planned to engrave one divine pattern on the Great Sun God pattern. As a result, the three divine patterns are now gathered together. At this juncture, the arrow has to be fired. Of course, he can stop building the foundation for the time being. The time cannot be delayed for too long, and he cannot use half of the energy in his body. If he uses it, it will affect the whole body. If the three divine patterns that have calmed down erupt again, then his body was riddled with holes. Alas, Chin Fong sighed. He did not expect that things would turn out like this. The source of all this has to be traced back to the moment he engraved the Great Sun mark. Now it is too late for him to regret it. Dingling. At this moment, the news rang out, making Chin Feng's expression suddenly change, and he thought, unlucky, why did someone come at this juncture? He could only come out of the small space and walked out of his room. In just a few minutes, Chin Fong felt like he had walked out of a century. On the other side, Ling Meng stood in front of the Sutra Pavilion formation, quietly waiting for Chin Fong to appear. She had been to the Sutra Collection Pavilion before, but she had not been here once since Wang Chen passed away. This time, she also wanted to see how Wang Zan's strength had taken such a big step to defeat her in the past 6 months. It's just that he waited for a long time and didn't see the keeper of the Sutra Pavilion. This made her frown. She originally wanted to ask Wang Zan which technique he had practiced in the past 6 months. After all, in the past 6 months, Wang Zan has been running to the Sutra Pavilion whenever he had nothing to do, and many disciples have seen him. At first, Reimu didn't care, because her strength had reached its limit, and she was just accumulating momentum, breaking into the middle and late stages of the Yuanshan realm in one fell swoop, and not the early stages of the Yuanshan realm. As a result, because of this, the momentum she had accumulated for a long time was directly destroyed. It wasn't that she couldn't accept the result, it was just that she didn't want to lose in an unclear way. Suddenly, she looked forward and saw a figure moving towards her slowly, not as fast as a child who had just learned to walk. "Senior sister, do you need any help?" Chin Fong asked. Not all disciples need his guidance. He even said that when they reach the inner sector above, the disciples often have clear ideas. At most, they just ask him about the location of a certain technique. Which technique did Wang Zan come to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion to practice before? Reimu didn't beat around the bush and asked straight to the point. Chin Fong glanced at Ling Meng with a puzzled look. Could this guy have a grudge against Wang Zan? He seemed to have told himself before that he wanted to compete with the number one in the inner sect, Reimu. Reimu sounds like a girl's name, so the person in front of me is Reimu. Then she should have lost. In this case, it doesn't matter if he helps Wang Zan once. After all, he has known him for more than half a year. Are you talking about senior brother Wang? He asked once when he came here more than half a year ago, and never asked again after that. As for the technique he asked about, it's been too long and I can't remember it clearly. Chin Fong didn't let up just because Ling Meng was beautiful. In fact, he was just a guardian and had no power. Otherwise, when Lin Ru came to see him, he would have kicked him out. After all, it was the two old men who held the power, and he was just a wage earner. Ling Meng frowned, her intuition telling her that the guard was not telling the truth, but she didn't know how to express her dissatisfaction, so she stood quietly opposite Chin Fong and looked at him. Chin Fong was dumbfounded. No, what do you mean, sisters? Do it with me. Why are all the female disciples who enter the Sutra Pavilion a little abnormal? No, the female disciple he picked up for the first time was quite normal. Her name should be Zhou Yu. So, Chin Fong and Ling Meng stared at each other for 2 hours. It wasn't until the end that he understood that the former inner sect's number one in terms of feelings was a little girl who only knew how to practice and was not familiar with worldly affairs. I envy those who were born in Rome. Chin Fong thought in his heart that he was indeed envious. If he had such a talent before, he could be like Ling Meng. 2 hours later, Ling Meng couldn't ask any questions and walked away neatly. After seeing Ling Meng leave, Chin Fong finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, his whole body was soaked with sweat. Because the energy in his body was so full that it was about to overflow. At this moment, he was like an extremely unstable powder keg, the kind that would explode as soon as he touched it. Grass. If you die, you will die. Build the foundation. Tired. Chin Fong said that he was really tired. I originally thought that the Tijing was a supreme book that would help him rise, but now it seems that it is a lie. Although his current strength is unfathomable, if the mouth of the foundation building bottle is too narrow, then the previous strength will be in vain. Therefore, he eagerly wanted to use powerful power to build a foundation, so that he could exert all his strength. Immediately afterwards, Chin Fong moved back to his room again, activated all the formations about concealing aura that he had developed during this period, and then stepped into the small space. In the space, several top-quality spiritual level spirit gathering arrays were arranged in succession. The almost liquid spiritual energy seemed to be infiltrating his body from all directions, causing the energy in his body to grow all the time. After a while, Chin Fong adjusted his condition and began to build the foundation. There is no foundation building pill in his hand, no source of evil energy from the 5 elements, and no source of heaven and earth. There are only body scriptures and many inscriptions that have been engraved on the bones. The next second, Chin Feng's body suddenly emitted a faint golden light and a bright divine glow. Forge your golden body and activate it. The green-blooded Shenshi, activate. Bone pattern inscription formation, activate. Wash the marrow and cut the body, and activate it. Except for Jinlong Fanshan's magical power, which was not activated, the other 4 magical powers were activated by him. Within the body, the 3 major divine patterns that were originally silent also bloomed with brilliant divine light under the stimulation of the bone pattern inscription array. Boom! In the silent night, Jushao Holy Land shook violently. This vibration was like an earth dragon turning over. Countless monks and strong men in the Holy Land were clearly aware of this sudden shock. It's not over yet. This time, Xiao Zhangfeng didn't say anything, and Yi Hen, who was on the 13th floor of the Sutra Pavilion, felt unhappy. Who the hell can stand this going on and on? Anger welled up in Yi Hen's eyes, and his figure appeared directly at the door of the Scripture Collection Pavilion, standing next to Xiao Zhangfeng. At this time, Xiao Zhangfeng stood up from the rocking chair with a cold expression. Some people don't really think that their 9 heavens holy land can't do anything to them. Aha! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone. His whole body was shrouded in endless Daoyuan, and his body was filled with a faint pressure. This pressure alone can make the face of the semi-saint strong change. What is a holy land? When a sect has strong men in the saint realm and can cultivate and give birth to saints, it can be ranked as a holy land. If a strong man in the semi-saint realm has realized a complete Tao but cannot master it, then is the real power in this world. While a saint in the realm has mastered a complete Tao of heaven and earth, he will also master this. The Tao transforms into its own Tao fruit, making its own Tao equal to that of heaven. The words of heaven are spoken in the mouth, and the words are followed by the Dharma. This is the saint. Obviously, what appeared in front of everyone at this moment was a powerful saint in the 9 heavens holy land. Xiao Zhangfeng and Yi Hen have met the Supreme Elder. The 2 of them saluted in unison, with a look of reverence on their faces. Although the 2 of them are war saints and their fighting power is comparable to that of saints, they are still half-saints in their realm. The visitor's hair was as messy as a chicken coop, and his body was dirty, but his eyes were as bright as stars. What's the noise? It's so noisy that the old man can't live in peace. I said, you 2 boys and Jiantianyuan, and that boy from the inner courtyard, are you 4 capable? If not, just relinquish your positions to others. It's been a few days and the matter has not been resolved. Do you want me to come forward? Qin Jun cursed, causing Xiao Zhangfeng and Yi Hen to show embarrassed looks on their faces. The man in front of me is not just a saint, he is also the master of the Holy Lord of this generation of Jushao Holy Land. If it were other supreme elders or deputy sect masters who appeared, it would be fine. If this master appeared, it meant that the holy master had already left seclusion and was most likely paying attention to this matter. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out behind both of them. At the same time, Su He and Tian Chenzi also showed up to meet Qin Jun. Qin Jun ignored them, and the two of them did not dare to complain. After all, this man was not an ordinary strong man in the Saint Realm, but one who had reached the extreme in the Saint Realm and stepped into the next realm with 1 foot, able. Immediately afterwards, dozens more figures exuding powerful auras appeared outside the Sutra Pavilion. All of them were powerful semi-Saint Realm experts. They were all the elders of the inner dean of Jushao Holy Land, the great elders, and the 4 deans. The dean and the heads of each hall. I've seen it before, Your Majesty Qin. When everyone saw Qin Jun, they were also shocked, knowing that this old guy had come forward. It must be the changes in the Holy Land during this period that caused his dissatisfaction. Thinking of this, they felt bitter in their hearts. They also knew the result of the Heaven Appraisal Mirror. Even Tianchenzi, the operator of the Heaven Appreciation Mirror, was severely affected by the power backlash. Those of them who were in the same realm, even if they activated the Heaven Appreciation Mirror, I'm afraid that there will be no results, and I will have to get hurt again. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy, Qin Jun suddenly frowned, and everyone's expressions also changed, and they couldn't help but look at the silent night sky. I saw that in the originally dark night sky, the bright moon suddenly became larger. Before anyone could react, they saw the bright moon, which seemed to have shortened the distance to this world, and instantly became extremely huge, stretching across the sky. The silver moonlight fell on the earth, making the entire dark night a little brighter. This sudden change shocked everyone. With these visions, could it be that the spy broke through in my holy land? Xiao Zhangfeng said subconsciously, becoming even more uncomfortable. There had already been an oversight that allowed the spies to enter Jushao Holy Land, but now they are making a breakthrough. This is not only a slap in their face, but also a slap in the face of Jushao Holy Land. Thinking of this, his face turned very ugly. That may not be the case. If that person really breaks through, I'm afraid he won't be so blatant. An elder from the inner courtyard said. What about what happened 2 days ago? The head of the 9 Heavens Holy Land's punishment hall asked in return. The inner dean wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He just glared at him. Do you know how to chat? If you don't know how to chat, don't chat. It's annoying. Their current views mainly include 2 aspects. On the one hand, they believe that the person is a spy and must have an ulterior conspiracy in Jushao Holy Land. On the other hand, they believe that he may not be a spy, but may be a talented disciple in the Holy Land. Both sides have their own reasons, and no one can convince the other. Shut up, old man. If you talk nonsense again, send them to the demon abyss one by one. As soon as Qin Jun said this, everyone immediately shut up. They were joking. Is Dengmoyuan a place for people to go? They were in the semi-saint realm, and they had to peel off their skin even if they didn't die. The injuries on their bodies would not be able to heal for even 1800 years. As soon as he finished speaking, the night sky with the bright moon suddenly turned into day in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a red golden sun appeared across the sky. On one side is the great sun emitting golden light, and on the other side is the bright sun whose silver-white brilliance is no less than that golden light. This scene immediately shocked everyone present. At the same time, not only they were shocked, but also all the disciples in the Holy Land. In the inner sect, Wang Zan was originally preparing to break through the Yuanshan realm and be promoted to a core disciple, but was interrupted by the scene in front of him. Could this be the end of the world? In the outer courtyard, the fat little Xiao Zhang, who was already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, was stunned. This is obviously a miracle medicine. Zhang Dao on the side glanced at him disdainfully. Both of you are wrong. If you ask me, this is definitely the appearance of a terrible evil. It may cause the entire eastern wasteland, and even our Xuanwang realm, to be in turmoil. Yuan Hua, who was beside them, spoke up and received a middle finger greeting from both of them. The sun and the moon shine together, and the sky and the earth are strange. If this kind of abnormal phenomenon is man-made, then that guy's talent must be extremely evil. If such a person is an enemy, he must be killed as soon as possible. In Qin Jun's eyes, divine light burst out, and his figure disappeared instantly. When everyone saw this, their hearts were shocked, and they already knew where this guy was going. Tian Chenzi, who was the first to react, took a step forward and headed towards his Jiantian academy. Others also stood up and followed. They didn't believe that they couldn't find that guy even when a supreme elder in the Saint Realm took action. On the other side, Chin Fong, who broke through in the Sutra Pavilion, had no idea that he was just building a foundation, which made people think of several dramas. If he knew, he would definitely lament that people these days have so many inner dramas. In the small independent space where Chin Fong was located in the Sutra Pavilion, spiritual power turned into liquid and filled the space. Chin Fong activated the 4 great magical powers and at this moment began an unprecedented move to build the foundation. At this moment, he has figured out that since he wants to do it, he must be the strongest one. The Body Sutra is only one of them. He needs to add the power in his own body and combine the two to create the strongest foundation. Immediately afterwards, he mobilized the 2 secret techniques of sealing the 5 senses and sealing the consciousness. The outline of the villain formed in his consciousness and began to practice various movements of the Body Sutra. The first 5 movements were not difficult at all. It was not until the 6th move that Chin Feng's body began to tremble. The pain was far more severe than the 5th move, and Chin Fong, who had already closed his consciousness, couldn't help but groan. At the same time, more than 1,000,000 kilograms of power condensed into a force in the body, turning into a blue dragon and rushing straight into Chin Feng's Zifu Dantian. At the same time, Chin Feng's trembling body was also filled with a little bit of power, merging into the power of the blue dragon. In an instant, the Kanglong burst out with bright light. Among the light were red gold light, silver white light, and a little bit of starlight. Not only that, various bone pattern inscriptions emitted colorful light and blended into this powerful blue dragon. Ang! A dragon roar resounded in Chin Feng's body, and then echoed in the sky of Jushao Holy Land. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Xiao Zhangfeng's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and Yi Hen's expression on the side didn't look very good either. Fortunately, everyone also came to the sky mirror and their eyes fell on Qin Jun. I saw the terrifying holy power surging from the old man's body. The next second, the heaven appraisal mirror was directly activated, and a dazzling light shot straight into the sky. Not only was it seen by the people in the entire Holy Land, but even the powerful men of the major sects in the Eastern Wasteland saw this divine light. Eastern Wasteland, Holy Land of Blazing Sun. A gaze was originally looking at the big sun and bright moon above the sky, but in an instant he turned to the other side and saw the light soaring into the sky. The heaven-gazing mirror of the 9 heavens Holy Land. What are these guys doing? Could it be said that the visions of heaven and earth are related to them? This gaze was followed by a flash of strange color, and the space was torn apart. In the deepest part of southern Xinjiang, in the ancestral court of the demon clan, a terrifying gaze suddenly lit up, and then it looked towards Dongwang. This is really an unexpected surprise. It turns out that the first half of the body meridian is actually in the Eastern Wasteland. Take the 10,000 Demons Hall, Void Pavilion, and Thunder Tribulation Mountain and ask them to send people to the Eastern Wasteland, where the Body Sutra will be. In addition, inform the Demon Emperor's palace and ask the Demon Emperor to come see me. A voice sounded faintly. Yes, Ancestor. North Pole, Yaoqi Holy Land. A ray of light stood on the 9 heavens and looked at Dongwang indifferently. At this moment, another beautiful figure appeared, looking at Dongwang as well. The Xuanwang realm is going to be in chaos. A clear and crisp sound sounded like beads falling on a jade plate. The North Pole, the Holy Land of all demons. Xiaoyu has been out of contact for a while. It seems something is really wrong. There is purple meaning rising in a beautiful eye. Western Desert, Holy Land of Buddha's Light. Amitabha, I'm afraid the demon clan is going to make a comeback now. I don't know if it's good or bad. Senior brother, in this time of chaos for the demon clan, it is the best time to carry forward the glory of our Buddha. Junior brother thinks that this is an opportunity for my Buddhist sect. Amitabha, what I said makes sense. For a time, all the powerful people in the 4 regions except Zhongzhou paid attention to this scene. It can be said that this sudden vision of heaven and earth not only brought Dongwang into the sight of many powerful people again, but the 9 heavens Holy Land as the center of the vision also received the focus of many powerful people. At this moment, in the Jiantian courtyard of Jushao Holy Land, dozens of powerful men from Jushao Holy Land were all holding their breaths and watching Supreme Elder Qin Jun activate the Tianjian mirror. After seeing that ray of divine light shooting straight into the sky, the image of the Nine Heavens Holy Land suddenly appeared in the sky-gazing mirror. Immediately afterwards, the picture was further enlarged, as if to determine the location of the person who stirred up the storm. However, at this moment, a mysterious force began to reverse the power of the sky-gazing mirror. Old man, I want to see if you can beat the old man's wrist. Qin Jun's eyes flashed with a flash of light, and he took action boldly. Incomparably powerful power was poured into the Tianjing mirror. In an instant, the Tianjing mirror burst out with dazzling light, entangled with the mysterious power. The entire Jiantianyuan was shaking, which in turn caused the ground in Jushao Holy Land to tremble. There were bursts of roaring sounds in the space, which startled all the Holy Land disciples. This was the first time in their history that they had seen such a big change in the Holy Land. Suddenly, Qin Jun's face changed slightly, and an unrivaled force directly cut off the power of the sky mirror. The unspeakable backlash instantly affected Qin Jun. In an instant, Qin Jun's body erupted with dazzling light to block the backlash, but the backlash didn't give him any chance, directly pierced Qin Jun's defense, and hit him all at once. Boom! Qin Jun was directly knocked out of Jiantianyuan with one blow. Your Majesty Qin! Your Majesty Qin! All the powerful men in the Holy Land were dumbfounded. Looking at the blood left in the void, everyone shuddered. Even Xiao Zhangfang and Yi Hen took a breath of air. Even the saint couldn't withstand that counterattack. How strong is the opponent? As for Tian Chenzi, he was extremely lucky that he didn't fight the backlash, otherwise he didn't even know how miserable his end would be. I'm riding a horse. Qin Jun returned to Jiantianyuan in disgrace, exuding a strong evil aura. He was actually tricked by a demon whose identity he didn't know, which made Qin Jun furious. Everyone present was silent, not even daring to fart. Even the Supreme Elder has been tricked. No matter how anxious they are, it will be of no use. On the other side, Qin Feng's foundation building has reached the most critical moment. The dazzling power of the Kanglong is wandering around the limbs and bones in his body. Wherever it passes, the potential of every part of the body is directly raised to a terrifying level. Not only that, this powerful blue dragon finally turned into a glazed bead in Qin Feng's Z-Mansion Dantian. There is mysterious energy in the beads, which washes Qin Feng's body from time to time, making his body strengthen all the time. Looking at the bead in his body, Qin Feng was dumbfounded. No, shouldn't foundation building be about Yuan Li transforming into spiritual power? Why is my Yuan power still Yuan power, not spiritual power at all? What happened to the kidney? Qin Feng was confused and completely stunned. Does this count as a success in foundation building? Name: Qin Feng. Qualification: 5th grade, 158,250 200,000ths. Comprehension: 5th grade, 158,250 200,000ths. Physique: Invincible King Body, 9,700 100,000ths. Lifespan: 392 years and 170 days remaining. Cultivation level: First level of Foundation Building Realm, 1,010,000ths. Exercise techniques: Jushao Zhengfa, 3rd level Alchemy Emperor Sutra, 1st chapter True Interpretation of Qi Dao, 1st chapter Talisman Sutra, 1st chapter Formation Dao Sutra, 1st chapter. Martial arts: 9 Heavens Wind and Thunder Palm, Powerful Bull Demon Fist, 9 Heavens Thunder Escape, Sky Destroying Drawing Sword Technique. Secret methods: 5 Senses Sealing, Consciousness Sealing, Sky Sealing Technique, Melting Pot Technique, Heavenly Forging Technique, Void Condensation Talisman, Formation Path Heavenly Solution. Supernatural powers: Forging the Golden Body, Blue Blood Divine Shi, Muscular Dragon Fansion, Bone Pattern Inscription Formation, Cleansing the Marrow and Cutting the Body. Divine Patterns: Great Sun Divine Pattern, Bright Moon Divine Pattern, Stars Divine Pattern. Qin Feng felt the change in his own strength. He had indeed entered the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm. But why didn't the Yuan power in his body transform into spiritual power? Could it be the glazed bead turned into a powerful blue dragon in his Z-Mansion Dantian? It shouldn't be. I haven't heard that the Foundation Establishment realm can also condense beads in the Dantian. What is this thing used for? You know, he is not a novice in cultivation now. Guarding such a large treasure house as the Sutra Pavilion, it can be said that Chin Feng's understanding of various realms of cultivation is no worse than those old guys. The 5 small realms of the body training realm are to tap and stimulate the potential of the body from the outside to the inside. By the time of the marrow cleansing realm, the power of the body is already extremely powerful, and the energy in the body has been unable to increase. If you want to break through again, you have to break the shackles of the body and let the yuan power transform into spiritual power. This step is the process of foundation building. Building the foundation creates the foundation of the Tao. The more stable the foundation, the further you will go on the path of spiritual practice in the future. In essence, foundation building is actually a process of transcendence and transformation of the foundation. Ordinary monks can achieve this step with the foundation establishment pill, which has a success rate of only 30%, while monks with resources will choose the source of the 5 elements of evil energy to undergo their own transformation, so that their qualifications can take a big step forward and become a genius. Further up, the extremely rare source of heaven and earth is used to build the foundation. Like Wang Zan, he builds the foundation from the source of the 5 elements of evil energy, but he is not a single evil spirit, but has all the 5 elements of evil energy. Although it is also an earth-level foundation, it is not far behind the heaven-level foundation. And it turns out that Ling Meng, who is number 1 in the inner sect, has the foundation of the 5 elements of evil qi with 3 attributes that complement each other. This is why Wang Zan has to challenge Ling Meng. If it were you, wouldn't you be happy if a person with all 5 elements of evil energy was suppressed by a 3-attribute evil energy foundation? Cultivation is not only about opportunities, but also about breadth. Sometimes, it is easier to break through the shackles of cultivation when there is no inner demon in one breath. However, Chin Fong has no worries in this regard, which saves him a lot of messy things. Chin Fong, who couldn't understand what his current situation was, simply didn't think about it anymore. He still had 400 years left, so there was no rush. He simply left the small space, came to his room, then walked to the hut where the weapons were refined, and picked up a top-grade spiritual weapon that was as strong as a heavenly weapon. Crack! I saw that with a slight exertion of his right hand, the top-grade spiritual weapon was broken directly by him. Then, he picked up a top-quality spiritual weapon and chopped it on his arm. There was another click. Looking at the top-level spiritual soldier whose arm was broken, Chin Fong blinked. This is why he can be so arrogant. After all, Elder Sha had prepared a large amount of materials for him in order to achieve his ulterior purpose. If it were any other outer sect or even an inner sect disciple, seeing 2 top-quality spiritual weapons shattered into pieces would be heartbreaking. With my physique, will I be able to dominate even if I go to Tizong? Chin Fong held his chin and thought, although Tizong is not a holy land, the sect leader is also a saint, but the second saint has not been born yet, so he has not been promoted to the Holy Land. With his current strength and physical strength, I am afraid that no one in the spiritual light realm of Jushao Holy Land would dare to challenge him head-on. Hey, how lonely it is to be invincible. Chin Fong sighed. Although his foundation building realm seemed very powerful, he also discovered a problem when he just used his power. That is, he now seems to be targeted by this world. He is as if he is in the sea, and his actions and battles seem to be hindered by power. This feeling, it felt like this side of the world didn't like him. Before establishing the foundation, he had not felt this way. It only appears after foundation building. Without even thinking about it, the problem must be with the body meridian. This technique is also strange. After Chin Fong practiced it for the first time, he wanted to find out if there was any origin of this technique in the entire Sutra Pavilion. After searching around, he found that there were no hairs at all. Judging from the appearance of the former cabinet guard Wang Chen, he definitely didn't know either. This time, he was in a dilemma as to whether he should continue to practice this body sutra. So annoying. Chin Fong scratched his hair, and then decided to make an elixir first to relax and relax. 8 patterns exploding Yuan Dan. Juin Wei Yuan pill. Juin Zeng Yuan pill. Perfect elixir. 3 lines of healing elixir. 6 lines of explosive elixir. A pattern of Yuantian pill. It wasn't until he practiced the Yuantian pill that the Yuanshan realm could take that he stopped. At this moment, Chin Feng's mood was much better than before. During the process of refining the elixir, his mood was as calm as water, and he also rethought the current situation. Since the foundation has been established, and the benefits brought by the Body Sutra are very clear to the naked eye, why should one interrupt one's practice because of external influences? Could it be that the world is hostile to me and I have to beg him not to be hostile? Where does the logic come from? I directly break this world. Besides, isn't cultivation just about competing with heaven for fate? The Body Sutra explains this perfectly. However, if he knew the origin of the body meridian, he might not think so. At this moment, Chin Fong did not expect that his use of the power of body meridian to build a foundation would attract the attention of all major forces. Human beings, monsters, demons, and ghosts all sent people into the eastern wasteland, either openly or covertly. Chin Feng's eyes rolled around as he wanted to understand, but hey, before he fully grows up, he still has to be patient when it's time to be patient. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy is stationed, we disturb him. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we pursue him. We are prepared to make the world dislike him and be unable to kill him for a long time. On the other side, Qin Jun, the supreme elder of Jushao Holy Land, looked at the dawn sky and left Jiantian court angrily. Others looked at me, I looked at you, and finally they all looked at Tian Chenzi, the dean of Jiantianyuan. What are you looking at me doing? Either this person has a treasure that conceals the secrets of heaven, or there is a restriction imposed by a powerful person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Qin Taisheng to cooperate with the heaven appraisal mirror to detect him. Tian Chenzi's words were recognized by many people present. A divine light flashed across Xiao Zhangfeng's eyes, and his figure disappeared. His responsibilities are in the Sutra Pavilion, so he doesn't need to intervene in this matter. He should let the guys in the inner courtyard worry about it. At the same time, Chin Fong returned to his own small space and started running the body meridian again. In a blink of an eye, we came to the sixth pose. When he broke through before, his body had to withstand it for 20 seconds. He wanted to see how long his current body could withstand the sixth form. As expected, 1 minute. That familiar feeling arises spontaneously. There is a saying that the body feels good for a while, and the body feels good all the time. In the space of consciousness, the silhouette of the villain evolves into the sixth form. Chin Feng's body trembled. As always, with the breakthrough of realm, the various powers of Body Sutra are also increasing. Thinking of this, Chin Feng frowned. Is it because of the breakthrough in the realm that the power of the body meridian increases, or does the power of each style increase by an exaggerated multiple? Maid, why are you thinking so much? It'll be over after 1 minute. At this moment, Chin Feng's mind moved while he was practicing the Body Sutra, and he involuntarily activated the 5 great magical powers. Not to mention, under these 5 magical powers, Chin Feng's pain became even clearer. Grass. His bones were buzzing and his body was trembling. Chin Feng originally thought that the 5 magical powers would allow him to persist a little longer, but he didn't expect that. After using these 5 magical powers, the severe pain directly broke through the 5 senses and consciousness bands, making Chin Feng suddenly fell into dire straits. 20 seconds, 40 seconds, 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. Chin Feng, who originally planned to stop practicing after 60 seconds, was slowed down by the severe pain. And it was this slow beat that caused major changes in his body. Chin Feng felt a little regretful. Why did he want to activate the 5 magical powers? Can't you just carry it honestly? Instantly, under Chin Feng's inner vision, the blood particles in his body began to disintegrate from the inside out. In just a few seconds, Chin Feng's blood directly turned into nothingness in his body. Immediately afterwards, the bones, flesh, and skin began to dissipate. Grass. This familiar scene gave Chin Feng a toothache. However, even though it seemed familiar, he was no longer the same person at this time. Although the bones, flesh, and even skin are gone, the 3 major divine patterns and magical powers are still there. The Great Sun Divine Mark, the Bright Moon Divine Mark, and the Star Divine Mark were activated one after another, forming 3 eternal halos in the void that enveloped Chin Feng's body that was about to dissipate. Immediately afterwards, Chin Feng once again activated the Blue Blood Divine Shi. The red divine light flickers in the void. The bone pattern inscription array activates. The array patterns originally engraved on the bones also activated. The most important thing is that before the last small section of Chin Feng's spine was about to disappear, he activated the bone marrow in the spine and launched the marrow cleansing attack. Buzz. For a time, the small space became colorful, and waves of powerful aura rose up. It seems that the strength of weapon refining, formation and talisman making must also be improved like alchemy refining. He could foresee that as his cultivation became stronger and stronger, the movement of cultivation would become bigger and bigger in the future. You can't just expect to force the old man to live in peace with him. After I practice this time, I should be able to brush through the classics on the 4th and 5th floors of the Sutra Pavilion. When the time comes, master some new formations to make this small space of yours bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. He had seen it before in those books of anecdotes, legends, and biographies. The caves of the awesome monks were like another world. Fairy birds were flying around, there were many spiritual beasts, magical medicines were everywhere, and the rich spiritual energy was directly flowing into the body. Drill inside. Let's just say, can we open up a cave like that ourselves? I thought too far. Take care of the present first. As time passed little by little, Chin Fong had nothing left in the small space except his own consciousness. However, this time he was not in a hurry. Because the 5 divine powers and 3 divine patterns gave him positive feedback. Gradually, an illusory outline reappeared in the small space, followed closely by a skeleton. As the bones were perfected, shimmering flesh and blood grew on top of the bones, gradually forming a complete body. Then came the pale golden skin, and the pink blood. It is said to be pink, but it is actually a faint white light shining in the blood. At first glance, it looks like pink. After a long time, Chin Fong slowly opened his eyes. The small space was shocked, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, directly poking a hole in the small space. Chin Fong was frightened all of a sudden. You must know that the 2 lights in his eyes were emitted subconsciously. Moreover, he also deployed many formations in the small space. As a result, these formations were directly penetrated. In other words, the formation is useless. Thinking of this, Chin Fong was speechless, but he was relieved when he thought that he still had a lot of formation materials left to force the old man to give him. You have deeply understood the T Sutra, and mastered the magical power of nirvana. You have deeply understood the T Sutra, and mastered the magical moment from it. For a moment, Chin Feng's eyes widened. 2 great powers. Is the 6th posture of this body sutra so terrifying? Nirvana. Phoenix Nirvana, reborn from the fire. Snap. A moment as eternity. Hiss. Chin Fong took a breath of cold air. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be recovered instantly by using the energy of the spinal cord. Then nirvana is almost immortality. After nirvana, there is true rebirth. Of course, the use of nirvana is also closely related to his own power. Otherwise, wouldn't this be a stuck bug? Chin Fong understood this very well. After all, he was at the Foundation establishment realm now, and he was very satisfied to have such magical powers. If this nirvana is an advanced version of marrow cleansing and body cleansing, then Setsuna is a powerful magical power that can truly affect the situation of the battle. Just imagine, when you are fighting with the opponent, using a split second, the opponent's time flow will slow down or speed up for a moment. For you, this is undoubtedly a moment that affects the situation of the war. Horse riding. They are obviously targeting our 9 heavens holy land. Half a month later, Qin Jun looked at the news in his hand and cursed. The figure standing opposite him looked helpless. I have to trouble my master and the elders of the inner courtyard for this matter. Fortunately, it's just a sword test in Dongwang, not a competition in the 5 regions. The sects, holy places and other domains can at most send people to visit. Even if someone ends up, it won't be too much. Jushao Holy Lord Yang Qian said slowly. As soon as I get old, this old man knows how to torment me. Qin Jun cursed and then left Shenshao Peak, the first peak in Jushao. The Eastern Wilderness Sword Trial Conference is a competition and exchange held every 1,000 years in the holy places of the major sects in the Eastern Wilderness. On the surface it was a discussion and exchange, but in reality it was just a conspiracy to resolve grievances, allocate Eastern wasteland resources, and test the background of each family. Originally, there were still 10 years left before the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference, but the host of this session, Blazing Sun Holy Land, moved ahead of schedule for some unknown reason. Moreover, it is said that in addition to Zhongzhou, strong men from the sects in the three regions of southern Xinjiang, Western Desert and Arctic came to participate this time. Although they may not necessarily end up, people with a discerning eye can see it at a glance. This is unclear because some time ago was that vision of heaven and earth aimed at their nine heavens holy land. Wang Zan, please don't advance to the Yuanshan realm yet. The second elder of the inner courtyard looked at Wang Zan, who was called over, and said. After hearing what the second elder Su he said, Wang Zan looked at him with a question mark on his head. I just received the news not long ago that in half a month, the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference will be held in the Blazing Sun Holy Land. On the surface, it is a discussion and exchange between various sects. In fact, it is a conspiracy to redetermine the allocation of cultivation resources and test the background of each sect. Although we old guys won't end up, everyone from the outer disciples to the first level of the Holy Sun will all appear. In the past, even the legendary sequence had to be competed on the stage. However, due to the strong opposition of various sects, it was stopped at the level of the Holy Sun. The inner sect originally planned to let Yu, Lingmeng and Qian Yang join the battle. Qian Yang is the second in the inner sect, and his original strength is 1 point stronger than Wang Zan. Originally, I thought that you would be promoted to Yuanshan as the third person of 10,000 years, but I didn't expect that you gave me a surprise. The Five Elements Foundation building indeed has huge potential. Su He showed a rare smile and patted Wang Zan on the shoulder. Of course Wang Zan has heard of the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference, but the question is, will it still be 10 years away? Perhaps seeing his doubts, Su He spoke again. You must be mentally prepared in advance. There is a high possibility that our Nine Heavens Holy Land will be targeted in this Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. Because of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth a few days ago. Su He's words made Wang Zan's expression tremble. He was also one of the people who experienced the vision that day. It can be said that all the monks in Jushao Holy Land, as long as they were not in retreat, saw the vision of the sky and the earth where the sun and the moon shine together. At first, he thought it was the end of the world, but later he discovered that it was most likely either the monster had made a breakthrough in cultivation, or the magic medicine had been released. The problem is that there is a high probability that the evildoer is not from Jushao Holy Land, because any disciple of Jushao Holy Land with such talent can choose to live in seclusion. Then there is only one possibility, that is, he is a spy lurking in Jushao Holy Land. However, whether it is a spy or the emergence of a magical medicine, it has attracted the attention of other forces in the Eastern Wasteland and even the Five Regions. After all, this phenomenon was not only staged in Dongwang, but was seen by the entire Shuangwang realm. Thinking of this, Wang Zan knew that what they would face in this Dongwang sword testing conference was likely to be a menacing test. I understand, Elder. Wang Zan nodded solemnly. In order to advance to the Yuanshan realm, his condition had been adjusted to the best level. Although his strength is already number one among the inner sects of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, facing disciples from other holy lands and various sects, he still needs to improve his strength to be on the safe side. After thinking about it, Wang Zan's eyes flashed with a flash of light. Later, both Lingmeng and Qian Yang also received notices from the inner Dean Elder, which made them feel nervous. They also knew about the Dongwang Sword Trial Conference. At the moment, although there are no clear statements from other sects' holy lands against their Nine Heavens Holy Land, they must make plans in advance. At the same time, the disciples in the Danyuan, Qiwan, Fuyuan and Junyuan of Jushao Holy Land also received the news of the Dongwang Sword Test Conference. In previous years, not only disciples from all levels of the Holy Land participated in the competition, but also disciples from other cultivation paths. This is also to measure whether a sect is fully developed. Among the four courtyards of Jushao Holy Land, because the Alchemy Academy has Sun Qingfeng, the only alchemy emperor in the Eastern Wasteland, and among his direct disciples, there is an alchemy genius, so he is not afraid of the competition from those guys. Among the other three academies, except for the dean and deputy dean level, there are no particularly evil geniuses among the disciples. On the other side, Chin Fong is obviously the most comfortable. After all, he has no worries in this regard and his life is quite nourishing. After acquiring 2 new magical powers, he started practicing and working as usual. In his free time, he tinkered with the alchemy and talisman formations, and his cultivation level was steadily improving. There are only a few people who come to the Sutra Pavilion every day. His job can be said to be very easy from 9 to 5. The only dissatisfaction is that he does not have weekends off. But he endured it for the 1 to 2 million books in the scripture collection pavilion. Now, with his strength, he can already read the classics on the 5th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. However, he still followed the steps step by step and brushed all the 3rd and 4th levels of classics first according to his habit. Jingle. Just after reading a classic, Chin Fong received news that someone wanted to enter the scripture pavilion. So, he came to the formation of the Tibetan scripture pavilion and waited. After a while, I saw a figure coming out of the formation. Isn't this Wang Zan? Didn't he say that he was going to retreat to become a soul? Why haven't you retreated yet? It's been almost half a month. Chin Fong looked at Wang Zan with some confusion. Junior brother Chin, I am here to ask for help from my junior brother. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Chin Fong looked at Wang Zan with a question mark on his head. Wang Zan then told Chin Fong about the Dongwang sword trial conference, but the latter's expression did not change at all after hearing this. Nonsense, this matter has nothing to do with him. In this Eastern Wasteland sword trial conference, the major holy lands are coming fiercely, and they are very likely to target our 9 heavens holy land. Speaking of which, it's all my fault for the last vision of heaven and earth. I really don't know which idiot was responsible for it. If it's a spy, don't let me find out, otherwise I must make him look good. In this regard, Chin Fong said, just say what you say, why do you still curse? Besides, I didn't know that using the power of the Body Sutra to build the foundation would have such a vision of heaven and earth. Those who don't know are not guilty. Although my current strength is number 1 in the inner sect, facing the inner sect disciples of other major Holy Land sects, in order to avoid any accidents, I would like to ask my junior brother if he can tell me if there is any way to advance quickly in the body scriptures. Little tip, even if it hurts a little, I can bear it. Chin Fong understood what Wang Zan said. However, what he said made it very difficult for him. It was not that he was unwilling to help, but that his method of practicing the Body Sutra was different from Wang Zan's method of practicing the Body Sutra. I don't know if his cultivation experience will be of any use to him. Moreover, at this juncture, if something goes wrong and it affects the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference, then he will do something bad with good intentions. The most important thing is that no one knows about his cultivation of the Body Sutra, and he doesn't want others to know. Junior brother, just say it. If something happens to me, I won't blame you. After all, we are all doing this for the Holy Land. Wang Zan saw Chin Feng's hesitation and thought he was worried about causing an accident, so he spoke. Since senior brother has said so, then junior brother will show senior brother the way. Whether it succeeds or not depends entirely on senior brother's destiny. Chin Feng felt that Wang Zan's image suddenly became taller. Not to mention his enthusiasm for practice and his sense of honor for the Holy Land, Wang Zan had nothing to say in these two aspects. Just a little reminder to make Wang Zan stronger. With my knowledge as a cabinet guard, it makes sense. Besides, after guarding such a large sutra pavilion for a long time, we have gained a lot of benefits, and it's time to express our gratitude. Well, I really still value friendship. After all, I'm just a guardian, and I don't have much talent in cultivation. I can only give you some suggestions. Chin Feng said with some guilt. Okay, junior brother's great kindness will be unforgettable for me. Wang Zan was overjoyed. As expected, Chin Feng, as the guardian of the Sutra Pavilion, still had two skills. Senior brother, you can go to the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion to find a secret technique that blocks the 5 senses, and then go to the 4th floor to find a supreme pure heart technique. If you can master these 2 secret techniques, they may be helpful to senior brother in practicing the Body Sutra. Chin Feng told Wang Zan the secret method of 5 senses sealing. He relied on this secret method to get up in the first place. However, Wang Zan was different from him. After mastering the 5 senses sealing, he also understood the advanced secret method of consciousness sealing. Wang Zan was afraid that he couldn't do it, so he told the other party the 4th level of Tai Shang Qing Shinju. This exercise belongs to the practice of cultivating the mind, and while cultivating the mind, the will become stronger. I hope it can replace the consciousness ban and allow Wang Zan to gain something. Okay. After Wang Zan heard this, he quickly went to the 2nd and 4th floors of the Sutra Pavilion, found these 2 exercises, and then started practicing on the spot. Chin Fong didn't bother him when he saw this, and just quietly watched Wang Zan practice from the side. It can be said that Wang Zan, who is building the 5 elements foundation, has a talent for cultivation that is not much worse than that of the demon who is building the heavenly grade foundation. In less than an hour, he has learned the secret method and also used the supreme pure heart technique. Then this guy started practicing the body meridian without stopping. In an instant, Chin Fong captured the changes in the opponent's body. His bones were cracking and his flesh and blood were humming. Even so, the first form of the Body Sutra was still too much of a burden for Wang Zan. If you want to practice the first pose, you need to hold on for at least 60 seconds. But in Chin Feng's opinion, it's a bit uncertain. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached 50 seconds. The corners of Wang Zan's mouth began to bleed, and blood beads began to ooze from the muscles all over his body. As for the bones, cracks began to form within half a minute, and now they are in a precarious state. Now every second that passes can be said to be a kind of torture for Wang Zan. Chin Fong did not choose to intervene, or in other words, Wang Zan's red eyes told him not to intervene. Seeing this, Chin Fong remembered the miserable situation he was in when he was practicing physical training. This was Wang Zan's own choice, and he had to respect it. However, to be on the safe side, he quickly ran out of the Sutra Pavilion and brought Xiao Zhangfeng in. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. 60 seconds. At the 60-second mark, Wang Zan spurted out a mouthful of dark red blood, and his entire body collapsed. Seeing this, Xiao Zhangfeng took action boldly, regardless of his personal attitude towards Wang Zan. This guy is a man for being able to grit his teeth and persevere until now. Xiao Zhangfeng obviously knew why Wang Zan did this, and looked at Wang Zan with a hint of recognition. The strength of the semi-sacred realm is already able to bring the dead back to life and turn decay into magic. In an instant, Wang Zan, whose body had collapsed, was stopped by Xiao Zhangfeng's intervention. However, although the collapse was stopped, Wang Zan's body was severely damaged. Seeing this, Xiao Zhangfeng frowned, as if he had a very reluctant expression, and then power enveloped Wang Zan, and his figure disappeared from the scripture pavilion. Sun Qingfeng, get out of here. Xiao Zhangfeng moved directly to the Danyuan. The restriction set by Sun Qingfeng was of no use to him and he broke through it violently. Xiao Zhangfeng, you are not done yet. Didn't I just move you away? You're not missing any arms or legs, so what's the matter? Besides, didn't we go to the Sutra Tiding Pavilion? Besides, it was Chu Chengdao who moved you away. Go find him. Sun Qingfeng said the most cowardly words in the cruelest tone, and simultaneously transmitted the message to Gade, Chu Lingxian and Chu Chengdao. Mad, that old man is here again, come and save me. Xiao Zhangfeng's face looked a little ugly, but he didn't say anything this time. Instead, he directly sent Wang Zan, who was wrapped in power, in front of Sun Qingfeng. Quote? This kid is dying. How was he made? He's not even as good at being obsessed with it. Sun Qingfeng obviously recognized Wang Zan's identity and was very surprised. He has completed the first form of the Body Sutra. Grass. Sun Qingfeng's face trembled, he took a deep breath, and then looked at Wang Zan. Even within the 9 heavens Holy Land, not everyone in the semi-saint realm knows about the Body Sutra technique. In other words, those below the semi-saint realm are not qualified to know it. Unless that person happens to meet the Body Sutra on the first floor. Those who know the origin of the Body scriptures, except for their 4 major deans and a few powerful elders in the inner courtyard, the rest are all strong men in the saint realm. Elders like Xiao Zhangfeng who protect forbidden areas are also qualified to know. Therefore, when Sun Qingfeng heard what Xiao Zhangfeng said about Wang Zan's cultivation of the first form of the Body Sutra, he was extremely shocked. At the same time, Chu Chengdao, Chu Lingxian and Gade also appeared. Gade's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He realized that ever since he got involved with Sun Qingfang and Xiao Zhangfang, he was so uneasy about refining weapons. After finally living in peace for half a year, Xiao Zhangfang started to cause trouble again after he came back. Jade, don't do anything yet. When Sun Qingfang saw that Gade's expression was wrong, he quickly shouted. If he didn't shout, he would turn around and start a fight. If Wang Zan died, I'm afraid he would have to fight with him. After hearing Sun Qingfang's words, Gade and the others' eyes fell directly on Wang Zan. What kind of skills does this kid have to be practicing to become possessed? Chu Chengdao raised his eyebrows and said. He has completed the first form of the Body Sutra. This time it was not Xiao Zhangfang who said it, but Gade. Grass. Chu Chengdao's eyelids jumped, and his face showed a look of shock, not only him, but also Gade and Chu Lingxian. Save him, otherwise, he will have to fight you tooth and nail. Xiao Zhangfang's words made Sun Qingfang roll his eyes. Even if he is a saint, as long as he is still breathing, the king of hell cannot take him away from me. When Sun Qingfang said this, he took out a glazed jade bottle from his body and poured out a pill. The moment the elixir was exposed to the air, the space was shaken, then slightly distorted, and a breath that made everyone extremely intoxicated emerged spontaneously. Eighth transformation returned to heaven pill. Xiao Zhangfang's eyes lit up. This was already the domain of the holy pill. Even if the semi-saint was seriously injured, he could still recover in one breath. This guy finally picked it up. On the other side, when Chin Fong saw Xiao Zhangfang leaving with Wang Zan, he determined that the janitor should not be at the entrance of the Tibetan scripture pavilion now, which meant that he could get off work early. So, he happily walked to his room. However, before he could step into the room, a bell rang. What's the matter? I forgot about the man on the top of the building. Apparently Xiao Zhangfang sent a message to Yi Hen. After he left, Yi Hen temporarily took over his job. At this moment, Chin Fong could only helplessly return to the formation and wait. Not long after, two beautiful figures came out of the formation. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. What day is it today? Why are there so many familiar faces? Fengeling and Yi Meng'er were originally unwilling to come. One of these two people was so embarrassed when they lost in front of Chin Fong, and the other one couldn't help but turn red when he saw Chin Feng's face. They really couldn't let go. Not, one is very shy. But the Dongwang sword testing conference is ahead. Although Sun Qingfeng's personal disciple, the holy Sun Chuyang, has the best alchemy cultivation among all the disciples in the Alchemy Academy, Fengeling and Yi Meng'er are also going to appear. Both of them are at the peak of the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, which is equivalent to the inner disciples, so they also have to participate in the competition between alchemy cultivators of the same realm. As a result, the uncle and nephew entered the Sutra Collection Pavilion together. After hearing Yi Meng'er's explanation, Chin Fong fell silent. Co-author, you all think that this is a copy to gain experience, right? In response, Chin Fong said he couldn't. Are you kidding? Am I working as a sparring partner for you for free? I don't want to practice. There are so many classics in my Tibetan scripture pavilion waiting for me to scan them. It would be great to read the classics and improve my strength. Besides, he had already helped Wang Zan, so he couldn't come up alone, so he just helped. This is a bit of a moral kidnapping. In particular, he didn't have a good impression of most of the female disciples he met after coming to the Sutra Pavilion. These people were either crazy or just made a fool of themselves. Only the little girl Yi Meng'er was okay. For the sake of her honesty, let's forget it this time. Junior brother Chin, we didn't ask you to help for nothing. Uncle Master, she has what you want. After Yi Meng'er said this, her face turned red. She didn't know why. When facing Chin Fong, her heartbeat always accelerated inexplicably, and the blood supply to her brain was severely insufficient. She often felt dizzy. The problem is, he has never behaved like this when facing other male disciples, even core and direct disciples. Even Shengji Chuyang was not something she had never seen before. Is it possible that this junior brother can cast a poison? Could it be that I was bewitched? An idea came out of nowhere, making Yi Meng'er's face pale. Chin Fong, who was opposite him, was stunned. You just keep talking. Blushing is acceptable. But what the hell is going on when your face turns pale all of a sudden? Do you think I can't stand it? However, he did hear Yi Munger's words, and his eyes fell on Fengling, with suspicion in his eyes. What do I want? There is nothing I want, and besides, bribing the keeper of my Sutra Pavilion so blatantly is the most outrageous thing. Chin Fong has concluded in his heart that these two women are not fuel-efficient lamps. He equates them with Lin Ru, and it is better to stay away from them. Although this, Secrets of Ancient Alchemy, is not an orthodox alchemy practice, it also records a number of ancient alchemy matters. It is more valuable than the Alchemy Sutra I gave you before. It is also the Sutra Pavilion. There are no books in it. If you can satisfy us, this, Secrets of Ancient Alchemy, will be yours. Fengling bit her lips and said reluctantly. She recognized Chin Feng's power in her heart, but she just refused to admit defeat. After all, Yi Feng was able to easily refine the 5-line elixir, which was terrifying. Chin Feng's eyes lit up. Only now did he understand what Yi Munger said. Isn't what he wanted just the classics that were not in the scripture collection pavilion? It seems that this little rich woman has some knowledge, including an alchemy sutra and a secret of ancient alchemy. Although this secret book cannot improve his alchemy, it can improve his overall strength. In general, as long as there are no books in the Sutra Pavilion, he needs them. Thinking of this, Chin Fong retracted his previous views on these two girls. Give me the technique first. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. When he said the next sentence, Chin Fong was stunned for a moment, always feeling that something was wrong. In fact, he felt something was wrong when Fengling said that before. The two women looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. If Chin Fong didn't agree, there was nothing they could do. In fact, before coming here, they also thought that whether it was Yang Shui or Lan Ying, they had taught everything they could in the Foundation establishment realm, and the rest were not taught because they were beyond their scope of strength. You must know that the Holy Son Chu Yang and the Vice President Yang Shui did not refine the 5-line elixir when they were in the Foundation establishment realm. Therefore, they both thought of coming to Chin Fong for advice. After Chin Fong took over the elixir book, Secrets of the Ancient Alchemy Way, he didn't waste any time and directly took out the 3 yuan elixirs of the Foundation building realm and the elixir materials of the spiritual light realm. Start refining the pill in front of the two of them. This time, he came with a full explanation. Moreover, the melting pot method, the first of the 10 methods of the Alchemy Emperor, was also given to the two women. Maybe you will think that this is too much effort. After all, a secret story is not worth it. In fact, this effort is really not big, because Chin Fong has just read the Secrets of Ancient Alchemy. On it, there are not only some anecdotes about ancient alchemists, but also a lot of important news, such as the possible whereabouts of some rare magical medicines in the world, as well as some incomplete ancient alchemy recipes. This is the most priceless thing in this secret. Therefore, a melting pot method is what they deserve. Soon, both of them were shocked by Chin Feng's effortless technique. He's getting stronger again. Fengling was the most shocked, because Yi Munger had never seen Chin Fong making alchemy before, and she was the only one who had really seen it. It has only been half a year now, but Chin Feng's alchemy strength has obviously crossed over to another level, and he already has the demeanor of a master. How can it be? Fengling was puzzled, but she recovered quickly and concentrated on learning the furnace method. With her knowledge, she can certainly see how powerful this secret technique is. Coupled with her own experience in alchemy, and with the assistance of such secret techniques, it is not impossible to master the 9-mark elixir, and it is not the kind of elixir that has just entered the 9-mark realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Wang Zan took the 8 turns of Return to Heaven pill, his injuries recovered instantly, and after his body was reorganized by the body meridian, his potential increased again. Although he has not yet broken through to the spiritual light realm, his strength is naturally different from before. Brothers, why don't I just watch it? Yuan Hua looked at Xiao Zhang and Zhang Dao with some confusion. Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference, don't you want to be famous? Xiao Zhang looked sideways at Yuan Hua. Think about it. Yuan Hua said truthfully. And you? Xiao Zhang glanced at Zhang Dao again. The latter rolled his eyes at him and said nothing. If it is 10 years later, we will either fail to advance to the spiritual light realm, or we will already be inner disciples of the spiritual light realm. But no matter which one it is, the 3 of us will lose the qualification to participate in the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. So, we should seize the opportunity this time. Let those guys know that our outer disciples are not easy to mess with either. So, do it or not. Xiao Zhang looked at the two people and said, "Do it." Zhang Dao cursed, and Yuanhua on the side was also moved by Xiao Zhang's words. "Let's go find the boss." After Xiao Zhang finished speaking, he grabbed Zhang Dao and Yuanhua and left the outer courtyard. The three of them then came to the Scripture Collection Pavilion and saw that it was not Elder Sha, but the mysterious top boss of the Scripture Collection Pavilion. The three of them became even more nervous. "Elder, we want to go to the Sutra Tiding Pavilion. Second floor." Xiao Zhang said the last two words. After all, Elder Shao had scared him out of the shadows before. Who can stand it if his points are cut off again and again? Yi Hen directly crossed out 240 points from the nameplates of the three of them, making Xiao Zhang breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, they stepped into the Sutra Collection Pavilion. As a result, the next second, he almost bumped into Fengling and Yi Menger. Fortunately, Fengling took Yi Menger and took a step back, coming to Chin Feng's side. Xiao Zhang blinked, looked at the two beauties who were glowing with spring and radiant faces, and then looked at Chin Fong who was a little tired. Yuanhua and Zhang Dao beside him were not blind, they also saw this. Beast, the majestic holy land of Sutra Pavilion actually did such a thing. How nice it would be if you took one with me. Xiao Zhang's heart was roaring crazily, feeling that he should not be in the car at this moment, but should be under the car. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what happened to this man and two women. This time, I have to thank junior brother Chin. Then let's go. After Yi Menger finished saying this, her face turned slightly red, and then she followed Fengling and left without paying any attention to Xiao Zhang's sad eyes. Ahem, junior brother Chin, please teach me how to pick up girls. Please, brother. The next second, Xiao Zhang rushed directly in front of Chin Fong like a wild boar, and subconsciously hugged Chin Feng's thigh. As a result, Chin Fong dodged away without leaving a trace, leaving Xiao Zhang stunned for a moment, feeling a little weird. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Zhang Dao. Junior brother Chin, you must have heard of the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. ... Chin Fong was immediately speechless. Did you really collude with each other this time? Can you please let me rest for a while? However, it was obvious that he had misunderstood the three of them, and their purpose was very simple. There was not much time until the Dongwang Sword Trial Conference was held. After much deliberation, they decided that they should go to the Scripture Deposit Pavilion and ask Chin Fong if there was any secret technique that could enhance their strength. The three of them are now at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Among them, Zhang Dao was originally 5th in the outer sect. Now, except for Qian Hong, who was originally the 1st in the outer sect, he has entered the inner sect. The other two disciples, the 2nd and 4th, have also been promoted within half a year. Inner disciple. As for the original 3rd, the breakthrough failed and cannot be recovered in a short time. Even if it recovers, its strength will not be as good as before. In addition, Xiao Zhang himself has 2 auxiliary skills, and Yuanhua also has 1 auxiliary skill. Although the two of them have been promoted to the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm not long ago, their strength is already among the best among the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Therefore, the 3 outer disciples representing the 9 Heavens Holy Land were allowed to participate in the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. In response, Chin Fong said, "If you are tired, destroy it quickly." However, the 3 people's requests were originally within the scope of his responsibilities, so it was not that difficult. After careful consideration, Chin Fong proposed martial arts suitable for the 3 of them. Yes, martial arts. It's not a skill. Xiao Zhang had previously practiced the Ding Yang technique and Lieri Ju, while Zhang Dao had practiced the Sha Yin Ju and Bing Xin Ju. As for Yuanhua, it is the Chongchun Sutra of cultivation. Although these 3 people have auxiliary skills at their disposal, they all practice more than one martial art themselves. However, there is no martial arts that can defeat the enemy and maximize the skills they practice. Therefore, Chin Fong directly asked them to find 3 martial arts schools. Withered Palm, Big Sun Fist, Frost Legs. These 3 exercises reminded Chin Fong of 3 characters in a TV series he had watched in his previous life. The three of them also started practicing on the spot after finding these three martial arts. 2 hours later, all three of them had successfully mastered the martial arts, and the only thing left was to use it skillfully. Feeling the harmony between the rippling movements of the skills and martial arts in their bodies, the eyes of the three of them were full of surprise. Junior brother Chin, it has to be you. Xiao Zhang excitedly held Chin Feng's hands, causing goosebumps to appear on the latter's body, and he quickly pulled his hands out. Yuan Hua and Zhang Dao on the side were also extremely surprised. Withered wood palm and frost legs are undoubtedly techniques tailor-made for them. Under the stimulation of Chongchun Sutra and Bingxin Ju, the power of these two martial arts is extraordinary. Even if he was hit by an ordinary spiritual light realm, he would still suffer a lot of injuries. Stable. The three of them saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Later, as the three people thanked them, Chin Fong chased them away like flies. Originally, the points on his disciple's nameplate were only over 500. Especially in the past 6 months, he rarely recorded them in his account. After half a year, the points had not reached 600. Fortunately, he didn't have anything that required points. However, after these few days, his points are now almost 700. This is indeed a big breakthrough. Let's just say points. Although he doesn't use them often, he can't live without them. On the other side, Su He was called to the Danyuan inexplicably, and then he saw the transformed Wang Zan in front of him, and a light flashed in his eyes. How could he not see that this boy's strength has become stronger again, but his level has not changed? This made him feel much more at ease. Together with Ling Meng and Qian Yang, at least as far as the inner disciples are concerned, their 9 heavens holy land should be stable. Good boy. In the next period of time, adjust your condition well. Su He patted Wang Zan on the shoulder, and the latter nodded. Although the body meridian made him stronger, it did too much damage to his body. Even with the 8 turns of return to heaven pill, his spirit was still a little tired. At the same time that Jushao Holy Land was busy preparing for the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. In the Blazing Sun Holy Land, another great holy land in the Eastern Wasteland, an old man with fiery red hair looked at the young man in front of him with squinted eyes. My good disciple, are you sure you can beat Chu Yang from the 9 heavens holy land? Master, although I may not be as good as him in terms of cultivation, but in terms of alchemy, haha, I will let him know what the real alchemy is. The body sect is the largest body refining sect in the Eastern Wasteland, and its leader is a strong body refining expert in the Saint realm. At this moment, a young man with dark skin and lustrous body was standing under the towering sky waterfall, resisting the force of the waterfall. The huge force fell on the young man without causing any harm to him. At the same time, in the T-sect's main hall, the sect leader Lu Qing was chatting with another person. Your Excellency, if you dare to go to the appointment alone, are you afraid that I will catch you and send you to my human race's holy land? Lu Qing looked at the young man intently, giving people the feeling that he was about to take action. Ha 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 ha, Sect Master Lu, although your body sect is the #1 body refining sect in the Eastern Wasteland, in front of us, it can only be regarded as this at best. The visitor gestured with the nail of his little finger. Chapter 81. A long time later, Lu Qing looked at the man's leaving figure, a flash of struggle flashing in his eyes. Sect Master, by doing this we are undoubtedly seeking the skin of a tiger. At this moment, a bald middle-aged man walked out of the side hall. There was a scar on the middle-aged face. He exuded tyrannical pressure from all over his body. He could distort space and even block the path between heaven and earth. Shockingly, a saint. In addition to the sect leader Lu Qing, there is actually a saint in the T sect. This news was unknown to all the major sects in the Eastern Wasteland. If Tizong wants to become a holy place, you and I can't do it alone. Those old holy places, in the process of becoming holy places, they have not walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Who would believe that they are clean? We're just replicating their success. At this moment, the struggle in Lu Qing's eyes quickly disappeared and turned into a look of determination and ruthlessness. If a man does not seek death for himself, even if he seeks skin from a tiger, what does it matter? By the time those guys found out, he had already broken through the holy realm and became a strong man in the holy king realm. Lu Qing has always shown to the outside world that he is only at the 5th level of the saint realm. In fact, he has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Saint Realm. If it wasn't too difficult to break through the Holy King, how could he make such a choice? Let Yi Hao try out the people from Jushao Holy Land during the Sword Trial Conference. In this way, I can complete my promise to them. Lu Qing looked at the saint, who nodded. A burly figure sat on the throne at the end, and 3 equally burly figures stood below. Each figure was shrouded in infinite Dao Yun. The Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference is about to be held. After the people from Jushao Holy Land leave, you will start going to Jushao Holy Land. Be sure to bring the upper half of your body back. I know that you, 10,000 Demons Palace, Void Pavilion and Thunder Tribulation Mountain, don't like each other. However, no internal strife is allowed in front of this matter. Otherwise, I will not be able to spare you, and neither will the demon ancestor. Understand. The abyss-like aura descended on the 3 people like the heavens rolling in, and a heavy buzzing sound emitted from the entire hall. However, facing this terrifying aura, the expressions of the 3 people did not change at all, as if their strength was not inferior to that person. We naturally know the importance of the matter. Your Majesty does not need to worry. The man in the middle suddenly spoke, and the Demon King's breath bounced off his body. Does Your Majesty have anything else to do? If not, we have to go back to make arrangements, so we will leave first. Another person suddenly spoke. Immediately afterwards, the 3 people left one after another, leaving only the figure sitting on the throne. The gaze is like a dark abyss, as if it can swallow people up and sink them forever. At the same time, after Chin Fong sent people away one after another, he felt at ease. He did not return to his room, but went to the 5th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. He remembered that the complete Jushao Zhengfa happened to be on the 5th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. What he is practicing now is only the first 2 levels of Jushao Zhengfa. The complete Jushao Zhengfa is a technique that is enough for people to cultivate to the realm of Yuanshan. Although the level of the skill is not high among the many classics in the Holy Land, it can lay a solid foundation for a group of disciples. Now, Chin Fong has just broken through to the foundation establishment realm, and his strength has skyrocketed. Of course, he wants to fully master this technique. After all, he always felt that the Tai Jing technique was a bit evil, so it was better not to expose it. Therefore, the complete Jushao Zhengfa became his first choice. Extensive reading of Jushao Zhengfa, qualification +50, understanding +50. Intensive reading of 9 Heavens Zhengfa, qualification +100, understanding +100, physique +100, lifespan +100. Read 9 Heavens Zhengfa carefully, qualification +200, understanding +200, physique +200, lifespan +200, cultivation +50. You have mastered 9 Heavens Zhengfa, qualification +400, understanding +400, constitution +400, lifespan +400, cultivation level +100. You have clearly understood the 9 Heavens Zhengfa, and have a first glimpse of the vastness of the world. From the Jushao Zhengfa, you have understood the advanced skill, Chenkin Tiandi Jing, the best Taoist level with +1000 qualifications, +1000 understanding, and +1000 physical fitness. Lifespan +1000, cultivation +300. In an instant, Chin Fong felt like he was enlightened, and his whole person experienced a comprehensive transformation from the inside out. If foundation building made him transcendent and become more powerful, then the process of converting from Jushao Zhengfa to Chenkin Tiandi Jing was to sort out the corners of himself that could have been developed but have not yet been developed. At this moment, Chin Feng's whole body seemed to be exuding an aura that was out of the dust. The best Dao level technique, that is to say, this Chenkin Heaven and Earth Sutra can allow me to practice to the semi-sacred realm. Chin Feng's eyes lit up. There were 3 major realms between the semi-saint realm and the Yuanshan realm. You must know that the deans of the 4 courtyards of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, as well as the heads of the War Hall and the Punishment Hall, as well as full-time elders like Xiao Zhangfeng and Yi Hen, are only at the semi-sacred realm. Further up, there are the deputy sect masters and supreme elders. In particular, the top-level Dao level exercises are placed on the 8th and 9th floors of the Sutra Pavilion. Ordinary disciples can only keep up with it. Even if he wants to see the 8 or 9 levels of classics, it will take some time. I accidentally became stronger again. Very good, Very powerful. Chin Fong, who was in a very happy mood, decided not to read the classics today and go back to study the formations. After all, his breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm this time was quite loud, and he almost exposed the small space. If he didn't set up a formation in his own room, the consequences would be disastrous. There are also many classics on formations on the 4th and 5th floors of the Sutra Pavilion. You can improve your formation cultivation by looking back. Besides, didn't we agree that we would work hard towards the immortal family cave? Thinking of this, Chin Fong felt that it would be beneficial to set a higher goal. At least at this time, he was full of motivation. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the Dongwang Sword Trial Conference was held. On the Jushao Square, dozens of disciples, led by several inner dean elders, uniformly stepped onto a red dragon-headed ship. Immediately afterwards, the dragon-headed ship shook slightly and instantly turned into a stream of light and shot through the air. During the Sword Trial Conference, the Nine Heavens formation will be operating at full power. A long-haired middle-aged man wearing a plain robe said in a deep voice. Yes, Deputy Sect Master. A response came from the space. The middle-aged man turned around and stepped out. His figure had arrived at the Shenshao Temple on Shenshao Peak, the first peak of Jushao. Holy Lord. The figure of Jushao Holy Lord Yang Qian appeared in front of Shenshao Temple, and the middle-aged man nodded slightly when he saw it. I hope what we're worried about won't happen. It hasn't been long since Dongwang became calm. Yang Qian's eyes were very calm, but few people could see the slightest ripple under his calm eyes. A few days ago, he learned from the inner dean that an inner disciple had completed the first form of the Body Sutra. This gave him a rare expression of surprise. After all, that thing is not for people to practice at all. As soon as he thought about the body meridian, Yang Qian felt his head buzzing. This thing was not brought back by him. It was taken from the demon clan by the Holy Lord several generations ago. Euphemistically called digging their roots. However, at the beginning of this matter, no one except the Holy Lords of the past generations knew the origin of the Body Sutra. The Holy Lord of that generation, in order to prevent the demon clan from knowing that the upper half of the Body Sutra was in his hands, stipulated that he could only the Holy Lord as passed down from generation to generation. The angry demon clan searched the entire Xuanwang realm, but could not find the half of the Body Sutra. As a result, the strength of the demon clan gradually weakened under the joint suppression of the major holy places of the human race. It can be said from the Body Sutra that it is not a technique that ordinary people of the demon clan can practice. It is a technique that only the demons and geniuses of the demon clan are qualified to practice. It is the ultimate way that points directly to the Holy King and even beyond. Without the first half of the Body Sutra, the latter half cannot be practiced at all. Even among the demon clan, the number of demons who know the origin of the body experience can be counted on one hand. In order for the demon clan to not continue to decline, the demon ancestors and demon emperors of that generation and other great demons worked hard to rededuce the story. The first half of the body meridian. Is it just the effect? Compared with what Jushao Holy Land has in hand now, it is far behind. Moreover, after practicing the new Body Sutra, and then practicing the second half of the original Body Sutra, the probability of becoming possessed is greatly increased. How many monsters from the demon clan have died in this step? Later, countless years passed before the Holy Lord of Jushao Holy Land told the news to some reliable senior officials. However, it was only made clear that this was a technique stolen from the demon clan, and the origin was not clearly mentioned. Holy Land senior officials like Sun Qingfeng and Xiao Zhangfeng only knew that the Body Sutra was a technique stolen from the demon clan by the Holy Land sages. The reason why I was so surprised that Wang Zan had mastered the first form of the Body Sutra was because in the past, no one wanted to practice this thing at all. The value of putting this thing in the Sutra Pavilion is that without it, the demon clan will not be able to rise. I don't know, but some fool suddenly let it slip, and Wang Zan overheard that there was an amazing technique in the Sutra Pavilion that had no restrictions and could even be practiced by handyman disciples. Seeing Yang Qian's complicated expression, Lin Tang, the deputy sect leader of Jushao Holy Land, was surprised that Yang Qian was still practicing the demon clan's skills for Wang Zan. Yang Qian was also very depressed. After all, he had no one to share such a big thing with. What is at stake is not just the Nine Heavens Holy Land family, but the situation of the entire human race and the demon race. Although there are some bedbugs in dark corners among humans, they just don't dare to show their faces. But if the body of the demon clan is complete, then these guys are not necessarily. But when he thought of the previous vision of heaven and earth, Yang Qian felt a throbbing in his heart for no reason. This throbbing was the source of Lin Tang's order to activate the Jushao formation at full power. In fact, at a state like Yang Qian's, deducing the secrets of heaven was just a skill he picked up casually. After the vision of heaven and earth came out, he made a special effort to deduce the secrets of heaven. As a result, Tianji was in chaos, and it was impossible to see the future direction clearly. In the end, Yang Qian used his source to activate the treasure, and he saw a glimmer of direction from the secret. There is a glimmer of hope among the great evil, and this glimmer of hope will bring Jushao Holy Land to a level never seen before. Therefore, Yang Qian breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still very vigilant in his heart. After all, the secret of the most evil thing meant that anyone with a discerning eye could see it. On the other side, the departure of the disciples who participated in the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference did not affect the normal operation of Jushao Holy Land at all. But some disciples looked at the dragon-headed ship that had disappeared without a trace, beating their chests and feeling a little regretful. After all, there are not many opportunities to show your face in front of the major Holy Land sects. In this kind of competition, once you win, your reputation is equivalent to spreading throughout the entire human race. At this moment, Chin Fong, who was in the Sutra Pavilion, was speechless. He originally thought that after those guys went to attend some conference, Jushao Holy Land would stop for a while and let him live a vacation life. Unexpectedly, more disciples came to the Sutra Pavilion than before. Moreover, there was a fierceness on every face, as if they wanted to eat him. At the same time, Xiao Zhangfeng, who was collecting tickets outside the Sutra Pavilion, was in a complicated mood. The result of his busy schedule was really not as good as the selection in the Holy Land before the Dongwang Sword Trial Conference. Now these disciples who were eliminated due to various reasons are all working hard and starting to get involved. Thinking of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. The four-son Qingfeng even asked the elders of the inner courtyard to intercede with them. There is a high probability that he will never be able to recover from the consequences of his experiences in southern Xinjiang. The problem is, my original purpose was also to get these disciples involved. Now only the world of my own injury has been achieved. Perhaps among the injured, these diligent disciples should also be included. Call, it's finally done. Chin Fong was a little tired. In the past, when it was getting dark, almost no one would come to the scripture pavilion. Today, it was already evening before he sent the last person away. Now, he estimated that those who set out should have arrived at Blazing Sun Holy Land. No matter what, as a member of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he still hopes that his family can show their face and win. Afterwards, Chin Fong returned to his room and entered a small independent space. During this period of time, he improved his experience in formations. Some of the previous formations were reshaped by him, and some were improved on this basis. It makes rooms and small spaces more private than before, and the aura is more intense. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Chin Fong began to practice physical skills. In the past few days, he discovered a little trick to fix the bug. Every time I practice the Body Sutra, it becomes easier than before, and the gains are exactly the same. In an instant, the outline of the villain in Chin Feng's consciousness evolved from the first posture to the sixth posture, and then to the seventh posture. Originally, Chin Fong could only hold on to the seventh movement of the Body Sutra for less than 30 seconds, but he didn't know what he thought. At the moment when the 30th second arrived, he activated his magical power, Nirvana. Therefore, Chin Fong, who was repeatedly pulled between collapse and rebirth, while the strength of his body was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, his strength was also steadily improving. The movement of the seventh posture went from being able to hold it for less than 30 seconds to being able to hold it for 1 minute, and then mastering the seventh posture of the body meridian. However, when mastering the seventh move, Chin Fong did not comprehend any new magical powers. Although he was a little disappointed, it was within his expectations. After all, if each move represented a magical power, wouldn't it mean that half of the body scripture had 54 magical powers? The person who created this technique must be such an awesome being. And although he didn't master magical powers, he did master the secret method. 9 Heavens Holy Land, Outer Disciple, Xiao Zongsheng. The sound rang out in the huge square, and Xiao Zhong waved his arms excitedly, with a proud look on his face. In the stands, Zhang Dao, Yuan Hua and other outer disciples were also clapping excitedly. There is no way, as outer disciples, they obviously don't know that the major forces are coming fiercely at the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. At the beginning, the handyman disciples of Jushao Holy Land were defeated. Among the hundreds of sects that participated in the Eastern Wilderness Sword Trial Conference, the final ranking of the servant disciples of the 9 Heavens Holy Land was not high, and they all fell out of the 10th place. Obviously, they did not meet the status of the 5 major holy lands of the Eastern Wilderness human race. Among the top 10 servant disciples, there are 4 from Blazing Sun Holy Land. In addition, Taichu Holy Land, T-Sect and Tianji Sect each accounted for 2 people. On the contrary, the handyman disciples of Tianlai Palace and Jojo Island, like Jushao Holy Land, were also ranked outside the 10. Su He, the second elder of the inner courtyard of the 9 Heavens Holy Team, was shocked when he opened the door. His eyes darkened. He knew that the other party was coming fiercely, but he did not expect that the handyman disciples of Jushao Holy Land failed to enter the top 10. Fortunately, in the battle among the outer disciples, both Xiao Zhong and Zhang Dao entered the top 10 of the outer disciples. Xiao Zhong even won the first place. Although Yuan Hua did not enter the top 10, he was ranked 12th. Elder Su, you outer sect disciples are very outstanding. I never thought that a mortal foundation building body could surpass the genius of an earth-grade foundation building. It's really amazing. Besides Su He, Lei Ming, the elder of Tianlai Palace, said with a chuckle, and it was not difficult to hear some insincere sarcasm in his tone. It's funny, it's better than some trash that appears to be an earth-level foundation builder, but in fact has never even defeated an ordinary level foundation builder. Do you think it's Elder Lei? Su He smiled and looked at Lei Ming, whose face had turned dark, and said. Lei Ming snorted coldly and stopped talking. This guy was talking about the disciples of their Tianlai Palace. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Lei Ming's eyes, a chill that made the outer disciples of Tianlai Palace on the opposite stand shudder subconsciously. They also knew that things would definitely be miserable after returning to the palace this time. Soon, Xiao Zhong returned to his seat in the stands. This square is extremely huge. There are stands around the square. Except for the elders of the major forces who sit in the main stand, the other disciples sit in the other 3 directions. At this time, in the center of the main stand, the great elder of Blazing Sun Holy Land, Lai Yang, had a flash of light in his eyes. The elimination of the 9 Heavens Holy Land's handyman disciples was surprising to him, but the 2 outer disciples entering the top 10, especially one ranking 3rd and one ranking 1st, made him even more surprised. Originally, in his imagination, one of his outer disciples should win the first place. After all, that disciple had the foundation of dual attribute evil energy. Unexpectedly, the fat man named Xiao Zhong was able to withstand multiple rounds of attacks from the outer disciple of Blazing Sun Holy Land, and finally defeated him. In addition, the disciple named Zhang Dao also defeated an outer disciple from Kyushu Island who had established the foundation of the earth attribute evil spirit. Although there was a lot of luck involved, a win was a win, and he was not so shameless. It was just a competition between a handyman and an outer disciple, so it had little impact. As long as their Blazing Sun Holy Land can come out on top in the next competition between the inner sect, core, personal successor and Holy Sun. However, Lieri also knew that his idea was indeed a bit outrageous. After all, Blazing Sun Holy Land is not the strongest among the 5 holy lands in the Eastern Wasteland, and the strongest holy land of Taichu was not tepid at all in the first 2 rounds of disciple competitions. What he felt was that those disciples didn't seem to have any desire to compete. Although the water is not released, let's release it. At the same time, in the other half of the square, the competition between the 4 avenues of the Alchemy and Talisman formations was in full swing. The same goes from handyman disciple to the level of Holy Sun. Different from the competition in terms of strength, the momentum here is much lower than that of the 2 sides fighting. The reason for this arrangement is that the top leaders of the major forces want to see how much the disciples, methods of alchemy and talismans will be affected if they are affected by the battle. Soon, Yi Menger and Fengling won one after another in the competition at the Foundation Establishment realm and entered the top 10. As long as they work harder, the first and second places will be theirs. Similarly, Holy Sun Chuyang, the direct disciple of Danyuan Din's son Qingfeng, also easily defeated his opponent and was about to face his last opponent. As long as he defeats that person, then in the field of alchemy, Jushao Holy Land will be unparalleled. It is impossible for him to lose, let alone lose. After all, Sun Qingfeng and other deans of the Fourth Academy made a rare appearance this time. On the other side, as the competition between the outer disciples ended, the competition between the inner disciples also came. Inner disciples from hundreds of sects left the field one after another and started fighting one after another. Compared with the handymen and the outer disciples, the competition between the inner disciples is more intense. From the moment Wang Zan came on the field, he was beating his opponents at an extremely fast speed. He didn't want to let his strength be exposed too much in the front, otherwise he might miss the title of number 1 inner disciple in the conference. Just as the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference was in full swing, Chin Fong, who was far away in the Jushao Holy Land Scripture Library Pavilion, also began to use the secret method mastered in the 7th form of the Body Sutra to transform stars. Speaking of this secret method, it is not a magical fighting power like forging a golden body or a bone pattern inscription array. It's not like the 5 senses sealing, the furnace method, and the void condensation talisman that don't directly increase the strength of the secret method. It is a secret method that can continuously improve one's own strength. And this improvement in strength is not affected by realm. Theoretically, on the contrary, the stronger the realm, the stronger the improved strength. When Chin Fong mastered this secret method from the 7th posture of the Body Sutra, he couldn't believe it was true. But it is true. After reacting, he took a deep breath. After all, if a quantitative change causes a qualitative change in this thing, it would be terrible. With the operation of the secret method, the spiritual energy in the independent small space began to gather into Chin Feng's body. Gradually, a whirlpool of spiritual energy formed outside Chin Feng's body. Originally, the Sutra Pavilion, as a forbidden area, already had abundant spiritual energy. Under this infinite spiritual energy, the power of the Spirit Gathering Array, which was upgraded to a top-grade Heaven Level 1, became more than 10 times stronger than before. At that moment, Chin Fong seemed to be in a sea of spiritual energy. Endless amounts of pure spiritual fluid squeezed into his dantian like crazy, turning into a small whirlpool in his dantian. After a moment, the vortex collapsed inward, forming a black hole. Then the black hole shrank suddenly, and a ray of light appeared in Chin Feng's dantian. A small white jade bead was born. At that moment, Chin Fong knew that a wonderful door was open to him. Different from the glazed bead in the body that was formed by combining the strength of the body and the power of the body meridian, Chin Fong could feel the white jade bead in front of him. It was a pure bead made of condensed spiritual energy. I seem to have embarked on a slightly different path of spiritual practice. Chin Fong looked surprised. If he saw it correctly, why did the beads condensed in his body look a bit like the golden elixir in immortality? Others fantasize about me cultivating immortality. This style of painting is a bit off, brother. I don't know who created this Body Sutra. If I continue to practice like this, I will definitely kill people. Chin Fong is very confused. Because although the process of practicing the body meridian is painful, the benefits are real and can be seen with the naked eye. Forget it, there is no spiritual power in my body anyway, and the strength of my yuan power is infinitely higher than the spiritual power of the Foundation Establishment realm. Chin Fong thought about it and figured it out instantly. Since you can't practice to death, practice to death. At worst, when I can go to the top floor of the Sutra Pavilion to read the classics in the future, I will change to a top-level technique. I don't know if my current physical strength can even compete with the demon clan in the same realm. Chin Fong muttered to himself. One night passed very quickly. By the time Chin Fong received the message from Elder Sha at 3 o'clock in the morning, 10 white jade beads had already condensed in his body. Moreover, each of these 10 white jade beads is dozens of times larger than the one he condensed at the beginning. If the former is a pearl, then the latter is the size of a quail egg. Moreover, judging from the richness of the yuan power contained in the latter is countless times stronger than that of the former. Chin Fong looked at his clenched fist. If he punched it out, it would be terrible. A strong person in the spiritual light realm should have a life to take over and a life to live without. As for the Yuanshan realm above the spiritual light, it was difficult for him to judge. After all, the strength of a strong person in the Yuanshan realm is 100 times that of the spiritual light realm. Out of nowhere, he remembered a saying that had been widely circulated in his previous life. Can you block my punch with 30 years of skill? Although his current punch does not have the power of 30 years, it has the power of 100 foundation building realms. Can the opponent block it? If 100 foundation building realms don't work, then use 1,000. If 1,000 don't work, then use 10,000. Speaking of which, this thing didn't take up too much time for him to read the classics. Anyway, his practice was to refine the spiritual energy and transform it into the energy in his body. In this case, it is better to make the best use of everything and let the secret star shine. However, there is still a problem that this secret method cannot solve at present, which is that the white jade beads in his body are consumables. In other words, after he uses up the energy in the white jade bead, this thing will disappear. If you want to condense again, you have to practice again. This made Chin Fong a little dissatisfied. He thought he was powered on, but it turned out to be a power bank. There is no solution yet, and I don't know if there will be a solution in the future. If it was not available, he would reluctantly accept the temporary power bank. At least, when I am fighting, I can kill the opponent just by relying on the battery life of this energy gathering ring. In the Blazing Sun Holy Land, in the square of the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference, everyone's eyes were focused on the alchemy competition. There, two figures were refining their own elixirs. Chu Yong activated the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner and was not affected by the sounds of fighting coming from the other half of the square. 100 meters away from him, a young man's mouth was slightly raised, and he was playing with the alchemy furnace casually, only looking at the fire source under the alchemy furnace from time to time. As well as using slaps that everyone thought were completely out of order to hit the alchemy furnace. Although Chu Yong had some doubts in his heart, they were just doubts. He thought that his opponents should be alchemy wizards from various major sects. Their cultivation level, not to mention entering the law realm like him, must be in the pure yang realm anyway. The result was unexpected. Most of those alchemy geniuses, whether they were in the law realm or the pure yang realm, were defeated by that young man, and they lost completely. And that young man's cultivation level is only at the Yuanshan realm. The monks in the Yuanshan realm straddle the two realms and refine the elixirs in the law realm. Even in the Xuanwang realm, this is quite explosive. Only Sun Qingfeng, who is at the level of Alchemy Emperor, and the other 4 great Alchemy Emperors in the Xuanwang realm can do this. Like himself, he can only refine elixirs for the Heaven Sacrifice realm, but it is very difficult for the elixirs to be of the highest quality or even perfect. So this time, he was refining the law realm elixir that he was good at, Tongtian Dan. The young man chose to refine the same elixir as him. The moment this news spread in the square, even the disciples from various major sects and holy places in the other 3 stands were in an uproar. You know, even if the disciples of Dan Emperor Sun Qingfeng cannot become Dan Emperors in the future, they can still become Dan Kings. Such a being was provoked by others. Even the people from the other 3 holy places in the Eastern Wasteland, Taichu Holy Land, Tianlai Palace and Jojo Island, all saw the target of the young man from Blazing Sun Holy Land, and showed expressions on their faces as if they were watching a show. At this moment, Dan Emperor Sun Qingfeng, who was in the main stand, did not look at his apprentice Chu Yong, but at the young man. After a long while, a flash of divine light flashed in his eyes. He could see that the affinity between the young man and the elixir, was something that even ordinary people could hardly match. In this regard, even Chu Yong is far inferior. It was as if he was a born alchemist. Do you have a special physique? Emperor Dan has great eyesight. Sure enough, in the field of alchemy, there is nothing that can be hidden from the alchemy emperor. Lai Ri, the great elder of Blazing Sun Holy Land, laughed loudly, with a look of extreme satisfaction on his face. The alchemy holy body means that in the future, an alchemy emperor or even an alchemy saint will appear in their Blazing Sun Holy Land. You must know that there are countless creatures in the Xuanwang realm, but there are only 4 alchemy emperors, and above the alchemy emperor, there is only one alchemy sage. That alchemy saint possesses a kind of alchemy holy body. It seems like a pity, Elder Su. Lei Ming, the elder of Tianlei Palace, looked at the second elder Su He with a smile, but the latter simply ignored this guy. He didn't know if the Blazing Sun Holy Land deliberately placed Lei Ming, who he couldn't deal with, next to him. It made him unhappy the whole time. It's a pity. Which strong person has not suffered setbacks on the way to growth? Chu Yang has always had a smooth ride. If he can taste failure this time, I think he will be able to reach the level of his teacher in the future, or even surpass it. Quote. Su He didn't say anything, but Chu Lingxian, the dean of Fuyuan, spoke. This opening immediately made the elders of the surrounding major forces look at him. Yes, if Chu Yang fails to recover, then he is not worthy of their attention at all. But if Chu Yang bottoms out and rebounds, then in the future Jushao Holy Land will have another alchemy emperor, or 2 alchemy emperors in one sect. Such a card is not what everyone here wants to see. Chu Lingxian's words made the elders of the major Holy Land sects look a little strange. Although the Eastern Wasteland is vast and vast, don't forget how many sects there are. Resources are limited, and sects also have strengths and weaknesses. The stronger the sect, the more resources it can have, and vice versa. If Jushao Holy Land adds another alchemy emperor, its strength will definitely reach a stage of rapid growth, and by then the resources of the other 4 holy lands in the East Wasteland will inevitably decrease. This is what Taichu Holy Land, Blazing Sun Holy Land, Tianlei Palace and Jojo Island are not willing to see. Even Taichu Holy Land, which specializes in mental state, has to admit that it is not willing to see another alchemy emperor in Jushao Holy Land. Today, the 5 sacred places in the Eastern Wasteland are headed by Taichu, followed by Qiang and Jushao, and Tianlei Palace and Jojo Island are at the bottom. If Chu Yang becomes the second alchemy emperor of Jushao Holy Land in the future, then the reputation of East Wasteland's first Holy Land will probably fall to Jushao. Unless Sun Qingfeng is gone, or Chu Yang cannot become the second alchemy emperor of Dongwang. Thinking of this, a vague light flashed across the eyes of all the sect elders present. At the same time, Su He, Sun Qingfeng and other deans of the 4 courtyards looked at each other, and then looked at the 2 people in the competition quietly. They were obviously aware of the changes in the mentality of the people around them. However, this is a good thing for the people of Jushao Holy Land. At least these guys have to think about it when they speak again. On the other side, the competition between the inner disciples has also entered a fever pitch. Wang Zan passed all the way and entered the top 10. This time, all the inner sect disciples from the 5 holy places entered the top 10. It can be said that this is the most complete time. At the same time, in the alchemy competition area, in the competition between the alchemists of the Foundation Establishment realm, Fengling and Yi Munger, riding a brilliant horse, directly won 1 or 2 of the alchemists of the Foundation Establishment realm, causing a small-scale sensation. Yi Munger was very happy. Although she only got the 2nd place, the 1st place Fengling's alchemy ability was indeed better than hers. The victory of the 2 men obviously exceeded some people's expectations. In the main stand, the scorching sun's gaze fell on the 2 of them. Although there was no power in this gaze, Fengling and Yi Menger still felt it. 2 juniors at the Foundation Establishment realm cannot deserve Elder Liang's attention. Sun Qingfeng smiled and spoke, his face beaming with joy. Although Fengling and Yi Munger were not his disciples, they were also disciples of his Alchemy Academy. The better the disciples of the Alchemy Academy, the more outstanding he was as the Dean of the Alchemy Academy. Isn't it brighter? 9 Heavens Holy Land is really full of talents. However, it seems that all these talents are concentrated in Danyuan. On the contrary, the performance of Guizhong's Qiwan, Fuyuan and Junyuan are mediocre, which makes me very surprised. The 3 of them are all well-known masters of the tools, talismans and formations in the Eastern Wasteland. In terms of teaching, they are far behind Sun Danwang. Elder Lieri said with a smile, as if he was joking. Snort. Gade snorted heavily, his face a little dark. This old guy really didn't like to pick up any of the pots. When he thought of this, Chin Feng's figure appeared in his mind. If this kid could learn to refine weapons from him, he would surely make these guys' jaws drop. We Fuyuan disciples are indeed relatively average. After all, there are only so many geniuses and evildoers. Sometimes there is nothing we can do about it. Just like Elder Liang, don't the 4 major courtyards of your sect often have low moments? Chu Lingxian's voice is like an orchid in an empty valley, which makes people feel mesmerized when listening to it. Even Elder Liang, who is already in the saint realm, is wary when facing Chu Lingxian. Dean Chu is right, he speaks without hesitation. Lai Yang smiled indifferently, and then stopped discussing what had just happened, and instead his eyes fell on Chu Yang and Wu Ming in Blazing Sun Holy Land. The alchemy furnace in front of the 2 people was now filled with clouds, and an extremely rich fragrance floated out from the alchemy furnace, making the disciples of various sects in the entire square tremble. My bottleneck is loose. I have reached the peak of the 9th level of the pure Yang realm. What kind of pill is this? It can actually loosen my bottleneck. Hiss. The injuries sustained during the fight are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under the power of this inexplicable medicine. The elixir hasn't been completely released yet, but it has such a fragrance. Could it be that it's a Tao elixir? For a moment, all the disciples in the square looked at the alchemy furnaces of Chu Yang and Wu Ming. And all the elders in the main stand also looked at the last competition in the alchemy competition area with burning eyes. The winner will be able to become famous throughout the eastern wasteland today. Even the loser is still inferior to one person and superior to countless others. However, Chu Yang's name had already become famous in the Eastern Baron before the Eastern Baron Sword Trial Conference. As for that young man Wu Ming, he has been hiding in the Blazing Sun Holy Land until today, just to defeat Chu Yang in the Eastern Wilderness Sword Trial Conference in an upright manner. Along with the 2 invisible waves, a large amount of white energy spread out overwhelmingly. 2 streams of light rushed out of the white energy and tried to escape, but were instantly caught by Chu Yang and Wu Ming. The powerful force made Chu Yang's palms tremble slightly, but Wu Ming was not as calm as Chu Yang. After all, his cultivation was not as good as that of Chu Yang. The moment his expression suddenly changed, he mobilized all the power in his body to suppress the pill in his hand. After a long time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Yang slowly opened his palm, and 2 textures appeared on the Tongtian pill. In the realm of 9 lines, the second line of Tongtian Dan. Seeing this, Wu Ming laughed. Sorry, I won. Before he finished speaking, Wu Ming revealed the Tongtian pill in his hand, which had 3 textures on it. 3 lines of Tongtian elixir. Wow! There was an uproar in the square, and all the disciples looked at Wu Ming in shock. Even the disciples in Blazing Sun Holy Land were the same. It was clear that Wu Ming's talent in alchemy before was mediocre, so why could even Chu Yang, the direct disciple of the Alchemy Emperor, who was said to be the Alchemy King in the future, be able to defeat him? Congratulations. After Chu Yang only answered 2 words, he turned around and returned to his own stand, ignoring the looks of everyone around him along the way. Although this was his first experience of failure, his mood was very calm. Because he knows that in this time of going all out, what he gains is the most valuable. Next time, he can refine the Tongtian pill with 3 or even 4 lines or more. This scene caught the eyes of the powerful men from all the major sects and holy places in the main stand, and a flash of divine light flashed in everyone's eyes. As expected of a disciple taught by the Emperor of Dan himself. With such a state of mind, he will surely become a great master in the future. The scorching sun praises and tells the truth. On the other hand, Wu Ming in Blazing Sun Holy Land did not leave the square after defeating Chu Yang, but looked at Fengling and Yi Menger. Everyone present followed his gaze and looked over. 2 foundation building realm alchemists. What does this newly promoted alchemist genius want to do? I just saw 2 people at the foundation establishment realm refining the 9 marked elixir of the spiritual light realm. I am itching and want to compete with you too. As soon as Wu Ming said these words, it was like a depth bomb, exploding the entire audience. I just saw 2 people at the foundation establishment realm refining the 9 marked elixir of the spiritual light realm. I am itching and want to compete with you too. A sunshine-like smile appeared on the harmless face of the unknown animal, which made Elder Liang on the main stand stare blankly. At this moment, he noticed the gazes of the powerful men from the 9 heavens Holy Land. Although all the deans and elders of Jushao Holy Land, including Su He, are only in the semi-holy realm. But Su He is a war saint who can rival a saint. With such strength, it is extremely difficult for him to win in a short time. Of course, it is impossible for him to take action, which would cause hostility between the two holy places. This is not what Blazing Sun Holy Land wants to see. However, this feeling of being like a thorn in my back is really not good. At this moment, the more Li Ri looked at Chu Yang, the more he found it pleasing to the eye. Instead, it was Wu Ming, the boy who had been suppressed by him for so long. This time, his nature was completely released. Especially since he was the first person to compete in the alchemy competition at the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. I am afraid that even Holy Lord Blazing Sun would appreciate it, so he couldn't say anything. However, he felt that this kid was a double-edged sword. If used well, it would kill the enemy, but if used poorly, it would easily hurt himself. Immediately, Li Ri sent a message to the elder in charge of the alchemy competition. Nameless, don't be presumptuous. The inner dean of the Blazing Sun Holy Land's expression darkened, and he looked at Wu Ming with an unkind expression. Apparently, he also knew that Wu Ming's words at this critical moment would only make others think that you were bullying the small. Not to mention the peak of your pure Yang realm, the three-line elixir of the Law realm that you just refined. If you compete with two alchemists who are just refining spiritual elixirs, do you think you are bullying others? Can you say this? Can such a person become the #1 alchemist in the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference? I don't accept it. Maid, in comparison, look at Chu Yang. Even if he loses, he is still calm and calm. This nameless ghost is really ugly. For a time, all the disciples of the major Holy Land sects were talking about it, and their voices were not quiet, and they directly reached Wu Ming's ears. This made Wu Ming look a little embarrassed. You fart, I just want to compete with them. Why do you want to bully the small? I am not as dirty as you. Wu Ming's face turned red. Moreover, I will also refine elixirs of the same level as them. Whatever they say we will compete with, I will compete with them. What qualifications do you guys have to talk about me when you are defeated generals? Everyone was originally dissatisfied with Wu Ming's arrogance, but these words completely aroused public outrage. What did you say? An alchemy master in the Law realm of the Heavenly Thunder Palace was furious. Thunder light flashed around his body, and terrifying power rose up. You're so arrogant, I really want to hit him. Wu Ming's words obviously angered not only the disciples in the square, but also the disciples from the major forces in the stands in the other three directions. They frowned, and some even swore. At this moment, Li Ri's brows were obviously no longer as flat as before, but instead frowned. On the other side, even Wang Zan, who was fighting, was partially distracted by the momentum here, causing his opponent to almost hurt him. However, he reacted extremely quickly, and during the devastating attack, he directly beat the opponent to the point of surrendering on the spot. Now, he only has one last competition left, and his opponent will be chosen from the disciples of Tizong and Blazing Sun Holy Land. Then, Wang Zan looked at the alchemy area. Okay, as you wish. Fengling's voice was unusually clear, resounding throughout the square. Yi Meng'er on the side didn't say anything, but stared at Wu Ming angrily. Is it great to be able to refine high-grade elixirs? You can bully people if you are awesome. Compared with Chin Fong from our Sutra Collection Pavilion, he is far behind. Uncle Master, kill him. Yi Meng'er bared her fangs, clenched her fist and gave it a hard blow. Her alchemy strength is not as good as Fengling's. Now that Fengling has spoken, she doesn't have to play. At the same time, Chu Yang stood up slowly in the stands, with a hint of worry between his eyebrows. Of course he knew that the strength of Fengling and Yi Meng'er was almost the same as when he was in the Foundation Establishment realm. The problem is that with Wu Ming's current state, even if he is refining elixirs from the Spiritual Light realm, he can easily refine elixirs from the Nine Marks realm. In the competition between the two women just now, one refined the second pattern and the other refined the first pattern. They were indeed excellent, but this did not mean that they could defeat Wu Ming. As a disciple of the Alchemy Academy, as the eldest disciple, he was naturally worried about the situation of the two women. It's just that Fengling's words have already been spoken. Even if he stops her, it's too late. If he insists on stopping her, he will only make others look down on him. Haha, okay, don't worry, I won't bully you. I noticed that you were practicing elixirs from the Spiritual Light realm before. You can choose any one and let's compete. If you can't be prepared, I can give you some pointers to make your alchemy cultivation even further. There was a complacent look on Wu Ming's face. Idiot. A disciple whispered something. Just blast the elixir. Fengling simply said that the pill she had just won in the Foundation Establishment Realm Alchemy Competition was the spirit exploding pill that monks in the spiritual light realm could take. Explosive spiritual pill. Right, wait for me for a while, I'll see what ingredients are there. Wu Ming has never refined this elixir before, so he can only learn it now. I can't stand it anymore, I really want to hit someone. This scene once again made all the disciples from all the major sects itch with hatred. Isn't this insulting? Even Yi Munger, who has a good temper, is flushed with anger at this moment. The other party is also so bad and ignores others. However, Fengling did not bother Wu Ming, but adjusted her breathing on the spot. Although the alchemy just now was not difficult, it was still a loss. Next, it will definitely be a tough battle. Although, even if she doesn't accept it, no one will say anything. Instead, they will think it is normal. But for some reason, she just didn't want Wu Ming's face to become more arrogant, even if he could easily refine the spiritual light elixir in the 9 marks domain. I didn't expect that guy to be a fool and a bad guy. If I had the cultivation level of Senior Brother Chu, I would definitely take good care of him. Xiao Zhong in the stands had a dangerous look on his face. In fact, none of the 9 Heavens Holy Land disciples had good-looking faces. All disciples who practice spiritual practice have to deal with the Alchemy Academy more or less. Although Fengling is cold and cold, after all, she has that kind of personality, but she is also warm-hearted, but her face is cold and her heart is warm. Especially under this situation, all the disciples of Jushao Holy Land share the same hatred. We have to support the alchemists of our Alchemy Academy ourselves, so why should we suffer such anger when we come to your Blazing Sun Holy Land? So angry. Inner Disciples, the last competition. Yi Hao vs. Wang Zan. Start. Following the order from the Elder of Blazing Sun Holy Land, Wang Zan took action instantly. The opponent opposite him, a young man with dark and shiny skin, also moved. With this movement, Wang Zan's eyes flashed, as if he was not facing a human being, but a ferocious beast. The movement of Yi Hao, who had dark and shiny skin, moved not only Wang Zan, but also the surrounding disciples who were originally paying attention to the alchemy area. They all felt that something was wrong here. Everyone looked around and saw that Yi Hao was like a ferocious beast, exuding a murderous aura, and powerful power surged out, shocking them. Can someone with a spiritual realm of cultivation possess such strength? Such an aura, even if placed in the Yuanshan realm, would probably be at the peak of the Yuanshan realm. If the spiritual light realm is the spiritual light that is born from the sea of consciousness, and the spiritual light adheres to the spiritual power, causing the power to increase dozens or hundreds of times, then the soul spirit realm is the combination of the spiritual light and the soul, constantly strengthening the soul, and thus transforming into the soul. Once you reach the Yuanshan realm, you can master magical powers and greatly improve your own strength. Therefore, monks in the spiritual light realm can rival Yuanshan based on their strength alone. Such monks who cross a large realm to fight against the enemy are called monsters in the Xuanwang realm. After all, the strength of each realm is very different, and the probability of fighting across a large realm and winning is slim. That is to say, in the major holy places, because there are many outstanding disciples, the base is already there, so some monsters are born. However, in the eyes of some people, the body sect is just a single body refining sect. Although the sect master is also in the saint realm, he is far inferior to the 5 holy places. I never thought that they could give birth to a monster at the level of the inner sect. Moreover, interested disciples have already paid attention to Yi Hao before. In every battle he fought, he defeated his opponent easily. Only when fighting against Ling Meng from the 9 Heavens Holy Land did it take a little longer. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the opponent did not use his true strength. This made some disciples feel that Yi Hao of T-sect might be the first among the inner disciples in advance. This kind of result can be said to be T-sect's best performance among the inner disciples in the previous Dongwang Sword Trial Conference. It was too late, but soon, Yi Hao's whole body exuded a sharp edge, and he appeared in front of Wang Zan in the form of an afterimage, punching out. The air was instantly blasted, and a violent air explosion sounded. Countless airflows wrapped around Yi Hao's fist, turning into flowing sharp edges and blasting towards Wang Zan. In this blow, although he did not use all his strength, he still used 80% of his strength. He had no choice but to give orders from the higher-ups, so he met people from Jushao Holy Land and wanted to test them. Previously, Reimu was hit by the turbulent waves one after another. He had no time to fight back. In the end, he was punched in the abdomen and knocked unconscious. However, before Ling Meng fainted, he concentrated all his strength and gave Yi Hao a blow. There is still a footprint on the latter's body, which is aching. Yi Hao didn't care. There was no pain in the process of refining the body. Even the internal injuries were gone. Ordinary people would really lose their fighting power after being hit by Ling Meng's kick. But he is different. The more seriously injured he is, the stronger his fighting power becomes. In theory, he had to thank Reimu for getting him hurt. In this way, he can face the king's battle in Jushao Holy Land with a stronger attitude. The servants and the outer disciples had already competed, and obviously no one appeared that made him noteworthy. Nowadays, there is only one Wang Zan left in the inner sect. If Wang Zan is mediocre, then there will be no disciples at this level of the inner sect of the Nine Heavens Holy Land who are looking for. Yi Hao didn't know who the higher-ups were looking for. After all, the higher-ups had said that he would definitely know if that person showed up. Faced with Yi Hao's ferocious blow, Wang Zan's eyes darkened. He could see Ling Meng being hurt. Although he and Ling Meng were not dealing with each other, it did not mean that others could seriously injure Ling Meng. The strong aura rushed straight to his face. Wang Zan's expression did not change, and he gently clenched his palm towards Yi Hao's fist. Yi Hao was angry at Wang Zan's move. How arrogant. Since he dared to take it with one hand, he would let Wang Zan lose one of his arms. After thinking about it, the force was 3 points stronger, and the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard in the square. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. A wave of air was set off, and the ground in the square was shaken, stirring up dust all over the sky. It's blocked. The sharp-eyed disciples saw Wang Zan easily blocking Yi Hao's powerful and heavy blow. Impossible. There was a flash of disbelief in Yi Hao's eyes, but in the next second, more powerful power emerged from his body, hitting Wang Zan's palm with his fist like a tide. At this time, Wang Zan felt that the opponent's attack was not unstoppable to his body. The next second, he retracted his palm and let Yi Hao's fist hit his chest. Another muffled sound. At this moment, not only the disciples on the square were all shocked, but even the elders of the major forces on the main stand also saw this scene. Several elders of Tizong all had a strange look in their eyes. On the other hand, the expressions of the elders and deans of Jushao Holy Land did not change. Under the scorching sun, his eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Your attack is over, it's my turn. A cold light suddenly bloomed in Wang Zan's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Yi Hao felt a force that made him tremble going straight to his chest. You must dodge this blow. If he couldn't avoid it, he would definitely be seriously injured. The violent beating of his heart caused Yi Hao's pupils to shrink violently. However, no matter how he looked for a way out, he found that he could not avoid the blow. In an instant, Wang Zan's attack fell on Yi Hao. Boom! The next second, Yi Hao looked up to the sky and spurted blood, and the bones in his body cracked, and he didn't know how many pieces were broken. Looking at Wang Zan again, there was a faint shimmer surrounding his body, as if he were divine. The ultimate murderous intention almost burst out, but it stopped at the most critical moment. Send a message to your lord. Someone in Jushao Holy Land has already completed the Body Sutra. The Body Sutra is indeed in Jushao Holy Land. As for us, we will give those guys a ride on their way back to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. We need to settle the accounts with Jushao Holy Land carefully. Yes, several figures disappeared without a trace, and at the same time Elder Lai-sun, who was sitting in the main stand, had a smile in his eyes. Elder Su, I really have to congratulate you. You have conquered 2 cities in a row, ranking first in the outer sect and the inner sect. It seems that you, the Nine Heavens Holy Land, are well prepared for this Dongwang Sword Trial Conference. Elder Lieri was joking. We all know that the proportion of the inner and outer sects is not high. If the Holy Sun can take first place in the first level, it would not be too late to congratulate Elder Lieri. Although Su He was very satisfied with Wang Zan's performance, he was still calm on the surface. After all, as he said, this level of competition does not account for much of the allocation of resources in the East Wasteland. At the same time, Fengeling's eyes suddenly opened while she was adjusting her breath, and a silver light flashed through her eyes. Looking at Wu Ming, who was smiling lightly in front of him, he stood up and walked towards the alchemy furnace beside him. When Wu Ming saw this, he also walked towards another pill furnace 100 meters away. Seeing this scene, Wang Zan, who had just won the inner disciple competition, came over. Seeing Wang Zan's figure, the alchemists from all major forces also smiled. Who just won the first place in the inner sect competition. Even if he is only in the spiritual light realm now and is not as good as many of them here, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Didn't he see that he defeated the extremely powerful Yi Hao with just one blow? This is an indisputable fact. After this battle, it can be said that Wang Zan's name will spread among the inner disciples of the major Holy Land sects in the near future. Sister Fengeling, come on. Wang Zan looked at Fengeling and nodded, who nodded in response. Although Fengeling's cultivation is only at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, she is the direct disciple of Yang Shui, the deputy director of the Dan Academy, and her status is equivalent to that of a core disciple. As for Sun Qingfeng's disciple Chu Yang, if he did not have the cultivation level of Law Realm, his status would be equivalent to that of a direct disciple above the core disciples. But Chu Yang now has the cultivation level of Law Realm. Although his fighting strength is average, his status is that of a genuine Holy Son. Therefore, Fengeling's status is higher than that of Wang Zan. Although Wang Zan has a higher level of cultivation, he still has to call Fengeling senior sister. Seeing this, the elders of Blazing Sun Holy Land had no choice but to start over, although in his opinion, it was obvious that Wu Ming was bullying the small by doing this. Even though he was refining the explosive spirit pill in the same way, Wu Ming was refining it for the first time. But if you take the experience of refining the law level elixir of the 9-line domain and put it on the refining of the spiritual light level explosive elixir, isn't this bullying the small? Even he felt that Wu Ming was a bit too much. However, Wu Ming won over Chu Yang, the holy son of Jushao. After the conference, he would definitely be summoned by the Holy Lord, so even he couldn't say much at this moment. The elixir of spiritual light realm, the explosive elixir, is limited to 3 hours. Winning or losing will be determined by the quality of the elixirs. If the elixirs are of the same quality, the one with the fastest time wins. Understand? The two nodded, and then at the order of the elder in charge of the competition, they started the furnace. When Wu Ming's hand was 1 foot away from the alchemy furnace, the flames under the alchemy furnace suddenly surged. Then a group of alchemists saw Wu Ming melting the elixirs one by one in order. By the time all the elixirs were melted, less than 10 minutes had passed. This made all the alchemists who were watching couldn't help but shake their heads. At this speed, it must be the first to come out and not run away. Moreover, if a master of alchemy who can refine Tao-level elixirs comes to refine spiritual-level elixirs, he will be beaten even if he refines them casually. I don't know what the alchemist of Jushao Holy Land thinks. Even if she doesn't accept it, no one will say anything. Instead, she will feel that what she made is the most correct choice. Many people didn't understand Fengeling's choice. Only Yi Meng'er on the side might be able to guess what Fengeling was thinking. Chu Yang lost. Although he felt invincible, he still hit their 9 Heavens Holy Land Danyuan and Sun Qingfeng in the face. As Yang Shui's disciple, her enemies were already attacking her door, so there was no reason to hide behind closed doors. What's more, she may not lose. The moment Wu Ming completed the melting of the elixir, a flash of flame appeared in Fengeling's eyes. Immediately afterwards, she suddenly approached the alchemy furnace with both hands, and the flames under the alchemy furnace suddenly rose to a height of half a meter, enveloping the alchemy furnace. What the hell, what's going on? Why is her fire source so powerful? Is it possible that she is hiding her cultivation? An alchemist was taken aback, with a look of shock on his face. Hurry up and put away your poor IQ. How can you hide your cultivation without being seen here? He must have the secret method of alchemy. Another alchemist spoke, and as soon as he said these words, the eyes of all the alchemists around him lit up. The secret method of alchemy, and watching it from a close distance. If they can learn even a little bit from it, it will be of great benefit to their alchemy skills. Thinking of this, everyone quickly stared at the alchemy furnace wrapped in flames. Wu Ming obviously noticed the changes on Fengling's side, but he just sneered and didn't pay attention. Although refining the elixir is as simple as drinking water for him. But no matter how simple it is, he will do his best. In his dictionary, there is only one sentence, that is, a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength. No matter what level of alchemy master he is, in his eyes it is the same, that is, it is a stepping stone that he steps on. He will step on these stepping stones step by step, climb to the highest level in the field of alchemy, and become an alchemy saint or even an alchemy emperor. Soon, the alchemy liquid in the alchemy furnace began to slowly merge. The nameless finger gently touched the void. With each click, the alchemy liquid in the alchemy furnace trembled. With this tremor, the impurities in the alchemy liquid were eliminated. Eliminate and eliminate. Gradually, the elixir liquid in the nameless elixir furnace has become almost transparent. The elixir liquid in Fengling elixir furnace is colorful. If this scene is seen by other alchemists, they will be greatly surprised, because whether it is Wu Ming or Fengling, their elixirs are different from the traditional explosive elixir. While the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference was going on, Chin Fong, who was far away in the Jushao Holy Land Scripture Library Pavilion, felt that he had been feeling a little uneasy recently. It is said that some powerful people who have practiced to a high level will seek advantages and avoid disadvantages based on whim. At my current level, I shouldn't have such magical powers, right? Chin Fong was a little puzzled. This was the first time he had felt like this since he started practicing, and it had been several days. Originally, he thought it was because he had practiced too hard recently, so he went to take a nap, but who would have thought that this situation would still be there after he woke up? Then Chin Fong carefully sensed where the throbbing came from, and finally discovered that it was most likely the glass bead in his body. At this moment, the size of this glazed bead was also larger than before. Although it was not as big as Washing's bead, Chin Fong could clearly feel that this glazed bead contained something extraordinary. It's just that he doesn't know what this thing is. The formation of this glass bead was partly due to the power of his physical body, and the other part was the power of the body meridian. Is it possible that this is a warning from the body scriptures? But what is the warning? Chin Fong was puzzled, and his state of uneasiness had worsened in the past 2 days, as if he had a feeling that a storm was about to come. Could it be that when disaster strikes, someone will attack the Holy Land? He thought about it, but couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he figured out that there was an enemy in the dark who would take advantage of the Dongwang Sword Trial Conference to attack the Nine Heavens Holy Land. However, he said this thought to himself and smiled the next second. Attack the Nine Heavens Holy Land? Whose force is so smart as to do this? You must know that attacking a holy land will affect more than just the Eastern Wasteland. The entire Xuanwang realm will probably be moved by then. A world war is unlikely, but a regional war is very possible. Sir, they found out that there are people in Jushao Holy Land who should have mastered the Body Sutra. At this moment, dozens of figures are in the deep space, surrounded by countless mysterious runes, blocking any breath. It's getting dark. We'll do it after dark. After the leader heard this, he spoke and his eyes suddenly turned into vertical lines. In Blazing Sun Holy Land, after the competition between the inner disciples, it was the turn of the competition between the core disciples. But now, even those core disciples have no time to fight and have stopped, looking at the alchemy competition area. Not only that, the disciples in the weapon refining, talisman making, formation painting and other areas also looked towards the alchemy area. At this moment, in the alchemy area, all the alchemists watching did not make a sound. They all watched the alchemy competition between Fengling and Wu Ming with concentration. In other words, they were more watching the nameless alchemy. Because no matter what level of alchemy master they are, they can see the exquisite skills in Wu Ming that are enough to make them mesmerized and benefit a lot. At this point, even Fengling had to admit that the other party was indeed capable, otherwise he would not have been able to defeat Chu Yang. If you have never been to the Sutra Pavilion before, then you will definitely lose this battle. But not necessarily anymore. Fengling is the kind of person who doesn't think about the consequences once a war begins and just goes all out. After all, being timid before fighting is a taboo for military strategists, and losing without fighting is not her character. Her state of mind was like still water, without any fluctuations. No matter how smooth and fast Wu Ming's alchemy was, it would not affect Feng Geling's own progress. At this time, in the alchemy furnace, the originally colorful fusion elixir liquid had begun to condense in the direction of the elixir pills. At the same time, in the nameless alchemy furnace, the almost transparent alchemy liquid has formed a pill, and several streams of light are flowing on the surface of the pill. Wu Ming's expression was reserved and his eyes were calm. Although his opponent was a mere spiritual level alchemist, he had no intention of letting go. It is a beautiful thing to see an outstanding alchemist challenge someone and then destroy their Taoist heart. It's a pity that Chu Yang's mood seems to be firmer than he imagined. It seems that he lost, but in fact the other party may not take it seriously. This made Wu Ming feel a little unhappy. And at this moment, the pills in the pill furnace trembled slightly, making Wu Ming look stern, and then he made several seals and printed them on the pill furnace one by one. Dang, 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 dang. As several loud noises were heard, a powerful momentum burst out from the alchemy furnace, causing the expressions of all the alchemists present to change suddenly. The explosive spirit pill can exude such momentum, it must have entered the realm of 9 lines, and there must be a lot of them. A heaven-level alchemist's eyes lit up and he said, in addition to Tao-level alchemists like Chu Yang and Wu Ming, there were also some heaven-level alchemists present. Alchemists who can refine elixirs at the foundation building level and spiritual light level or at the spirit level. Alchemists who can refine Yuanshan realm and pure Yang realm or heaven level. Alchemists who can refine the law realm, heaven sacrifice realm, and semi-saint realm or at the Tao level. Chu Yang and Wu Ming were both middle-grade Taoist alchemists, and both were able to refine elixirs of the heaven sacrifice realm. It's just that the elixirs of the heaven sacrifice realm cannot enter the 9 marks realm. Elixir from the 9 patterns domain. The female alchemist from the 9 heavens holy land, when she was competing for first place, she refined a 3-marked elixir. Now she's in for a good show. A spirit-level alchemist felt a little emotional. He had benefited a lot from Wu Ming's alchemy process. After the Dongwang Sword Trial Conference, he would go back and sort it out carefully, and he would definitely gain something. What a pity. At this time, a look of regret appeared on the face of an alchemist from Taichu Holy Land. Yeah, what a pity. The aura in the nameless pill furnace, the explosive spirit pill, is at least level 6. This phoenix spirit from the 9 heavens holy land cannot compare to it. The young man is still too arrogant and doesn't know how to restrain himself. Another alchemist shook his head and felt that Feng Geling was a little pity. After all, she was supposed to be the newbie in alchemy this time, but she was killed by Wu Ming like this. If her mentality was affected, her path to alchemy would definitely be cut off early. Wang Zan on the side did not listen to the words of the alchemists, but looked at the two people quietly. He could detect the powerful power from the aura of the unknown elixir, but on the other hand, he could not sense the powerful power in the Feng Geling elixir furnace. The power of the elixir. Has it not become a pill yet? Or did you tell me what the problem was? Wang Zan didn't know clearly, but he chose to believe Feng Geling. Bah! Suddenly, a wave of heat hit his face, accompanied by the noise of strong white air, and then a ray of white light shot out from the nameless alchemy furnace. In an instant, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered towards the pill. The elixir that has absorbed spiritual energy will fly away as if it has spiritual energy. I want to run away, have you asked me? Wu Ming's palm was far away, and a strong suction force sucked the elixir back into his palm. Hiss, the spiritual energy gathers, and the elixir becomes 7 lines. The 7-mark explosive elixir, the 7-mark elixir used in the spiritual light realm, is really outrageous. This is the first time I've seen a 7-stripe elixir. For a moment, all the alchemy masters' eyes focused on Wu Ming's hand. At this time, there are still 2 hours left before the competition ends. In other words, Wu Ming completed the refining of the explosive spirit pill in just 1 hour, already ahead of Feng Geling in terms of speed. If she wants to beat Wu Ming, she can only beat him in terms of quality. It's just that the 8 lines of elixirs are too difficult. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye it was the last half hour, and the sky was completely dark. Everyone's eyes fell on Feng Geling and her pill furnace. There was also a rare strange color in Wu Ming's eyes. He could not detect the power of the pills in the woman's pill furnace. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that there was no pill in the pill furnace. When this happens, there are only two possibilities. One is that the power of the elixir is not leaked at all, and the other is that the elixir fails during the process of condensation. But the problem is that neither of these situations is possible. Soon, when there were only 5 minutes left, Fengling's eyes flashed with a divine light. Immediately afterwards, her alchemy furnace began to vibrate. At a certain moment, the lid of the furnace burst open. Without the momentum as expected, a glazed light flew out from the alchemy furnace. At the same time, dark clouds began to gather in the cloudless night sky, and streaks of thunder flashed in the clouds. Crack! The next second, thunder came and hit directly on the glazed light. The elixir comes and the elixir becomes 9 patterns. An alchemist exclaimed, his eyes looking at the elixir bathed in the lightning with disbelief. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the elders of the major sects in the main stand were stunned for a moment. Every mountain is as high as a mountain. The elder of Taichu Holy Land spoke slowly, making everyone come back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream. Although the moon is dark and the wind is high, it's a murderous night. But our goal is not to kill people, but to learn lessons. Once the Body Sutra is found, everyone will retreat without any regrets. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed. Yes, sir. Let's do it. The peepers hidden in the deep space all rushed out of the space at this moment and went straight to the protective formation of Jushao Holy Land. In an instant, the heaven and earth shook, spiritual energy went riot, and powerful power filled the space, causing ripples to form in the formation of 9 heavens Holy Land. At the same time, alarms sounded loudly in Jushao Holy Land, and dozens of figures leapt into the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. There is a strong person outside the formation. We are all semi-saints, but we still have the realm of saints. Their breath demon clan. An elder in the inner courtyard had a strong murderous intent in his eyes, and his tone was full of ruthlessness. Do these monster brats really think they can succeed by targeting the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference? Listen to my order. All elders will perform their duties and all enter the formation. This time, I want to see how many of them are enough to kill. Xingchong, the great elder of the inner courtyard, said with a serious expression, and then all the elders from the semi-holy realm entered the formation. A formation maintained by strong men is a completely different world from one maintained by spiritual stones alone. At this moment, the protective formation of Jushao Holy Land was like an ancient god that had been sleeping for a long time and was resurrected, and its power began to bloom between heaven and earth. Shen Xiaofeng Temple. Deputy Sect Master Lin Tang glanced at the direction of the Holy Land formation, then turned to look at Holy Master Yang Qian. He had been a little strange before, why the Holy Lord asked him to give orders to fully activate the Holy Land formation. Now it seems that the Holy Lord has long expected that this group of monsters will attack their 9 heavens Holy Land during the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference. But why? Could it be because of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth a few days ago? At this time, Yang Qian, who was standing in front of the temple, had a deep look in his eyes, without any emotion. In fact, he didn't know that the visions of heaven and earth were linked to the Body Sutra. After all, no one in the human race had ever successfully practiced the Body Sutra. Therefore, only the demon clan can recognize the vision. However, although he didn't know the connection between the visions of heaven and earth and the body scriptures, at his level, he would always detect some information. Even if the secret has been covered up by someone who is interested. Therefore, he ordered Lin Tang to fully activate the Holy Land formation. Boom! In an instant, the vast Jushao Holy Land shook violently, and then a loud sound echoed in the sky of Jushao Holy Land. At this moment, everyone in the Holy Land noticed it and looked towards the sky. Outside the formation, dozens of strong men exuding extremely terrifying auras were seen standing in the sky, attacking the formation of Jushao Holy Land. Someone actually dares to attack the Holy Land formation. Hiss, there are dozens of semi-saints, and there are auras that are more terrifying than the semi-saints. That's the realm of saints. Which Holy Land is this that is at odds with our 9 heavens Holy Land? What a bullshit Holy Land. That smelly smell means the demon clan has not escaped. When all the Holy Land disciples knew that it was the demon tribe that was attacking Jushao Holy Land, they were all in an uproar. After all, it is well known that there are no demons in the eastern wasteland, which means that this demon clan came from other regions. They have traveled hundreds of millions of miles to attack their Nine Heavens holy land. It is obviously for some reason, and they must be well prepared. The expressions of some of the descendants and the holy sons darkened. Although the demon clan was far less powerful than before, a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. If the demon clan came out in full force, they might not be able to be stopped by the Nine Heavens holy land. However, there are not many powerful demon clan men at the moment. At the same time, outside the protective formation, a group of strong demon clan men saw that the first wave of attacks did not work, and they did not show any signs of surprise. It seems that this was already expected by them. Immediately afterwards, a figure walked out from among the demons, and then activated a rune on his hand. Buzz! In an instant, earth-shaking power burst out from the rune, and then the figure knocked out the rune, and saw the rune carrying the force of tearing space, heading straight towards the Nine Heavens formation, passing by everywhere, all space collapsed. No, it's a holy level formation breaking talisman. A look of shock and anger flashed across the face of the great elder Xingqiang. Although the holy level formation breaking talisman may not be able to break through the Jushao formation, it will definitely have a strong impact on the base of the formation. At that time, with the power of those demon clans, if there is another joint attack, even if the formation is not broken, it will definitely be riddled with holes. By then, Jushao Holy Land will be completely exposed to these guys, and we must not let this happen. After thinking about it, infinite rays of light were scattered out of Xingqiang's hands. Each ray of light contained the power of a saint. In an instant, he rushed out of the formation and headed straight for the saint-level formation-breaking talisman. Nice attack, what a shame. A monster with a bull's head and body grinned, and stepped on the void with the sole of his foot. The next second, the void sank directly, and his figure came to the attack of Xingqiang, and his figure surged in a circle, directly blocking the sky of light. A violent explosion sounded, and the body of the monster with the head of a cow shook violently, and then there was a crazy red color in its eyes, the cow's nose was breathing heavily, and a misty light emitted from the whole body. If Chin Fong were here, he would definitely find that this light is very similar to the light when the body meridians and magical powers are used to forge the golden body. However, this light seems to be a little rough, or a little awkward. It's like it's spliced together. But even so, this monster clan blocked Xingqiang's attack head-on. At this time, not only Xingqiang's expression became gloomy, but also the other powerful men in the Holy Land. Don't waste time, fight quickly. A cold voice sounded in the ears of the monsters. The demon clan never thought that attacking a human Holy Land was a simple matter. In fact, after the phenomenon of heaven and earth occurred, the demon clan had already expected that the Jushao Holy Land would fully open the Grand Formation. Their prediction was right. However, it seems that the Holy Land of Nine Heavens is not a loser, and it is obvious that they have predicted their prediction. However, this is of no use. Because the holy level breaking talisman is just an appetizer. As the bull-headed demon clan blocked Xingqiang's attack, the holy level formation breaking talisman was about to touch the Jushao formation. Snort. But at this moment, a cold roar exploded in the sky, and the fierce power directly hit the formation-breaking talisman. The holy rune exploded to pieces on the spot, and the violent power formed an impact that swept across all directions. A white-haired old woman appeared in Jushao Holy Land on a crutch, exuding an aura stronger than the stars. This is a supreme elder from Jushao Holy Land and a saint. However, just as the white-haired old woman broke the holy rune, a dazzling divine light appeared behind the rune, and in a billionth of an instant, she arrived in front of the Nine Heavens formation. The power of the avenue. These guys even use the Tao Saint soldiers. You know, those are holy weapons that are only used by those who are stronger than saints. It is a whole level stronger than the ultimate holy weapons used in the saint realm. Under this dazzling light, even Jushao's formation began to shake violently. Chapter 91. Unnamed, 7 marks explosive spiritual pill. Feng Ling, 9 marks explosive spirit pill. Jushao Holy Land, Fengaling wins. Although he was very reluctant to believe what was happening in front of him, the elder of Blazing Sun Holy Land who presided over the alchemy competition still spoke slowly. The silent square exploded in an instant. 9 marks explosive spiritual pill. 9 lines of elixir, 9 lines of elixir. Although it is only an elixir taken in the spiritual light realm, it is too outrageous for the elixir to become 9 patterns. Hiss. This woman is even stronger than Chu Yang from the 9 heavens holy land. Did that guy refine the 9 marks explosive spirit pill when he was in the Foundation establishment realm? A holy son who majored in alchemy in Tianlai Palace murmured that he was dumbfounded. Not only him, but all the alchemists present were stunned. Even Wang Zan took a deep breath to calm down the excitement and shock in his heart. Uncle, you are the best. Yi Meng'er cheered beside her, her face flushed with excitement, and she was even happier than she had won. Awesome, as expected of our 9 heavens holy land. If you let that kid show off again, he'll be struck by lightning. In the stands, Xiaozhong was dancing and excited. 9 lines of explosive spirit pill. Impossible, how is it possible? Absolutely impossible. Wu Ming roared loudly, with a look of disbelief on his face, and the look in his eyes was sometimes complicated and sometimes filled with murderous intent. If he could accept losing to Chu Yang, then losing to a little-known girl in the Foundation establishment realm would be something he couldn't accept even to death. At this moment, Wu Ming even had murderous intentions towards Fengling in his heart. This ray of murderous intent was obviously caught by the elder on the side. His face darkened and he gave a soft drink. Nameless. A voice as loud as a bell rang in Wu Ming's ears, directly shattering the killing intent in Wu Ming's heart. If Wu Ming really took action against Fengling at this juncture, he was sure that the Dan Emperor Sun Qingfeng would be furious. Even though he would be in their Blazing Sun Holy Land, the influence of a Dan Emperor would directly affect the Blazing Sun Holy Land. Produce huge earthquakes. After all, with Sun Qingfeng's character and the powerful man who had received his help and bought holy level elixirs from him, who wouldn't think highly of him? Some of these former Saint Realm experts have broken through the Saint Realm and become stronger beings. If there was a conflict between Sun Qingfeng and their Blazing Sun Holy Land, although not all of these guys would side with Sun Qingfeng, there would definitely be some or even a lot of them. But don't forget, behind Sun Qingfeng is the Holy Land of 9 heavens. Therefore, while scolding the elder of Blazing Sun Holy Land, he secretly cursed the mud that he couldn't help. Obviously, he didn't look down on Wu Ming at all. Wu Ming was also shocked awake by this sound, and then his face and eyes were extremely complicated, and then he walked away without saying a word. In this situation, does he plan to be laughed at by staying here? Suddenly, an invisible wave swept through the space, making all the powerful people present feel shaken. The expressions of the elders in the 9 heavens holy land on the main stand suddenly changed, and then their figures leapt into the sky. You fool, so brave. Su He's face was filled with violent murderous intent, and his whole body was like a powder keg, and an explosive aura was released from his body. At the same time, the other elders of Jushao Holy Land and the Dean of the 4th Academy all discovered the shocking changes in Jushao Holy Land. In an instant, everyone entered the dragon-headed ship one after another. Su He even waved his hand and brought all the disciples from the 9 heavens holy land into the ship. The next second, the dragon-headed ship shook violently, tearing apart the space and heading towards the 9 heavens holy land. Although they were able to move, the eastern wasteland was so big, and the fluctuations that erupted in the 9 heavens holy land had now reached the Blazing Sun Holy Land. It had obviously been some time. The dragon-headed ship is a special tool for traveling, and it can break through the void to move over long distances, so taking the dragon-headed ship is undoubtedly the best choice. As for why they took all the disciples away, it was obvious that no one dared to trust 100% in Blazing Sun Holy Land. After all, these disciples of my family are the seeds of the future. If those guys secretly manipulated them and destroyed their foundation in advance, wouldn't it be equivalent to digging up the roots of their 9 heavens holy land? Although everyone is a human race, between forces, it is impossible to tell when interests come first and when friendship comes first. The sudden departure of Jushao Holy Land made all the disciples in the square confused. They obviously don't have the strength to detect the vibrations in Dongwang. But the elders of the major forces are different. At this time, Lai Ri, the great elder of Blazing Sun Holy Land, stood up directly and glanced at everyone present. Everyone, the demon clan has always been at odds with us in Dongwang. Today, they dare to take action against Jushao Holy Land. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, they might take action against all the major forces here. So, there's nothing more to say, right? Elder Lieri looked at the powerful men in the major forces, with a vague divine light flashing across his eyes. The next moment, he took a step forward, directly bursting out with the power of a saint, and headed towards the direction of Jushao Holy Land. At the same time, all the powerful men present also got into their own vehicles and headed straight to the Nine Heavens Holy Land. They don't have the cultivation of saints, and their speed is definitely not as fast as the scorching sun. In the void, the dragon-headed ship turned into a stream of light, spanning endless space every second. The eastern wasteland is so big that even if the saint wants to cross the eastern wasteland in a very short time, it is impossible. Even if the dragon-headed ship is as fast as the saint, it is still unknown if he wants to get back in time. Everyone in the dragon-headed ship had a gloomy look on their faces. The expressions of Suhi and other elders were even more ugly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying power that tore apart the heaven and earth fell out of the air and headed straight for the dragon-headed ship. Its power is so powerful that it has even reached the realm of high-level saints. Monster Clan. How brave! The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and all the elders in the semi-holy realm burst out with tyrannical power and rushed directly towards the power in the sky. However, a saint is a saint, not to mention that among all the people present, there is no war saint who can match the saint. No matter how many half-saints there are, they become so insignificant under the power that reaches the heaven and the earth. If you don't overestimate your capabilities, you'll be using your mantis as a chariot. In front of a group of strong monsters, there is a strong monster with a lion's head and body. He exudes a terrifying aura. He is obviously a strong man who has gone far beyond the saint realm. With every movement, the space was twisted and torn, and even the world of Eastern Wasteland was shaken. Abandoned ship. In the dragon-headed ship, Suhi looked very ugly. The opponent's strength was obviously beyond their expectations. They must know that the dragon-headed ship can also withstand the power of the saint. However, the opponent was a high-level saint, and it seemed that they had calculated their fate accurately. The strength ratio is the same. Poof! Before he finished speaking, Suhi felt a shock to his head. Why give up? The old man's flowers have all faded, and these monster brats just came out. It's really boring. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, making their eyes light up. Your Majesty Chin. Your Majesty Chin. Suhi could no longer care about the pain in his head. Isn't the person in front of him the master of Jushao Holy Lord Yonggan, the Supreme Elder Qinjun of the Holy Land? None of them expected that there was such a big boss following behind them. If they had known earlier, they would have been worried. Everyone was no longer worried, and all the disciples in the dragon-head ship also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I thought I was going to die. Xiao Zhong's little face turned pale. Although he also knew that with the power of the saint, he might not be able to feel the pain and would be nothing left. But if he could live, who would want to die? Besides, there are so many hot girls in his outer courtyard. It was too late, but it was too soon. At the moment when the power of the demon saint was about to fall on the dragon-headed ship, Qinjun took action. Like a breeze blowing across the face, the opponent's power dissipated instantly, causing all the demon clan's pupils to shrink suddenly. The leader, the demon saint with a lion's head and body, was shocked in his heart. He is already at the 6th level of the saint realm. There is only one possibility for being able to defeat his attack so easily, and that is that there is a stronger being than him in the dragon-headed ship. But, how is this possible? A flash of doubt flashed across the demon saint's brows. Withdraw. He had no intention of confronting the opponent. After all, the opponent was stronger than him, so it was normal for him to retreat. Moreover, by the time these human races rushed back to Jushao Holy Land, the body scriptures had already been taken away by them. Want to run? Have you asked your grandpa? Bah, bah, bah. The old man doesn't have a grandson like you. Qinjun's voice echoed in the sky, causing infinite killing intent to flash across the face of the demon saint. However, he still restrained his desire to take action. He is not stupid. The more provocative the other party is, the more confident he is. After thinking about it, the demon clan will retreat towards the distance. However, when they set off, their expressions suddenly changed. Because the entire space is sealed. Qinjun's figure slowly appeared in front of them, glanced at the leader of the demon saint, and then curled his lips. You're only a 6th level saint, so this deal isn't worth it. Immediately afterwards, Qin Jun took action boldly. Those demon clans in the semi-saint realm were obviously of little value, and only this demon saint could be left. However, facing Qin Jun's power, the demon saint with a lion's head and body suddenly laughed, and then the aura on his body surged directly. He climbed directly from the 6th level of saint to the peak of saint, and stepped into the Saint King with 1 foot, realm of environment. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. Hell has no door but you have to break through it. Now that you have taken the bait, I can't let you run away. Then, the demon saint smiled ferociously and punched Qin Jun's hand. Boom! This punch did not repel Qin Jun as expected, and it did not even produce a violent impact. Not only that, there was a hint of fear on demon saint's face. You, holy king, he said. Why that guy was so calm? It turned out that he had already broken through to the Holy King realm. You know, that is the Holy King. Even in a holy land, there are not many. Even in the holy places in the 5 regions, there is no strong person in the Holy King realm. Nowadays, in the Jushao Holy Land, which can only be regarded as the upper middle class in Xuanwang realm, there is actually a Holy King besides Holy Lord Yangqian. The demon clan didn't get this news. If they had known this earlier, they would definitely not have used this plan. Thinking of this, the demon saint suddenly became desperate. On the other side, outside Jushao Holy Land, the sudden power of the avenue caught all the powerful men in Jushao Holy Land by surprise. Even Holy Lord Yangqian did not expect that the demon clan would be willing to use the Dao Saint soldiers. You must know that the power of the Dao Saint soldiers is much stronger than that of the Ji Dao Saint soldiers. Even a peak saint cannot fully mobilize the Dao Saint soldiers. At most, he can only activate 1 or 2 points of their power. This is still you have to worry about whether you will be sucked dry by the holy soldiers of the avenue. The only ones who can fully stimulate the power of the saint soldiers of the Great Tao are those who are above the saints and are in the Saint King realm. In other words, in order to capture their 9 heavens holy land, this group of monsters actually used Saint King realm experts. Could it be that the one coming is the Demon King? Thinking of this, Yang Gan's eyes flashed with light. If the Demon Emperor could be kept in the Eastern Wasteland, it would definitely shock the entire Xuanwang realm. In an instant, Shenshao Peak erupted with bright divine light. A black and white sword that reached the sky rushed out from the Shenshao Peak and went straight to attack the monsters outside the Jushao formation. Dang! The deafening sound resounded throughout the Eastern Wasteland, causing the expressions of all the powerful men who were rushing towards them from the blazing sun Holy Land to change dramatically. Dao Saint Soldier. Even the Holy King realm has been mobilized. These guys are going to start a war with my human race. In the void, even Lei Ming, the elder of Tianlei Palace who was not dealing with Jushao Holy Land, had murderous intent on his face. There can be disputes within the human race, but if they are not united externally, then the human race will not become the number 1 in the Xuanwang realm today. A big family. At the same time, in Jushao Holy Land, inside the Sutra Pavilion, Chin Fong originally lived a comfortable life, but as a result, this sudden battle made the entire Holy Land nervous. Not only that, even Xiao Zhangfeng and Yi Hen also participated in the battle. What does this mean? This shows that the situation is urgent. But now he can't do anything, so he simply doesn't care about anything and hides in his own small space to practice. Just with this practice, he discovered a problem. Why was the body meridian in his body so violent? It's like, if Ti Jing is a tiger, then there is a group of hyenas provoking in front of Ti Jing at this moment. This is how Chin Fong feels now. I can practice cultivation, but I'm a little irritated. Then, Chin Fong took action. Isn't the power of the body meridian very violent? Then he will follow the body meridian and let it do whatever it wants to do. Then, Chin Fong discovered that the power of the body meridian in his body seemed to be released, and the group of hyenas were beaten away one by one. Boom! 2 strong men in the Saint King realm fought with the saint soldiers from a distance. The terrifying aftermath tore through the sky and cut an endless black crack in the sky of the Eastern Wasteland. In this attack, the 2 sides did not distinguish between superior and inferior. The Saint King of the Monster Clan was a middle-aged man with 2 horns. We don't have much time. The powerful men from the major holy places in the Eastern Wasteland are on their way. I'll stop Yang Qian. You guys hurry up and break the formation. The Holy King of the Demon Clan gave an order, and all the strong men of the Demon Clan knew that if they didn't fight hard, if this mission failed, they would not be able to live with it when the Demon Queen settles the accounts. As a result, all the semi-saints and saints from the Demon Clan burned the origins of semi-saints and saints in their bodies. In an instant, the terrifying power shook the entire Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, the Eastern Wasteland was shaken, and strong men from the Holy Realm escaped from all the Holy Lands and came towards Jushao. But at this moment, an invisible wave filled the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and instantly spread to the middle of the powerful Demon Clan. While a shocking battle broke out outside the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Qin Jun also completed the suppression of the Demon Clan that blocked the road. According to what he said, those demon clans in the semi-holy realm are all little losers. He is the only one who doesn't know this lion-headed demon saint of the 9th level of saint, but his status is estimated to be good. If he takes it back to the Holy Land and interrogates him, he may be able to there are unexpected gains. Get out of my way, old man, I will drive the boat myself. Qin Jun pushed away Suhi who was driving the dragon-headed ship without hesitation. According to this guy's strength, even if the speed of the dragon-headed ship was comparable to that of a saint, wouldn't the daylilies be cold when they return to the Nine Heavens Holy Land? Mr. Qin, when did you become the Holy King? Suhi looked at Qin Jun in confusion. Didn't he just meet him some time ago? At that time, Qin Jun was at the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Not only him, but everyone else's ears pricked up, especially the disciples of the Holy Land like Xiao Zhang. This is gossip that only high-level officials have. It would be great if I could hear it, even if I couldn't say it out loud, okay. The result was unexpected. Qin Jun glanced at Xiao Zhang and others, and then they became deaf. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Xiao Zhang almost wanted to curse, but he was weak and had no human rights. To say this, it's all thanks to your incompetence. If it hadn't been for the backlash of activating the Tianjing mirror last time, that powerful force would have torn a button off the old man's bottleneck, and then I would have been promoted to the Holy King. Qin Jun patted Suhi on the shoulder, with a look of relief on his face. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Suhi was confused. Listen, is this a myth? What do you mean thanks to our incompetence? Also, what does your happy expression mean? Can you still talk happily? I'm so angry, I really want to hit him, but what should I do if I can't? Madhu, I bear with you. At the same time, in the Sutra Pavilion, Chin Fong felt for the first time that the Body Sutra actually had its own emotions. This surprised him. After all, the power of a technique could have emotions. This was simply unheard of and unseen. Before this, he had never felt any emotions in his body. Could it be that I do more exercises in practice now? Chin Fong raised his eyebrows and said to himself, but he did not hesitate. Instead, he followed the emotions of his body meridian and activated the power in his body, and at the same time activated the 3 divine patterns. An invisible wave filled the air from the 9 Heavens Holy Land, and then the sun and the moon shone together, and the stars shone brightly. This outrageous vision of heaven and earth once again appeared above the 9 Heavens Holy Land. At this time, not only the powerful men in the 9 Heavens Holy Land were stunned, but also the powerful demon race men were stunned. The leader of the Holy King, a cold light flashed in his eyes, as if it cut through the space and shot into the Jushao Holy Land. At that moment, he noticed the power of the body meridian. In other words, all the powerful monsters present were aware of the power of the body meridian. This time, all the demon clans' eyes lit up. The reason why they risked their lives to enter the eastern wilderness was because of the Body Sutra. In the wave that just erupted, the Holy King of the monster tribe directly locked onto the location of the Body Sutra. As long as they work harder to open the protective formation of Jushao Holy Land, they will be able to see the Body Sutra. Thinking of this, all the demons were extremely excited. You must know that with the status of the Holy King of the Monster Clan, he knows the origin of the Body Sutra. According to legend, the Body Sutra is a more powerful existence than the demon ancestor. It is a peerless skill tailor-made for the demon ancestor. The purpose of this skill is the characteristic is that you cannot practice it unless you are a peerless monster. Once you practice, being invincible in the same realm is just a trivial matter, and fighting across borders is just a matter of care. It is even said that the demon clan that can successfully cultivate the body scripture is enough to suppress an era, making the strong men of other clans unable to hold their heads high. This is the treasure of the demon clan, the Body Sutra. Although the other strong men of the monster race do not know the true origin of the body scripture, they are also familiar with it as the legendary Bible in the clan. Moreover, the strong men of the monster race present are all monsters, and no one has practiced this new body scripture. Do it. The holy king of the monster tribe gave an order, and all the semi-saints and saints of the monster tribe were like crazy, burning the original power in their bodies crazily and blasting towards the nine heavens formation. The holy king of the monster tribe also mobilized his Tao holy soldiers to directly kill Yang Gan's yin-yang sword. In an instant, the two holy soldiers collided again in the void. Instead of the imaginary shaking of heaven and earth and the disintegration of space, there was only the yin-yang sword, the Great Avenue Saint weapon of Jushao Saint Lord Yangan, which easily knocked away the Great Avenue Saint weapon of the Demon Clan Saint King. What? This scene directly shocked all the monsters. You must know that the two sides were equally matched in the previous blow. Now that the master has burned part of his origin, how could the Tao Saint soldier be knocked away by one blow? Impossible. The pupils of the holy king of the monster race shrank for an instant, and then only the sharp edge of the yin-yang sword remained in his field of vision. Boom! His body was directly hit by the yin-yang sword, and a large amount of demon blood flew from the sky, like a comet impact, smashing the earth into large mottled craters. Ah! The roar of pain echoed across the sky. This time, it can be said that not only the demon clan was confused, but also the powerful men in the Nine Heavens Holy Land were confused. Not to mention Jushao Holy Lord Yonggan, this guy was stunned for a moment, as if he was wondering why the situation in front of him happened. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Let's do it. Xiao Zhangfeng, who was the first to come back to his senses, roared loudly, and then everyone took action in unison. In an instant, the overwhelming attack went directly into the crowd of powerful demon clan men. Ah, no, why is my body so weak? Why? I won't give in, I won't give in. I know this physical experience. The desperate roar of a demon half-saint before his death made the eyes of all the powerful men in Jushao Holy Land flash with light. Body Sutra, a name that everyone here has heard of, but very few people understand. The reason is that this is a technique stolen from the demon clan. In the past, everyone would subconsciously think that the human race could not practice the demon clan's technique. Until Wang Zan successfully cultivated the first form of the Body Sutra. Although only a few elders knew about this news at first, it has spread throughout the Jushao Holy Land at an extremely fast speed in the past few days. Even Wang Zan didn't know that his name had spread in another outrageous way. It was too late, but it was too soon. Under Xiao Zhangfeng's reminder, all the powerful men from the Nine Heavens Holy Land jumped out and directly attacked the monster saints. Immediately afterwards, a one-sided battle began. The battle came and went even faster. In less than 2 hours, all the invading monsters, except those above the saint level, were killed. At this moment, even Xiao Zhangfeng felt a little unbelievable. Suddenly, a huge black crack appeared in the void. The figures of Qin Jun, Su He and other elders appeared first, followed closely by the dragon-headed ship. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up and finally catch up. When Qin Jun saw that the Jushao formation was not broken, he felt relieved, and then looked at the elders of the Holy Land, more specifically, the Monster Saint King and other monster saints. What's going on? Seeing this scene in front of him, Qin Jun was stunned. Su He, Sun Qingfeng and others behind him were also stunned. Everyone had questions on their heads. The situation in front of them seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with what they had guessed. Didn't it mean that a large number of powerful monsters were coming to attack? Why are there only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1 Saint King realm and 4 monster saints left in front of me? Did anyone tell me? What is the situation? Your Majesty Qin. Why are you back? An inner Dean elder looked at everyone and was scolded by Qin Jun. Nonsense, my hometown has been attacked, and we are still participating in the Shidi Dongwang Sword Trial Conference. What's going on with you guys? Is this the end? Qin Jun asked his doubts, and at the same time, the elders participating in the battle in Jushao Holy Land looked at each other, but they didn't know. I just feel that the originally powerful demon clan has become extremely weak. Take the Holy King of the Monster Clan as an example. Xiao Zhangfeng felt that he should be able to fight with him to the fullest. Not to mention those demon semi-saints and saints. Ahem, Mr. Chin, in fact, we don't know what's going on. You have also seen that among the invading monsters there is a Monster Saint King and 4 Monster Saints. Just before your front legs came back, these guys were extremely tyrannical. I don't know what happened, but they suddenly turned into soft-footed shrimps. That's why we are in the current situation. An inner Dean Elder spoke, holding in his hand the Dao Saint soldier of the Demon Clan Saint King that he had just picked up. In this wave, their Jushao Holy Land can be said to have people sitting at home sitting on bread from heaven. They directly captured 5 Saint Kings and Saints who could be regarded as peerless powerful men in the entire Shuangwang realm. Not only that, but the Dao Saint soldiers, who were almost as rare as the Saint King, were picked up in vain. Who would believe this? But that's the truth. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Listening to the words of the inner Dean Elder, Qin Jun and the powerful men behind him all had expressions as if you were teasing me. Now that the battle is over, let's clean up quickly. The guests are coming soon. At this moment, Yang Gan's voice echoed in the air. Seeing this, everyone in the 9 Heavens Holy Land all turned on the crazy mode. Some imposed restrictions on the Holy Kings and Saints, and some sealed the Dao Saint soldiers. There are also Chu Chengdao who has reinforced the Jushao formation and the strong men of the Formation Academy. While everyone was busy, majestic ships of different shapes emerged from the void. An overwhelming and powerful aura emerged like a tide. Sorry everyone, we are a step late. However, since the demon dares to challenge us humans, he must never come back. The voice of Blazing Sun Holy Land Great Elder Lai Yang exploded. Quote. However, instead of the imaginary welcome from the Blazing Sun, there was a burst of silence. This makes the powerful men of all the major forces a little dissatisfied. We traveled hundreds of millions of miles to help you in the 9 Heavens Holy Land, and you didn't even say a word. This is a bit too much. Even the elders of Taichu Holy Land, who pay attention to cultivating their minds, are dissatisfied. Ahem, I'm a little late. Qin Jun cleared his throat and said, making all the elders look confused. However, Jushao Holy Land would like to thank all fellow Taoists for their help. We have already dealt with the Demon Clan, leaving you with a wasted trip. Solved. Are you kidding me? Is it possible that your 9 Heavens Holy Land has used its secrets? Lei Ming, the elder of Tianlai Palace, looked at Qin Jun and said. That's not the case. They are just a little bit of a party, and they are not worthy of our 9 Heavens Holy Land using our resources. Seeing Qin Jun's pretentious look, Lei Ming felt his teeth itch with hatred, but he couldn't do anything to him, so he had no choice but to stop talking. He was so frustrated. Hearing Qin Jun's words, the powerful men from the major forces became even more confused. Aren't there among the demon clan some great saint soldiers and those in the Holy King realm? You didn't use your foundation to deal with these guys so quickly. Even the Holy Lord Yonggan wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. Okay, you're all here. It's time to come to our Jushao Holy Land to sit down and let us show our loyalty as landlords. Qin Jun interrupted everyone's speculation, waved his hand, opened the formation of Jushao Holy Land, and invited all major forces to come in. This time, the expression on the face of Elder Lieri of Blazing Sun Holy Land was immediately awkward. Let's just say that this juncture seems to be when the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference is held, and the host should be their Blazing Sun Holy Land, right? Why did the guest of honor change all of a sudden? However, seeing the doubtful expressions on the faces of other powerful forces, Lai Yang knew that they were desperate enough to return to Blazing Sun Holy Land. In other words, this time the Dongwang Sword Trial Conference ended early. Thinking of this, the Scorching Sun was simply furious. I am even more unhappy with Jushao Holy Land. But I couldn't help it. Didn't you see that all the powerful men from Tianlai Palace who couldn't deal with Jushao Holy Land went in? Finally, the Scorching Sun entered the 9 Heavens Holy Land. At the same time, Chin Fong in the Sutra Pavilion was experiencing a strange experience. During this period, his cultivation level directly improved from the first level of Foundation Establishment realm to the 3rd level. That's right, it's a direct leap forward. Not only that, the power of the body meridian in the body has become stronger than before. It seemed that my own body meridian had captured the size of those guys while suppressing them. This is why those guys suddenly became extremely weak. Just imagine, they are all strong men of the demon race who have developed body training. Once the power of the body training loses its effect, then they are like rootless ducks, many times weaker. Moreover, what excites Chin Fong the most is that among the opponent's powers, he captured other movements that were different from the 54 movements of the half of the body meridian in his hand. Could it be said that these guys have also practiced the Body Sutra? If you think about it that way, it makes sense. Moreover, those guys probably didn't have the first half of the Body Sutra as a guide, so they forcibly practiced the second half, so that their power is like rootless duckweed. They seem to be powerful, but in fact they are just castles in the air, very vain. The more Chin Fong thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. It could be said that he now looked at the body meridian and found it pleasing to his eyes. On the side of Jushao Holy Land, in the Holy Lord's Hall at Shenshao Peak, Yang Qian personally came forward to receive a group of powerful men from all major forces who came to help regardless of their intentions. There are countless kinds of spiritual fruits and spiritual wines, and the disciples of the major forces have enjoyed this opportunity in vain. You must know that many of these spiritual fruit and spiritual wines require extremely expensive points to redeem in their respective powers. Lord Holy Yang, please tell me, what is going on today? Elder Chu Ming of Taichu Holy Land spotted a gap and asked. For a moment, the voices in the hall suddenly became quieter, and everyone looked at Yang Qian on the main seat. Your Majesty, His Royal Highness Panwang has been suppressed by Jushao Holy Land. Not long after the battle in the Nine Heavens Holy Land ended, a ghostly figure appeared in front of the Demon King of the Demon Clan. The figure was as real as an illusion, as if it was unpredictable. If there is a saint here, he will definitely recognize this ghostly figure, which is the representative feature of the phantom holy body. Once a person who possesses this holy body reaches the realm of a saint, it is said that even ghosts and gods will find it hard to stay. Even if a strong man in the Holy King realm takes action, it will take a lot of effort to suppress it. The burly figure with the first two horns slowly opened a pair of magic eyes, and purple magic light bloomed from the eyes, instantly covering the entire hall in a terrifying pressure. King Pan, although not the strongest person in the royal family besides himself, can still be ranked among the top 10. Originally, the three major forces, 10,000 Demons Palace, Void Pavilion and Thunder Tribulation Mountain, did not even want to send them to the Saint Realm. After all, it was too dangerous to go deep into the territory of the Eastern Barren human race where the Demon Clan had never ventured. But Demon Ancestor and Demon Emperor didn't care about that. He directly sent King Pan to come, and then three families sent saints one after another. But now it seems that neither King Pan nor the saints of the three families will be able to come back. He had to face not only the anger of the three families, but also the accusations from the Demon Ancestor. This time, if they fail to succeed, it will be extremely difficult next time. Waste. The Demon King's furious voice tore through the sky, causing the entire space to tremble. For a moment, all the demon clans looked at the Demon Emperor's hall in horror. Yao Jia. At this moment, the Demon Ancestor's voice sounded in the Demon Emperor's ears. The latter's body paused, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the 10,000 Demons Hall, Void Pavilion, and Thunder Tribulation Mountain all received news of the death of their own semi-Saint Realm Demon Clan Masters, and even the Saint Realm Masters had lost contact. At this time, the three major forces exploded, and the masters of the three major forces gathered in the Demon Emperor's hall to seek an explanation from the Demon Emperor. Unexpectedly, they arrived too late and the Demon Emperor had already left. Lord Holy Yang, please tell me, what is going on today? The Holy Land of Taichu has always been the most powerful Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland. Not only that, it also enjoys a high reputation in the entire Shuangwang realm. Even Zhongzhou, which has little contact with the four realms, is an eloquent existence. If it were asked by a strong man from Blazing Sun Holy Land, Tianlai Palace or Kyushu Island, Yang Qian might not be able to answer him. However, the Holy Land of Taichu is transcendent and has close friendship with the other four holy places, including Jushao Holy Land, so Yang Qian has to say that he does not look at the monk's face when he looks at the Buddha's face. It's just that he doesn't know anything about this. People who have not practiced the Body Sutra will not be able to feel the fluctuation outside the Jushao formation before. Haha, Elder Chu Ming didn't know something. The one who took action was an old man from our Nine Heavens Holy Land. When that old man was traversing the Xuanwang realm, I was still a furry baby. We once thought that this old man had already passed away. But when we took action, we found out that not only did he not pass away, but he went one step further. Qin Jun suddenly spoke. If we say that among the senior officials of the Nine Heavens Holy Land present at this moment, apart from Yang Qian, the most qualified to speak are the deputy sect leader Lin Tang, Qin Jun and another supreme elder. Elder Qin Jun is right, but I didn't want to say it originally. After all, the old man didn't want to be disturbed, so I hesitated to say anything. Now that the supreme elder has said it, I won't hide it anymore. That's right, the one who took action was an old man from our Nine Heavens Holy Land. His strength has also reached the Holy King realm, and he is stronger than the Demon Royal, so it is not difficult for him to suppress the other party. The Holy King has been suppressed. Are the remaining monsters still a problem to us? Yang Qian said calmly. His words made all the powerful men present stunned, and then they looked at each other. Fool, keep fooling. Now you have formed a group to fool us. Everyone is from Dongwang, so don't brag about it. Lei Ming glanced at the powerful men from the major forces. Do you believe that he or I am the ancestor of the Nine Heavens Holy Land? Everyone ignored him and looked at Yang Qian calmly. The two sides just looked at each other calmly. Yang Qian's face had the same faint smile as always, but Qin Jun beside him was eating nonsense. Eat, why don't you eat? This is a banquet specially set by Yang Qian to entertain all the compatriots who have come from afar. Old man, I can't even eat it even once. Qin Jun also knew that it would be strange for the people below to believe such a lie, but he had said it anyway, and it was up to them whether they believed it or not. After all, they can't possibly say, I don't know why the demon clan has become so weak, right? Chu Ming took a deep look at Yang Qian and Qin Jun, wondering if it was a bit too perfunctory to lie to children and tell them. He was also angry in his heart. After all, he really came to help, but he was treated so perfunctorily. Thinking of this, he completely put down the wine glass in his hand. Seeing the actions of Elder Chumming, the strong men from the three holy places of Tianlai Palace, Kyushu Island, and Blazing Sun Holy Land also did the same. When the strong men from other forces saw this, they looked at the spiritual fruit fairy treasure in front of them, feeling a little pity. He also put down the wine glass in his hand. For a moment, there was silence in the hall, and a heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone's hearts. On the other hand, Yang Qian, Qin Jun and other powerful men from the Nine Heavens Holy Land were eating and drinking as they should, as if they didn't care about anything. Just kidding, the Holy Lord and the Supreme Elder have spoken. Why are they, the inner sect elders, joining in the fun? The deputy sect leader, Lin Tang, even took the opportunity to choose high-level spiritual fruits to eat. After all, this thing is rarely seen in ordinary times. Thanks to these guys coming today, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to eat. Although given his status, he can still eat what he wants, but does it taste the same between free food and paid food? Free is the most fun. However, Yang Qian and Qin Jun suddenly raised their eyebrows, as if they noticed something. Immediately afterwards, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of the saints present. Then there are the powerful men in the semi-sacred realm. At this moment, they all looked at the sky outside the hall. I saw red gold flames infecting the entire sky, and the temperature of Jushao Holy Land suddenly soared at this moment. What surprised them was not this sudden change, but what surprised them was that the power of the Great Tao was contained in this change. Or to put it another way, it is more accurate, that is the origin of the avenue. The origin of the avenue has arrived. This is a vision of heaven and earth that only appears when a strong person breaks through or realizes the Great Way. Is it possible that what Yang Qian and Qin Jun just said is true? At this moment, people from all the major forces had questions in their minds. At the same time, in the Sutra Pavilion, in a small independent space in Qin Feng's room, the infinite origin of the avenue completely enveloped Qin Feng's body. Chin Fong did not expect that he would have another epiphany while reading the classics. In fact, for him, enlightenment was not as difficult as what those classics said. In the past year, he has had many epiphanies, and each time he has gained a lot. Like the last time the origin of the formation arrived, there were several times when he realized advanced martial arts skills through the skills and martial arts powers he had mastered. Of course, he also knows that the reason why he has been able to have so many epiphanies, and even said that he can have epiphanies whenever he wants, is entirely due to his golden finger that makes him stronger through reading. In the small independent space, the three divine patterns of the great sun, the bright moon and the stars, which were originally indistinguishable, flashed alternately, drawing the origin of the great avenue between heaven and earth to descend one after another. The first thing to start with is the origin of the avenue of fire. Next is the origin of the avenue of water, and finally the origin of the avenue of stars. This training originated from a book, On the Power of Stars, that Chin Fong found on the 5th floor of the Sutra Pavilion. The author of this classic is a former senior of Jushao Holy Land, who has passed away many years ago. No one has ever read this classic book left behind. Chin Fong also came up with an idea suddenly. After reading this classic book, he realized that the big sun, bright moon and stars actually represent fire and the bright moon. It's water. But what truly represents the power of the stars is the stars in the sky. In other words, the starry divine pattern is the strongest among the three divine patterns. This also made Chin Fong realize that the reason why the three divine patterns were in a tripartite state was probably because of the sun and bright moon divine patterns. With the intervention of the starry divine pattern, they had to choose to join forces to fight against the starry divine pattern. After understanding the balance of the divine patterns in the body, Chin Fong also found in this book an idea called origin body refining. This is what the classics say: if you gather the three powers of the sun, moon and stars and can make the corresponding origin of the avenue come, you can use the origin of the three avenues to refine your body, so that you can reach the innate state of the true body without leakage. The body in this state, whether in terms of strength or any other aspects, far exceeds all physical training methods. In other words, the true body without leakage is equivalent to a holy body without the power of vision. This idea directly made Chin Feng's eyes light up. You know, he went from a mortal body to a psychic body and now to the undefeated king's body. However, after cleaning up the first 4 floors of the scripture pavilion, who knows if he will become a saint after the king's body. In other words, if there are other bodies before the holy body, then he doesn't know if the books in the 13th floor scripture pavilion are enough. Fortunately, the higher the Tibetan scripture pavilion, the fewer the number of classics, but the attribute value added to him by reading the classics increased exponentially. But even so, he didn't intend to sit still and wait for death. What's more, now that he has discovered the idea of original body refining, if he doesn't try it, he will read this book in vain. So, Chin Fong, who just did what he said, directly entered the epiphany, and then activated the great sun divine pattern, leading the origin of the avenue of fire to descend, and there was a scene of the origin descending over the holy land of 9 heavens. At the same time, in the Holy Lord's Hall, the powerful men from all major forces were stunned. The arrival of the origin of the avenue has probably happened before among various forces, but it is just at this critical moment. Qin Jun and Yang Qian had just finished talking about their old age in the Holy Land, and they made such an incident. Is it possible that what they said was true? Elder Lei Ming from Tianlai Palace glanced at Elder Liang from Blazing Sun Holy Land. The latter shook his head slightly and said that he didn't know either. At this moment, Liang didn't want to believe it in his heart. After all, it is not only the strong men in the Saint King realm who can pull the origin of the great avenue to come. For example, Wu Ming was able to pull the origin of the alchemy path to come, so he had such powerful alchemy skills. It's a pity that I had to show off, but when I failed to show off, I was struck by lightning, which had a huge impact on my mood. It can be said that if they can overcome this hurdle, then Wu Ming will soar into the sky. If they cannot, then their Blazing Sun Holy Land will have lost a future alchemy king or even an alchemy emperor. On the other side, Yang Qian and Qin Jun looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes. Is anyone in our Holy Land on the verge of a breakthrough recently? Kerosene. Then who in our Holy Land has made breakthroughs in other fields such as alchemy, arrays, and talismans recently? Also kerosene. The two of them spoke directly with their eyes, and by the end of the conversation, both of them looked confused. Is it possible that there really is an old man in our holy land who has never been born? Qin Jun looked at Yang Qian, who said that you asked me who the hell should I ask? Master, you shouldn't be the one who knows the things about the old man best. You are the supreme elder. You should know the things about the old guys better than me. However, before the two of them could finish their calculations, after the origin of the Avenue of Fire, the origin of the Avenue of Water also arrived. Next is the origin of the Avenue of Stars. The bragging actually came true. Qin Jun almost cursed subconsciously. If he hadn't held back in time, wouldn't it have been a leak? As for the powerful men from all the major forces, their whole bodies became numb after seeing the three origins of the avenue coming in succession. Especially Lei Ming's previous statement that Yang Qian still believed that he was the ancestor of the Nine Heavens Holy Land made him feel like he was being slapped in the face. This is good. I just didn't believe that the old man of the Holy Land took action to suppress those demon brats. Now the old man has directly attracted the origins of the three great avenues. Is there any need to doubt it anymore? Everyone was in a mixed mood for a moment, and it could be said that they were jealous. Looking at it like this, maybe this big boss is not at the Saint King realm, but above it. You know, that kind of realm is enough to dominate even the entire Shuangwang realm. When you arrive in Zhongzhou, you have to be respected by all the major forces, let alone in the four regions. It is estimated that there is only one demon ancestor among the demon clan. Among the 5 holy places in the eastern wasteland, only the Taichu Patriarch of the Taichu Holy Land is currently in this realm. Now it seems that the status of Jushao Holy Land is about to advance. Among the people present, the most uncomfortable thing was the scorching sun in Blazing Sun Holy Land. Because originally the position of second child for 10,000 years was theirs, but now it seems that the second child will be demoted to the third child. Among the powerful men from all major forces, the elders of Tizong had the strangest expressions. At this moment, he was simply panicking. After all, as an elder in the direct lineage of the sect leader Lu Qing, he knew what Lu Qing was thinking, and he had also been unwilling to accept it. Why should the huge eastern wilderness be controlled by your 5 holy lands? Other sects will have to look at your eyes. Our body sect will become the #1 body refining holy land in the eastern wilderness. By then, RT sect will have a big piece of the big cake in Dongwang. But this thought disappeared after seeing the old man's reputation in Jushao Holy Land. Elder Chen, why don't you look right? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Or are you worried that your T-sect's contact with the demon clan will be discovered? At this moment, a voice slowly sounded, causing everyone in the hall to look at the elder of the T-sect. Elder Lieri of Blazing Sun Holy Land looked at Elder Chen of Tizong with a vague color flashing in his eyes. And this Elder Chen did not expect that at this juncture, the Blazing Sun of Blazing Sun Holy Land would actually say these words. This is an attack on him. You know, once it is confirmed that their T-sect has had contact with the demon clan, no matter whether it is to drive the tiger to devour the wolf or pretend to cooperate, the major forces will not let go of this opportunity to step on them. They still hope to use the power of the demon clan to become a holy land. It would be good to be able to clear up the relationship with the demon clan now. Moreover, what puzzled Elder Chen the most was, how did Lai Ri know? Even within the T-sect, no one knew more than one hand about this matter, and they were all people whom Lu Qing trusted greatly. There was no chance of a traitor among them, and it was even less likely for Lu Qing. Although he is at the 9th level of the Saint Realm, he is still a little behind in trying to compete with the Saint King, not to mention the first sect in the Eastern Wasteland, which is transcendent and transcendent like Taichu Holy Land. Thinking of this, Elder Chen couldn't admit it even if he knew that their T-sect had contact with the demon clan. Once he admits it, it is doubtful whether he can leave the Holy Land of 9 heavens. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Those who are pure in our T-sect will be pure themselves. Elder Liang, although your Blazing Sun Holy Land is powerful, you cannot accuse people of their innocence out of thin air. Elder Chen looked filled with indignation and glared at the scorching sun. The latter smiled softly and stopped talking. Instead, he waved his hand and a scene suddenly appeared in the hall. In the picture, the monsters that Lu Qing had been in contact with before in Tizong were leaving. Then the picture turned again, and they came to Tizong and saw what Lu Qing and the strong monsters were talking about. Among these powerful monsters, there is the Holy King of the monsters who was captured by Jushao. It's over. At this time, facts speak louder than words. Elder Chen's face turned pale, and he felt despair. He didn't know why such a secret matter would be known to Blazing Sun Holy Land. The problem is that the owner of this perspective should also have witnessed the contact between Tizong and the Yao clan. Wait, this perspective is from him, Lu Tian, the elder of T sect. He is also one of Lu Qing's most trusted elders of the T sect. He turned out to be a spy from Blazing Sun Holy Land. Elder Chen looked at Lianyang with extremely shocked eyes. Of course, the latter also knew that the other party was very likely to discover Lu Tian's identity, but so what? Although Lu Tian's identity was exposed, this wave would eventually lead to the T sect. It stunk. As long as all the major forces present take action together, let alone a mere T sect elder, even the largest T sect in the eastern wasteland will be wiped out. At the same time, the powerful men from the major forces who were originally shocked by the arrival of the origins of these three avenues all looked at Elder Chen with unkind expressions. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Our T sect has not cooperated with the Monster Clan, and we also want to keep them, but unfortunately the other party is leading the Holy King realm, and we cannot keep them at all. Moreover, the reason why they sneaked into the eastern wasteland recently was entirely for the Holy Land of Nine Heavens. It is said that there is a treasure in your holy land that the demon clan desperately wants to get. At this time, Elder Chen's self-rescue could be said to have brought Jushao Holy Land into trouble. Yang Qian's heart moved, combined with the previous vision of heaven and earth, Wang Zan's cultivation of the first form of the Body Sutra, and the tyrannical power of those demon clans in the process of fighting against the powerful men of Jushao Holy Land. Is it possible that those guys know that the Body Sutra is in Jushao Holy Land? This thought flashed through Yang Qian's mind subconsciously. It's no wonder he had this thought. In fact, a series of things that happened recently pointed to that half of the body meridian. When he thought of this, Yang Qian felt like his head was big. Why does this kind of thing happen so early and late? This is because when he is the Holy Lord, you must know that no matter how awesome they are in Jushao Holy Land, they are still tough enough to fight against an entire demon clan. Moreover, not to mention the demon clan, there are probably more than a dozen Saint King realms, and the demon ancestors' strength alone is not something they can compete with. As for the old man, let's wait until they find him. Although the scene of the three great avenues coming together is unprecedented, Yang Qian, Qin Jun and others are still a little unbelievable. Could it be said that the ancestors in Jushao tomb really lived a second life? Qin Jun looked at Yang Qian. Of course the latter knew what his master was thinking, but he was not sure. The Jushao tomb is the place where the powerful people of the past generations of the Jushao Holy Land sit and die. There are also strong people who will enter the Jushao tomb themselves when the end is approaching, and make themselves immortal in a state of suspended animation. In the Jushao tomb, the laws of heaven and earth and the Great Road are isolated, and time stands still, so that many powerful people who have reached their end can continue to live. This is one of the foundations of the major holy places, and it is also known as the most important indicator of whether one can become a holy land in the Xuanwang realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong the sect is, without sufficient foundation, it will not guarantee that the sect can prosper for a long time. The foundation of a body refining sect at the level of Tizong has not yet been formed. Therefore, even if Lu Qing becomes a holy king and Tizong can become a holy land, it may be short-lived. The 5 holy lands in the eastern wasteland, and even the human holy lands in the entire Xuanwang realm, all have their own heritage. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult for a force to be destroyed when it reaches the level of the Holy Land. However, no matter what the reason was, it was impossible for Yang Qian to accept the dirty water from Elder Chen. Elder Chen is good at knocking him down with one move and rake him up. Don't say that there is nothing in Jushao Holy Land that attracts the demon clan. Even if there is something that attracts the demon clan, it is not the reason for your Tizong to associate with the demon clan. The moment Elder Lieri spoke, he took action directly in the Holy Lord's Hall at Shenshao Peak. This move made everyone present not expect that Liang would actually attack Jushao Holy Land. The scorching sun, you. Elder Chen was extremely frightened and angry. He knew that he could not defeat the scorching sun, so he immediately escaped from Jushao Holy Land. However, Lai Ri's attack had been planned for a long time, and he directly suppressed Elder Chen with supreme power. The sudden scene stunned all the major forces present. However, they reacted immediately. It seems that there is no need for Tizong to exist any longer. Lei Ming from Tianlei Palace had a murderous intent on his face. He didn't know if this killing intent was aimed at the demon clan or something else. That's right, there have always been no monsters in the Eastern Wasteland. If the guys like Tizong introduced the monster clan into the Eastern Wasteland, it would be a capital crime. The elders of Kyushu Island also spoke. As for Elder Chu Ming of the Taichu Holy Land, the first holy place in the Eastern Wasteland, he glanced at the burning sun. His gaze seemed to penetrate people's hearts, making it difficult to resist the burning sun. It was obvious that the other party was only an elder in the semi-sacred realm. Although he is a war saint, he shouldn't be afraid of him. Elder Chuming did not speak, but 3 of the 5 holy places had already spoken, and the remaining major forces also agreed. After all, it is Jushao Holy Land that is under attack today, and everyone is willing to sell well to Jushao Holy Land. On the other side, Chin Fong, who was wrapped in the origins of the 3 great avenues, felt as if his body and soul had been washed away by the great avenues at this moment. Some people may worry that since the power level of the great Tao is so high, won't your mere foundation establishment realm minor cultivator be assimilated by the great Tao? The answer is no. Chin Fong, who had 3 major divine tattoos on his body, not only was not assimilated by the power of the Great Avenue, but also introduced the power of the Great Avenue into his body and began to refine his true body without leakage. In Shenshao Peak, in the Holy Lord's Hall, facing the sudden attack of the scorching sun and the good selling of other forces, Yang Qian, Qin Jun and other powerful men of Jushao Holy Land did not know what to say. Today, he always felt that the scorching sun in Blazing Sun Holy Land was a bit strange, as if it was trying its best to cover up something. This made Yang Qian a little unsure whether Lai Ri's move just now was to show them to the 9 Heavens Holy Land. However, they have already submitted their petitions, and it is wise not to hit the smiling person. As the Lord of the Holy Land, Yang Qian obviously will not refuse their kindness. However, at this moment, Yang Qian and Qin Jun's expressions changed one after another. Following this, the expressions of saints like Lin Tang, Lai Ri, Chu Ming, and Xiao Zhangfeng or those with strength comparable to saints also changed. If the arrival of the origins of the 3 great avenues is already outrageous, then the fact that the origin of the great avenues that has descended now has enveloped the Jushao Holy Land, causing the disciples in the Jushao Holy Land to make breakthroughs in their practice, is simply an outrageous thing given by Grandma. Open the door to outrageousness, outrageousness is home. In the main hall of the Holy Lord, Wang Zan, Ling Meng, Xiao Zhang, Zhang Dao, Yuan Hua, Chu Yang, Yi Menger, Fengling and other 9 Heavens Holy Land disciples participating in the Eastern Wasteland Sword Trial Conference were all shaken. I just felt that my cultivation level began to improve rapidly at this moment. Not only that, the previously obscure skills and problems in martial arts were all solved at this moment. It's as if their brains are on accelerator. Haha, Master Dao, I understand. Xiao Zhang laughed arrogantly. His cultivation level, which was originally at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, directly broke through to the spiritual light realm at this moment. The same was true for Zhang Dao and Yuan Hua beside him. Originally, they were already at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, and were only 1 step away from the spiritual light realm. But it's not easy to break through even 1 step away. After all, they are all mortal foundation builders. As a result, the origin of this great avenue came and suddenly promoted their mortal grade foundation building qualifications to the point where they surpassed the heavenly grade. You know, such an opportunity can trigger countless Holy Land level power wars in the outside world. After all, as long as the opportunity to surpass the heaven level foundation building does not fail halfway, becoming a saint in the future is not just a joke. Epiphany. Original enlightenment. Li Yang was completely shocked now. Not only did he practice in the origin of the avenue, but he also had direct enlightenment. Why don't we, Blazing Sun Holy Land, have such a good opportunity? At this moment, the powerful men of Jushao Holy Land woke up from a dream, and immediately started to practice without paying any attention to the spiritual fruit treasures in front of them. With the spiritual fruit, immortal treasure they had just swallowed as a medicine, these strong men did not have to worry about their cultivation growth during the cultivation process. The most important thing was that they also captured some fragments of the avenue in the origin of the avenue. These fragments contain some shocking creations. Even if it is not fully digested now, their strength will be further improved after it is digested in the future. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Zhangfeng and Yi Hen emitted shocking auras from their bodies. This aura shocked everyone present, especially the scorching sun. He was extremely familiar with it. Because this is a fluctuation that can only occur when the semi-saint realm breaks through to the saint realm. In an instant, the two of them made a breakthrough under the source of the avenue, directly drawing a trace of the source of the avenue into their bodies. This is the origin of the great avenue that is superior to the heavenly way in the Xuanwang realm. Originally, the two of them were able to compete with saints as semi-saints. Now with this breakthrough, their strength can be said to have increased exponentially. The terrifying power emanating from the two men made Lai Yang tremble directly from the corners of his eyes. The aura of these two people is too strong. And not only the two of them, but the inner sect elders who were originally in the semi-holy realm have basically improved a lot in strength now, and many Zanxing have been born. How outrageous is this? Not to mention, the auras of Yang Qian and Qin Jun are as deep as hell, especially Yang Qian. I am afraid that under the origin of this avenue, his cultivation has directly reached the peak of the Holy King. With such strength, even if Jushao Holy Land doesn't have that old man, it can still beat their blazing sun Holy Lord. Thinking of this, a strong divine light flashed in Li Yang's eyes. There is no reason for me to be under the origin of this great avenue and just do nothing but practice, right? Although it was somewhat unethical for him to do so, it would be a sin not to take it when faced with such an opportunity. Simply, Li Yang threw away his old face and quickly started practicing. When the powerful men from all the major forces saw this, they all began to practice. Even Elder Chumming of Taichu Holy Land, who was originally calm, put down his body at this moment and started practicing by licking his old face. For a time, not only Shenshao Peak, but also the disciples of the entire Jushao Holy Land, all made breakthroughs one after another under the influence of this shocking creation. However, it didn't take long for the faces of Lieri and other powerful men from all major forces to become extremely ugly. Because they discovered that they could not enjoy this wave of opportunities from the origin of the avenue. Maid, you even recognize the origin of the avenue. Lei Ming was so angry that his orifices were filled with smoke, and his eyes looked at the Nine Heavens Holy Land experts among the cultivators present with a trace of resentment and hatred. Why can they get this great opportunity, but they can't? So unfair. However, he didn't want to think about who brought down the origin of this avenue. The scorching sun also makes the liver hurt. As you can imagine, a huge treasure is right in front of you. As long as you open the door, you can gain glory, wealth and longevity. As a result, to enter the treasure gate, you need to swipe your ID card. Blanche. The scorching sun almost went crazy, but he held back at the critical moment. The teeth were clenching so hard that they were about to break. At the same time, the independent small space in the Sutra Pavilion has been filled with the origins of the three great avenues. At this moment, the space is no longer filled with rich spiritual energy, but the origin of the avenue. Among the liquefied origins is Chin Feng's looming figure. The real body without leakage. What does it mean to be without leakage? It has three meanings. One is that it cannot be seen through before it is activated. The other is that it is a closed oven and will not emit any vitality to the outside world. The three bodies claim to be eternal cycles. The first point seems to be the plus version of Chin Feng's advanced secret technique of sealing heaven, which is actually the case. The second point is the most important. Whether you are a mortal or a monk, as long as you have life, the breath of life is always escaping. This is the deprivation of the will of the world in the Xuanwang realm. As time goes by, more and more life energy escapes, and the end of human life is coming. This is an irreversible process. The leak-free true body directly solves this problem. From the moment he becomes the leak-free true body, the anger in Chin Feng's body will no longer escape to the outside world. As for the third point, an eternal cycle was created in his body. Power can be continuously born in this cycle without relying on external spiritual energy. Of course, he still has a way to go before he can reach the point where he can do it without the help of spiritual energy. This is the horror of the Wuluo real body. If the leak-free true body is just one of the blessings this time, then the next one is one that Chin Fong did not expect. Xuanwang Realm, Zhongzhou. As the largest and most mysterious of the 5 realms of the Xuanwang Realm, Zhongzhou is a realm of its own. It is different from the 4 regions of Eastern Wilderness, Arctic, Western Desert, and Southern Border. In Zhongzhou, there are many kinds of people, demons, ghosts, demons, etc. They are all gathered here, as well as the legendary ancient and powerful races that have only appeared in anecdotes. Not only that, the major forces cooperate or attack each other. They are allies today, but they can stab you in the back tomorrow. It can be said that the situation in Zhongzhou is much more complicated than the 4 major regions. Moreover, Xuanwang is divided into 5 regions, of which the area of Zhongzhou is much larger than the combined area of the other 4 regions. The Confucian sect is one of the holy places of humanity in Zhongzhou. The monks in the sect pay attention to cultivating a strong righteousness. They do not practice martial arts or Taoism, but cultivate the righteousness of heaven and earth. At this time, a figure located deep in the Confucian sect slowly opened his eyes, and a stern righteousness swam in his eyes. Then a dragon roared in the air, and he saw that righteousness shooting out from his eyes, straight into the air. Run to the sky. The next moment, under the gaze of those eyes, there was a rich purple light rising in the east of the sky. Under this purple light, the 3 colors of red gold, light silver and snow white were mixed with each other. The origin of the avenue has arrived. Interesting, I didn't expect that someone in Dongwang would reach this point. Qin Yuan, the disciple is here. After a while, a young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes and decent facial features came to the figure. There is a human holy land in the eastern wasteland called Jushao. Get up and go to Jushao immediately. After the voice fell, a trace of doubt appeared on the young man's face. In his opinion, although Zhongzhou is not a small place, it is not as prosperous or spiritual as Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is the center of Xuanwang realm, so why let him go to Dongwang? Just now, the origin of the avenue came there, and there were 3 origins of the avenue. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yuan's body suddenly shook, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Disciple accepts the order. At the same time, Qilin also left Zhongzhou for Eastern Wasteland and other holy places of various ethnic groups in Zhongzhou. Western Desert, Holy Land of Buddha's Light. Amitabha. My brother wants to send Buddha's light to the Eastern Wasteland Jushao. What do you think, junior brother? Fo Guang is a disciple of Buddha of our generation in Fo Guang Holy Land. There are great opportunities for good fortune in Jushao Holy Land. These opportunities cannot be grasped by Jushao Holy Land. They belong to our Fo Guang Holy Land. Junior brother believes that with Fo Guang's attainments in the Dharma, he will be able to that Jushao willingly contributed to that great opportunity. Good. Junior brother's words really resonate with me. The North Pole, the holy land of all demons. Is Xiaojing missing? Reporting to Holy Master. I just entered Jushao Holy Land, but Holy Master, I don't understand. Xiaoyu has obviously lost contact. Why did you let Xiaojing? There is a special telepathy between the sisters. They want to see the person alive and the body after death. It is impossible for Xiaoyu to disappear without explanation. Besides, there will be big changes in the Eastern Wasteland, and I'm afraid Taichu won't be able to calm down either. In the southern border, the ancestral court of the demon clan, the terrifying eyes moved away from the demon emperor Yaojia and looked towards the east. The origin of the avenue. This may be an opportunity for us to return to Zhongzhou. Now even Zhongzhou may not be able to sit still. The origins of the 3 avenues came one after another, shocking all the powerful forces in the Xuanwang realm. When it comes to the arrival of the origin of the avenue, it has happened to all major holy places at one time or another. In Zhongzhou, there are even the supreme geniuses and monsters who have led the avenue to descend with their talents. Therefore, the lords of these forces are not surprised when they see the coming of the Great Road. What they expect is that whenever the Great Road comes, some fragments containing the principles of the Great Road will be trapped in the forces. If the good fortune contained in such fragments can be understood properly, it can further advance the realm of Saint King. However, when they saw the origins of the 3 avenues coming one after another, they lost their composure. After all, they had never heard of that kind of scene, let alone seen it. Could it be that 3 people broke through to the Saint King realm on the same day, or that 3 peerless monsters were born? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the Holy Land of 9 Heavens, in the Sutra Pavilion, under the shroud of the endless source of the Great Avenue, Chin Feng's body grew stronger at a strange speed while also advancing towards a leak-free state. At the same time, under the nourishment of the origin of the avenue, his cultivation level also soared like a rocket. In a short period of time, he has broken through from the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, and is still growing. If it were anyone else, he would probably be able to break through from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Spiritual Light realm in an instant. But Chin Feng's foundation was so strong that he took the opportunity to use the power of the origin of the avenue to activate the secret star transformation, turning the spiritual beads originally stored in his body into origin beads. In this way, while Chin Fong was cultivating his true body without leakage, he was also accumulating the origin beads transformed from the origin of the Great Avenue in his body. At first, he was also worried that if he refined too much origin, he might burst. As a result, after refining, he realized that he had worried too much, and the Body Sutra had transformed his body into something even more terrifying than that of a body-refining monk. Buzz! At this moment, Chin Feng's body suddenly burst out with bright divine light. Wherever the divine light passed, even the source of the avenue had to retreat, and even the small space Chin Feng himself opened showed a tendency to melt. Chin Feng woke up from his practice, quickly suppressed the divine light in his body, and then frantically used the formation materials at hand to repair the newly destroyed formations one by one. Moreover, he even went back to his room and found that the formation in the room had not been destroyed. Then he took a new batch of formation materials and entered the independent space again. You travel in the origin of the avenue, understand the creation of the avenue, and master your own innate magical power, the light of all transformations. Light of all transformations, innate divine power. After being sacrificed, nothing can be transformed and nothing can stop it. The stronger the strength, the stronger the power of the light of all transformations. Chin Feng subconsciously took a breath of cold air. This light of all transformations shouldn't be too awesome. Can this kind of thing exist without being transformed? No wonder not only the formation was melted, but also the space. This talent is so worth it. Moreover, what he gained was not just that. A flash of divine light flashed in Chin Feng's eyes, and then he activated the power in his body, and in front of him the endless sources of the avenue converged into an ancient scripture that exuded light. On the first page of the ancient scripture, there were 2 big characters, origin, that he didn't recognize, but he knew the meaning. Then, Chin Feng realized something, and the ancient scripture of origins began to turn. The first page was a general catalog, which included many categories such as exercises, martial arts, secret methods, magical powers, divine patterns, laws, avenues, etc., and at the bottom of this catalog there was also a layer of chaos that prevented him from seeing clearly behind. Seeing this, Chin Feng blinked and turned another page in the ancient book of origins. The second page is about Chin Feng's personal situation, including his qualifications, understanding, physique, lifespan and cultivation level, as well as the various skills, martial arts, magical powers and secrets he has mastered. The third page clearly records the technique he currently masters, the scripture of heaven and earth. Among them, there are annotations on the Chenkin Heaven and Earth Sutra, as well as details on every aspect of this technique. The fourth page is the Alchemy Emperor Sutra, Part 1, followed by the true explanation of the Qi Dao, the Talisman Sutra, the Formation Dao Sutra, etc. All the techniques he mastered were included in the ancient scripture of origin. After the skills came martial arts, after the martial arts came the secret techniques, and then came the supernatural powers, divine patterns, laws, avenues, and the things he couldn't see through. The law part is empty, but the avenue part has 3 avenues, the avenue of fire, the avenue of water and the avenue of stars. However, the progress bars behind these 3 avenues are currently only 1%. Seeing this, Chin Fong finally understood. It was more like merging everything he had mastered into the ancient scripture of origin in front of him. Moreover, looking at the back of the ancient book of origins, those pages that are still blank or chaotic are obviously waiting for him to add to them later. I don't know if this ancient scripture of origin will become a real imperial scripture in the future. At the same time, in the main hall of the Holy Lord of Shenshao Peak, the powerful men of the major forces all looked at the people of Jushao Holy Land with red eyes. They have tried all kinds of methods, but they have not been able to get any benefit from these three avenues. Instead, I could only watch them break through. The feeling was even worse than killing them. Especially Elder Lai's son, he himself practices the path of fire. It is painful to see the origin of the path of fire in front of him, but he can't do anything. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuation swept across the entire Jushao Holy Land, and then the three sources of the avenue slowly dissipated between heaven and earth in an instant. The people of Jushao Holy Land who were originally practicing, also woke up from the state of cultivation after the source of the avenue dissipated. There was unconcealable joy in everyone's eyes. Especially Wang Zan, he broke through to the Yuanshan realm directly in the origin of this avenue. Moreover, for some reason, he felt that the origin of the avenue was not as dangerous as the rumors that it could easily assimilate the monks. Instead, to him, the origin of the avenue was somewhat friendly. Thinking of this, Wang Zan shook his head secretly, feeling that he might have gone crazy. Can Dao Yuan still be kind to him? What a joke. On the other side, Jushao Holy Lord Yang Qian and Supreme Elder Qin Jun both had a hint of joy in their eyes. If others have gained a lot from this advent of the origin of the avenue, then the two of them should be blessed with boundless fortunes. Because, only when they reach their level can they understand the vastness of the avenue and want to understand the hardships of the avenue. Now, this kind of hardship has been overcome directly because of the advent of the Great Avenue. The path of cultivation becomes more and more difficult as you go up. This can be seen from the fact that in the Holy Land of the Dongwang human race, only Taichu Patriarch stands above the Holy King. If someone who masters a complete way of heaven and earth is a saint, then if he masters the way of heaven and earth and successfully combines it, he is a Saint King. The saint will die in battle, but the Saint King is extremely difficult to kill. This is one of the reasons why Jushao Holy Land did not take action against the demon clan Saint King. Because it is difficult to kill a holy king who has successfully combined the Tao. Unless someone like Taichu Patriarch takes action, Yang Qian's idea is to first imprison him in the Demon Suppression Tower, one of the 12 forbidden areas of Jushao Holy Land, to suppress him. Now, the two of them can see the future. Breakthrough is only a matter of time. How can this not surprise them? Seeing the strong men from the Nine Heavens Holy Land who had made breakthroughs, the strong men from all the major forces turned into lemon essences online, and no one even bothered to take care of Elder Chen of the Tea sect at this moment. Congratulations, Holy Lord Jushao. This time, not only did the opportunity of Jushao Holy Land come to me, but I also witnessed the breakthrough of a famous senior. I have gained a lot of insights, so I won't dwell on them anymore. I also want to report the matter of Tizong back to Holy Land. However, I believe that my Taichu ancestor is here. I will definitely be happy to know that my seniors have made a breakthrough. With the ancestor's personality, I'm afraid he will visit me soon and discuss things with my seniors. Elder Chu Ming of Taichu Holy Land clasped his hands in his fists and smiled, then turned and left. Chu Ming's words made Yang Qian, Qin Jun and others stupid. The two looked at each other. What the hell? It is still unknown whether there is that old man. If your Taichu ancestor comes to visit, how should we, the Nine Heavens Holy Land, deal with it? At this moment, the two of them were as big as the other. Congratulations, Holy Lord Jushao. This time, it is an eye-opener. In the future, Jushao will be ranked ahead of me, Qiang Holy Land, in the Eastern Wilderness Human Race Holy Land. But this is normal. I, Qiang ancestor, will surely come to visit me at that time. Holy Lord Jushao, don't let our ancestor Qiang come in just because we are stuck at the Holy King stage. Lieri said with a smile. Elder Lai is joking. If ancestor Qiang comes to visit one day, I will sweep my bed to welcome him. The Yonggan indicates some numbness. What do you think this is? After watching the powerful men from all major forces leaving one after another, Yang Qian looked at his master Qin Jun. Master, I have to trouble you to take a trip to Jushao Tomb to see if any old man has really survived the second life. If this is the case, then our 9 heavens holy land can be considered a blessing in disguise. Qin Jun nodded. I'll go right away. In addition, please count how many disciples of our 9 heavens holy land have made breakthroughs during the coming of the Great Avenue. I am afraid that both the inner and outer courts are now in chaos. After Yang Gan gave the instructions one by one, he began to retreat. There is no way, if there is no breakthrough from the ancestors in Jushao tomb, when the ancestors like Taichu ancestor and Qiang ancestor come and find that their so-called old people in Jushao holy land do not exist at all, then I will be passive. So he wanted to see if he could break through to the Holy King realm. If a breakthrough can be made, the problem can be easily solved. In Chin Feng's small independent space in Jushao Holy Land's scripture pavilion, Chin Fong felt a change in himself, with a look of satisfaction on his face. Unexpectedly, with this sudden enlightenment, I not only gained powerful innate magical powers, but also sorted out all the techniques I have mastered. This ancient scripture of origin seems to be tailor-made for me. Moreover, the realm has also broken through from the foundation building realm to the spiritual light realm. Although the power in my body is still Yuan Li and has not transformed into spiritual power, the aura contained in my Yuan Li is a bit terrifying. Chin Fong said that he activated a piece of Yuan power in his hand, and saw that the Yuan power turned into an extremely flexible dragon under his control, rolling and swimming in the void, and then he knocked out the Yuan power. The void in front suddenly became distorted, and a domineering force burst out, which was suppressed by Chin Fong in advance. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.